Hash marks, and Nichushkin turns on his forehand. Malinsky lets it go. Tip. Rebound. Score! The Mac attack is back, Jack. His 21st goal of the season. Landiskog in front. Brock Nelson. He scores! Can you smell what the Brock is cooking? McKinnon for Gabe Landiskog. He peels around. McKinnon, a one-timer. He scores! Won't miss from there. Nathan McKinnon, his second goal of the game, and a man who averaged 2 points a night in the month of November is averaging 2 points a night so far in December. Tossed out in front, blocked by Vancouver. Sound the horn. The Colorado Avalanche are 14-0-3 in their last 17 games. They are 2-0 this season against the Vancouver Canucks, with a final score today of 3-1.
Come on now. I mean, whether you're a Taylor Swift fan or not, Ophelia. Now, you got to do the dance here, Steve. Land and the sea and the sky. So it's your hands, your eyes. All right. And you do this move a little bit. Listen, if you're an Avs fan, I can't tell you why. Like, certain things are certain things, but the Fate of Ophelia, that's the song they play in celebration. Not only do they play the song, you know what? I don't know what happens when they lose. How's that? I have no clue what happens in the Avalanche locker room when they lose a game in regulation. Why? Well, because they haven't. So this is weird. Like, are we still playing the Fate of Ophelia? I'm assuming we're not playing celebration songs after we lose, though, right? I mean, that's got to be the... And are we playing Ophelia, this song, like, after every win for the rest of the year? Is Fate of Ophelia the new All the Small Things?
Actually, a point of order, Your Honor.
Yeah.
During the Avs Cup run, All the Small Things was in the arena. But the song that they were playing in the locker room was Heat Waves by Glass Animals.
Well,
because that was Sometimes
true.
All I Think About You, late nights in the middle of June. So that was their locker room jam.
That's true. Did they play Heat Waves? I'm trying to remember because I was in there that year. God, did they play that the whole year, though?
Not the whole year. I think that was a playoffs thing.
Yeah, I want to say they kind of mixed it up. I mean, is it just a matter of time before they start playing the Fate of Ophelia after goals in the arena? I mean, what was the deal with All the Small Things? Once the game was like, hey, we got this, the game's over, like 4 minutes to go or whatever, we crank up All the Small Things when we're feeling good about the win. I don't know what they're going to do in-house, but hey, everybody, the Fate of Ophelia, it's not just playing the song. You realize this, Steve. It's not just playing the song. They're doing the dance. And if you're not familiar with it, when it goes the land and the sea and the sky, and you do it for the vibes and I don't have the memory to be the lead singer, nor the voice, nor the looks, nor the height, nor the body odor.
Spoken like a true drummer.
Just show up and shut up. Seriously, I could be replaced by a Ed Sheeran loop. It's not even it's just Ed Sheeran banging on his guitar, making it a loop. Like, look how easily replaceable I am. You could press something with your foot and then bang on your guitar a couple times, and I guess we don't need a drummer. This is fine. Hey, we could pay Neil Peart and bring him back from the dead, which would be amazing. Or Ed can press something with his foot, bang on his guitar like twice, and, that's good enough. Everybody will dig it. So, yeah, it's a Fate of Ophelia night again for the Avalanche. It was pretty funny. Like, it's gotten out. And Sam Malinsky was on the late night show there with Kiefer and John Michael Lyles. Do you love that post game show? Because both guys, like, they'll unbutton two buttons. Like, they're wearing the ties, and then it's not just one button. They're knocking down two buttons by the time they sit on that couch. I don't want to make anybody seem, look bad or whatever, but hey, what's up, baby? It's me, Kyle Keefe. I'm sitting on a pad tonight. I don't know why. I'm just going to sit on a pad. Hey, let me reach into my pocket and pull out John Michael Lyles because he fits in there. You think in a snowstorm, John Michael Lyles will wear socks? It doesn't matter, baby. We're sitting on the couch talking hockey. Let's bring in Sam Malinsky. Crowd goes crazy. What's up, Sam? Killing penalties and killing the ladies. Look at those eyes. You know what I'm saying? Let's bring in Riker. Oh, man. That mullet. And those eyes.
Dangalicious.
They do the question thing after the game. And, you're going to get a wise guy in there at some point. They got a wise guy last night, Steve. I can't even say it on the radio what he said. But he made fun of a guy's name and was sexually explicit live on the postgame show. What are you gonna do? That's a fun show to watch. I'm not gonna lie, because really, seriously, what they open themselves up to on that show at Colorado Social is it's fun. It's a good show. It's really funny. And they got guys sitting on the couch, and Malinsky was there last night. The funniest guy in the game yesterday, and it's a 3-1 win for the Avs. And Nate McKinnon was, first of all, Nate McKinnon's sick. I mean, he's sick, but he's also just, sick. And he wasn't feeling so great. And Bednar even acknowledged he really didn't play that great. But the difference is, even when you're under the weather a little bit, can you make big plays if they present themselves? And Nate scored a couple of goals. So Bednar said, yeah, with the checking and this and that, not so great for Nate. But, dude did score 2 goals. Was named the first star of the month, where Nikola Jokic was named the MVP of October and November. They don't do an MVP of October because you got like 3 games in there or something like that. But they do throw in your October stats, I guess. And Nikola's numbers are ridiculous. So on the same day yesterday, Nikola and Nate were both acknowledged as the best players in their sport for the current season. Now, of course, they both have won MVPs in the same year, so boring. But that's what's going on these days at Ball Arena. So, hey, respect to the Avs. And McKinnon afterwards was like, yeah, it's a boring game today. Yeah, whatever. I don't feel so great. It was boring. And the reason why it's boring is because how are you supposed to compete with the Avalanche if you're the sucky Vancouver Canucks? Well, what are you supposed to do? Canucks are actually better on the road than at home, but the Canucks are one of the worst teams in the NHL. It is stunning. 26 games in, the Canucks are 21 points behind the Avalanche. So what you saw last night, and Vancouver got out to a 1-0 lead, it's like, oh, all right, that's kind of annoying. And then Wedgie gets hurt. How about that, huh? Now, after the game, Bedsy said it was upper body, and it was like his back tightened up or something, and it was just out of precaution. That's not too serious. But that got Mackenzie Blackwood off the bench, and he didn't allow any goals. That was it. 0. Zippo. Nothing. Nada. I mean, what we have with the Avalanche right now in terms of depth and Val Nichushkin comes back and Bednar puts him on the third line. And Bedsy after the game was like, well, I'm not gonna mess with this. I'm not gonna mess with what's going on with Nelly. Hey, Nelly. The Nelly line. We're not gonna mess with the Nelly line, brother. So what's, okay, cool, right? We're not gonna mess with the Nelly line. So Val Nichushkin, maybe one of the top 15 players in the world. He's just gonna hang out on the third line for a little bit. I mean, Gabe was chilling on the third line. Then he was up on the Nelly line. Now he's on the number one power play. Like, Gabe, hey, Gabe, what's going on? I mean, Gabe is playing fantastic. He's having a great run. So awesome to see him shaping into form. Yeah, this is Nate talking about how boring the game was. God bless Nate McKinnon. God bless his grumpy soul.
Yeah, I mean, it was all right. We're not going to score first every night. Yeah, it definitely wasn't our best. It was just kind of a boring game. A lot of whistles, a lot of icings, guys getting kicked out of draws. It was just one of those nights, just a muck. So that's what happens, though. They're trying to play stingy, obviously trying to check hard. So, we did what we had to do. I thought we drew a lot of calls we didn't get. So that's the way it goes.
How'd you like to drop all the coin on the game, right? Like you take your kids out there. It's oh man, I don't know. Tuesday night, we're going to do this thing. All right, let's go, playing ahead, whatever. And then you get in the car and you hear the best player in the world go, yeah, that game was kind of boring. It's like, hey man, what the hell? I came here, put on my Avs sweater, paid for my drinks and my food, and I'm chilling out. I went to Colorado Social. I made some sexual innuendo jokes, and you're telling me the game was boring? God bless Nate McKinnon. He's getting it together with Landy, though.
Yeah, it's easy. 10 years together. Yeah, he's a smart player, so it's easy to read off of.
And now, do you think Nate is jumping up and dancing to Fate of Ophelia? What's a better call? Who would join the dance first, McKinnon or Jokic, if there was a dance in the Nuggets locker room?
Follow-up question, how much Rakia is involved?
How much what? Oh,
how much Rakia is involved?
Well, that's a fair point.
We've seen Jokic
That's
dance
true.
before. Homie's got moves.
That actually, you know what? A great point by you. Do we have any evidence that Nate has ever danced in his life? You're right about that, Steve. We actually have a lot of dancing evidence from Jokic. We know under the right set of circumstances, Jokic will get on a table.
And I mean, you find a horse, find a couple of soda pops.
He'll try to put the horse on the table.
There you go. It's a lot of horse on the table.
Have we ever seen Nate in a loose mood in the offseason with some sort of equine? The Avs now travel on the road. We have a lot of... By the way, hey, Steve, because you're a music guy. There's not many of us around here. You may be the music guy, actually. What's going on at Ball Arena this week? Because the Avs and Nuggets are both gone for a week and a half or so. This may be the longest stretch of no games at Ball Arena. The Avs aren't back to ball till December 11th. And the Nuggets, I think, are even later than that. What's happening at Ball Arena? We got to have something. There's no way they're going to be...
of course. I mean, I look it up here.
There's got to be something.
For the next week, it's just your favorite event, the thing you live and die for.
What's that?
We got 3 straight days of Disney on Ice, baby.
Mice on Ice!
Yeah, it's Disney on Ice. Let's dance! Exclamation point.
I knew there had to be something. When does that start?
Starts on the 5th?
Starts on the 5th, yeah. So the Avs aren't back till the 11th, and the Nuggets aren't back till the 15th. So it's Mice on Ice.
That's how we're getting started. Yeah, no, that's it. Friday,
yeah.
you got Disney on Ice 1 show.
Yeah.
You got 3 shows on Saturday, and then
Are you kidding me?
2 shows on Sunday.
Holy cow.
So yeah, the mouse is taking over Ball Arena.
Okay. I knew there had to be something. It's a perfect time for Mice on Ice. So yeah, hey, we are all just gonna, hey parents, I had to do that too. Steve, you're just so desperate with these like 3-year-olds to like, what are we doing with this kid this weekend?
By the way, when Kim Becker used to be in Denver covering the Avs and working,
wasn't she a Mice on Ice skater?
Yeah, before she got into media, she skated for Disney on Ice for 10 years, and I would ask her sometimes in commercial breaks and off air. I just ask her for the Disney on Ice dirt. You know what went on behind the scenes?
Yeah,
and the stories she has were amazing. And I always told her, I said, you got to do like a Disney on Ice unfiltered podcast. Just tell all the craziest stuff you saw. And she said, no, are you kidding me? If I say anything bad about Disney, then they put out the call, and then ESPN can't hire ABC, like all these Disney stations. Star Wars is never going to hire me. Disney rules everything. So off air, next time the Utah Mammoth are in town, ask her for the truth about Disney on Ice.
I'll just say this. I love Mice on Ice for other people. You'll get there, Steve, someday. You'll have the kids at some point, and you'll be looking at the wife, and you got the 3-year-old and maybe a 1-year-old too, and you're just like, how are we going to chew up 4 hours today? And then you're going to see Mice on Ice, and you're going to be like, we're in. Because now I can chew up those 4 hours with those kids. You know, it's awful. After you figure out how to chew up those 4 hours, you get the kids back, and you're like, I got to chew up. What time are they going to bed? But, hey, it's great to be a parent of young kids. Congratulations to Brett Kane. But trust me, Kaner is staring at Mice on Ice, Steve, like,
nailed it.
I got to get there.
Except I don't think he can take his, 1-week-old daughter there, but eventually.
Oh, they do. They put headphones on him now, and they wrap him in a blanket. I was an idiot back in the day because they didn't have the headphones with my now 25-year-old, and we took him to the Western Conference Finals with the Avs and the Stars, and I think I scarred him for life because it was so friggin' loud in there. And there were no headphones for kids. Kids were tougher back then in the early 2000s.
See, half that is true. I had the same experience when I was knee-high to a frog and my parents took me to a San Jose Sharks game, but kids weren't tougher back then. I didn't have the headphones and I couldn't hang. And so anytime there was a goal scored and I started crying or whatever, my parents had to cover my ears and go, "Yay, Sharks."
Well, the key though, by the way, is if that kid can just sit on your lap, they get in for free. It made it awkward for my son's 18th birthday that he had to sit on my lap, but we saw the game for free. We'll give you the Broncos by the numbers against the Raiders, more from the Avs game, and Chowderheads. You know what, man? This Broncos Patriots thing is about to be real. We're coming down the pipe that we're hearing smack talk from idiots from Scituate. I got to hear from Harry from Hull, Barry from Bedford, idiots from Ipswich. That's your boy right here. So we'll have all that for you coming up. Plus, a heads up, if you're just getting up now, we're here. We do love Colorado. Of course we love Colorado. But with that comes Colorado weather. And you got a morning like that today, okay? So what can I tell you? It's pretty nasty out there. At least it is here in the southern part of the metro, the Lone Tree area. So I don't know if that's the case everywhere. But it's legitimate, people are going to just pull up to a light and skid into the middle of the road and just hit each other and do dumb things today.
Do you want to do that again? That kind of sounded like you were doing your old morning radio DJ thing. I mean, it's going to be a tough commute out there, Denver, so put on those snow tires. Here, I'll give you some.
Hey, everybody out there, it's Darren in the wagon. What would I be? Harry in the helicopter. Captain Traffic right now in looks like an I-25 southbound. We got some accidents as morons roll into each other. First time somebody from California seeing snow. There's a Tommy from Texas. He just plowed into Oh, he plowed into a plow. Really, you think you could have taken that easy? Be careful on there. We'll have your next report in 33 seconds. It's going to sound a lot like this one. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Hey, everybody. Let's get our sled out. Yay! You know that commercial with the old ladies sitting on the bench and they apparently can all order sleds off Amazon? As if there's not like a 60-year-old red flyer sitting in their garages, but they got to go to Amazon. Wouldn't it be funny if one of them ladies just went down that hill and just smashed right into a pole? She's okay though. I mean, she would laugh. She'd be missing a tooth and have a black eye, but she would be okay. By the way, I just got a text from Moj. Have Nelly call me. I'm on my way to the airport. We get a little Moser traffic report, maybe, Nelly?
Yeah, well, he also sent a text to the morning show chat, and he said, "Hey, I'm on 470 right now on my way to the airport. It's pretty gnarly out here."
I'm down for a Mark Moser weather report.
So what is it going to be like a Moju weather forecast?
An action traffic update with Mark Moser? I'm down for that. Wow, they're leaving this early? Where are they going? Oh, they are going east. Right? Are they going to the island? They're going to New York, that area, right? Yeah, at the Islanders on Thursday, at the Rangers, Madison Square Garden on Saturday, then at Philadelphia. So another little back-to-back. Another one of these weirdo afternoon back-to-backs. By the way, that was when they lost to the Bruins in regulation. It was an afternoon back-to-back. That's the only loss on the Avalanche all year. So they got another East Coast back-to-back. Uh-oh. And then at Nashville, back on Broadway, hanging with Moj on Broadway. Yeah, I'm down for a traffic report for Moj. We're going to make fun of people from Boston here in a second. And I do have the first look at the Raiders by the numbers. Is that him? All right. Our guy. Moj, how are you? Are you okay, pal? What's going on the roadways there, buddy?
Dumbass, we're not leaving this early.
Oh, what are you doing?
I'm getting to the airport so I can do my freaking show. Otherwise...
Oh, wow. I'm impressed. I am impressed.
Yeah, I figured, you know what, I might as well get there and try to saddle up at the airport to do as much show as I can because I do have to be on the airplane at 9 a.m.
Okay.
So you see very important. You see my dilemma.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I'd be on the show for like an hour max because the roads are gnarly. Hey, DMac, this is one of those, hey, pick your own lane type of days.
It's pretty nasty, isn't it? So what part of 470 are you on?
The part that goes to the airport.
God, are you in the southern part? Are you where are you?
Brother,
I mean, are you up north? Where are you?
I'm already on the full
Peña?
east side of 470.
All right.
No, I'm not that far yet.
Oh, okay.
But I'm probably about 3 miles from I-70 driving northbound, something like that.
And so it's bad there too. Okay, so it's this snow is going to affect the vast majority of the metro here, you know.
Oh, I'm looking ahead right now. It looks like bumper to bumper on 470. Bro.
Oh wow. Okay. All right.
I heard your hairy helicopter, and I'm like, yeah, you know, that's pretty much the way it looks out here, man. It's pretty gnarly. You know, it's the first big snow of the year on a commute day, so people they get petrified and freaked out.
Yep.
Take it low and slow.
Yep.
Don't slam on your brakes, and everybody's going to get to where they need to get to.
Well, dude, you get a big gold star for effort today. Look at you, big gold star there, Mark Moser, calling the game great.
Well, there's a little motivation behind it.
Oh, what's that?
Why don't you just go to the airport early? Why do you have to leave so early? And that kind of thing.
So you get less crap from Vic, basically. That's what you're saying. If you do this.
That's basically what it is. That is correct. I've been bullied and beaten down so long that I capitulate to others on a regular basis.
I'm an old man without a prostate.
That is fantastic. Meanwhile, you're killing yourself to go above and beyond. And you know, Vic is just like gonna walk to his studio in his house, right? Like he's just gonna walk down the hall. There's no way he's driving.
He's gonna wake up on the floor in his studio and stand up and then sit down in the chair and turn it on.
Like he was so fired up about the Nuggets. He was so fired up about the Nuggets and his little tiff there with Chris Dempsey. He drove in from Golden, right, yesterday. And today
he was pretty fired up. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah.
By the way, I know you're going to get to the numbers of Broncos versus Raiders.
I got it right here. Yeah. Go ahead.
Here's all you need to know.
Yeah.
The Raiders suck.
They do.
The Broncos are going to maul. The Broncos are going to maul them. They're going to go to 10-2.
Yeah.
And then we'll start to look to real games. That's all there is to it.
Well, 11-2. I don't mean to be picky, but yeah, you're
11-2. Excuse me.
You know, it's so funny when you say these things, and Vic gives you a hard time. I'm like, no, Moser's right. I'm with you.
Moser's right
on a lot of those things.
By the way, if they don't maul them, then that's on the Broncos because they should maul them. I mean, I don't know what else to say. I mean, yeah, anything can happen, but I think this is a good enough football team, and that defense is so damn good that you should be mauling the dog butt teams of the National Football League. You should maul 3-win teams. You should maul 2-win teams.
Yeah.
You should tear them apart.
Yep, you're right. Hey, by the way, Nate's under the weather. He's not feeling good. Benzie says, yeah, it really wasn't his best game. Scores 2 goals. Just like, whatever. Yeah. Then afterwards, he's just like, yeah, that was a boring game. All right, so is that what we're going to see against the Avs? Teams really trying to bore it up just to give themselves their best chance and make the hockey game slow to crawl?
Well, I don't think there's any doubt about it, DMac. I mean, you look at the last 2 teams. San Jose tried to skate with them, right?
Yeah.
And we saw how that ended up being 6-0. Like, that was a bad idea. Hey, I'll stick my head in this bee's nest, this beehive. Nah, probably a bad idea. But that, I think when you look, very few teams can really skate with the Avs, and if you want to play that kind of game, then that's to your own peril. Montreal kind of tried to do it. They just got overwhelmed, I think. Last night I thought Vancouver played hard. They really did, and Nate was entirely correct. I mean, I look at some of the recent games. This was by far the least entertaining game of, I'd say, the last 5 or 6, somewhere right around in there.
That's so funny. Hey, by the way,
he wasn't wrong. It was kind of boring, but it was effective.
Yeah, no, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. You just take it when you can. You have an annoying East Coast back-to-back. That's where the one loss came from, Moj. Do you like those back-to-back afternoon things? Like really early, like we're noon, 1 o'clock. We're dropping the puck on a Saturday and a Sunday.
I love day games,
okay.
And for the players, it's usually a treat, right?
Yeah.
I mean, the Avs have 18 day games this year, man. It's not like it's a treat anymore. It's like, okay, it's become part of the. Darren, go look back at the schedule the last month and a half. Mm-hmm. How many back-to-back? Like every damn weekend, right?
Yeah.
So it's and some of those are at night or whatever, but they've probably gotten used to it by now. These are all beatable teams. Adam Fox is out for New York, but when you look at that Metro, okay, look at the Metro, look at the Isles, look at the Rangers, look at the Flyers, dude. 5 points separate first from last. It's a desperate bunch of mutants in that division, so they're going to be bringing it. Avs got to be careful here.
All right, brother, I love you. Just take it easy. I'm going to make fun of people from Massachusetts here in a second, so I'm with you.
You're not going to get any qualm from me. I'm still bitter at the guy at the LA Coliseum that tried to fight me talking about Mike Vick and Tom Brady.
All right, safe drive, and we'll have you on here in a few minutes.
I had a lady cop. Thank God Vic and I had 2 lady cops next to us to defuse the situation.
All right, buddy. I'll talk to you. Bye. Later. There's Moser.
By the way, DMac, I know you know Moser as a friend, but I don't know how much you know him as a working professional. What Moser just did right there is he set the table. So when he gets to the airport,
oh my God,
and he can't connect and he's going to have technical issues and he can't do the show, he's still going to say, oh, well, I talked to DMac, so that counts as a full day of work. So I still did my job. I did a segment chopping it up on Avs with DMac. So,
well, Nelly, I have become accustomed to the Scott Hastings School of Broadcasting with the 8-minute check-in driving to the airport as like work day done.
Yep, exactly.
Did it?
Still counts.
Still counts. On the show. Check. All right. Yeah, we will hear from some tool bags from Massachusetts here in a second as it's the Broncos, the inevitable Broncos-Patriots matchup. Yeah, Mark's right about the Raiders, and I do. Vic's a nervous Nelly about everything, which is fine. But this Raiders team, bro, it is so bad. So -3 in giveaway takeaway. Some number stuff for you. Hopefully you're okay with some number stuff. Giveaway takeaway -3, tied for 19th. The Broncos are the same. It is really remarkable that the Broncos are -3 in giveaway takeaway and have won 9 games in a row. That actually is remarkable. The Raiders don't possess the ball all that much. They're 28th in time of possession. They're all just offense. The defense numbers are better, but offensively, they are so dog butt. Yards per game, 30th. Yards per play, 30th. Points per game, 31st. Your Las Vegas Raiders, who in the latest ESPN power ranking are 31st out of 32, are 31st in points per game. They barely scratch out 15 points per game. Rushing with Ashton Jeanty. Remember how exciting Ashton Jeanty was going to be? Yeah, they're last in the league in rushing, 26th in passing. They've thrown 14 interceptions. They've only fumbled 3 times. But they're giving the ball away so many other times. The Las Vegas Raiders are 31st in sacks allowed going against the Broncos defense. They're 25th in third down, and red zone they suck too. They're 22nd. It is arguably the worst offense in the NFL. Top to bottom. I guess Tennessee would probably be better. So here you go. They are 31st in sacks allowed. Where are the Broncos in that department in terms of sacks? 51 sacks, first in the league. Just off of that is why the Broncos should kill the Raiders. It almost doesn't matter what Bo Nix does in this game. And defensively, the Raiders are better. They're 6-7 in almost every other defensive category. But they don't rush the passer all that great. They're 25th in sacks. They seriously are 6-7, as the expression goes. They are mid in just about everything.
DMac, can I ask you a question?
Terrible. And they allowed 25.7 points per game. So this game should be at least a 10-point win for the Broncos. I mean, at least. And it could be way worse. Yes, Steve. The question from Steve.
Yes. Hi, Steve Nelson, Altitude Sports Radio. Right. First time, long time.
Are you a dog or a cat? All right, go ahead. What's your question?
I think I hate to put this out in the universe, but I want to ask you a hypothetical. So suppose the Broncos go to Vegas and they lose. You could pick the margin.
Oh my God.
Maybe it's close, maybe it's big. I don't know. We can pick the margin.
Hard to imagine.
On Monday.
Go ahead.
On Monday, are we going Chicken Little and saying the sky's falling?
Yes.
Or,
go ahead.
Hold on. Or is the spin? Look, it was a 9-game winning streak. 9-game win streak. Had to come to an end eventually. This was a trap game in Sin City. They just got knocked down a peg. Sometimes, teams that are good, they need that heat check. They need that loss to set them back on the path. What do you think the spin is Monday morning? What are we doing?
My spin would be the Broncos are pretenders if they lose this game for a Super Bowl. They're pretenders. That they've been lucky more than they've been good. And it's not going to be their year. And we can bow down to the Chowderheads. And I'm after the break, I'm going to play some of the Chowderheads, what they're saying already. That is how inexcusable losing to the Raiders. It is by a mile the easiest game left on the Broncos schedule. And it'll be a home game. So, listen, it's the NFL, Steve, everybody. There's always any given Sunday. But when you use why will the Raiders win and you have to use any given Sunday, that's true. Like, it is the NFL. So when you figure out there's no other reasons for you to win but any given Sunday, this is an any given Sunday game. And if you're going to win a Super Bowl, you're not going to lose any given Sunday games. You're just not. It's not going to happen. And I don't think it will happen. You're asking me a hypothetical in like the worst possible case scenario. But I got the Broncos winning this like, I don't know, dude, 30-10. Maybe the Raiders try to muck it up like Vancouver did last night to the Avs, and it turns out to be like, I don't know, 24-13, maybe at the worst. I mean, at the worst, this is something like 24-13. The Raiders are so bad, and they're not playing for anything. They're firing off. Chip Kelly's gone. They got rid of Tom McMahon. Remember him? They blew him out. Pete Carroll is looking for the 4:30 dinner. The Genty, they're last in rushing. They drafted a running back. Brock Bowers, by the way, for all you, we should have drafted Brock Bowers, not Bo Nix people. How's that looking? All right, we'll take a break. When we come back, you're going to enjoy this. The Patriots, God, it's almost embarrassing where I come from. It's just, well, here's some nerds from Boston about the Broncos. You want to talk about an entitled bunch of nerds. So live from Mom's basement in Hingham, Massachusetts, you'll hear what they really think of the Broncos these days next. There you go, Brad. What a singer, man, Brad Delp. Tom Schultz. Boston, incredible. Great music out of Boston, great food, great chowder. Great family, mom and dad, Peter and Eileen hanging out there in Ipswich, looking at the Mosh for like the 50th year in a row. Well, look at the Mosh. The tide comes in, the tide goes out. Hey, there's a deer. I can't get sick of this view. But what comes with, here's what's coming down the pipe. We're getting a reunion this year, and it's going to be hatred for the Patriots all over again. A lot of people want to accuse me of being a Patriots guy, which is so preposterous. There was a time that I had a Steve Grogan and a Russ Francis, Patriots jersey. There was a time. But that time is long, long gone. And, as long as the Broncos aren't involved, I don't hate my family. And I got plenty of, Boston connections, growing up there. So I don't root against them, but I've been to Super Bowls where they've won, and I have felt absolutely nothing.
Power rank your fandom of places you've lived. Broncos, Bills, Patriots.
Broncos are number one by a gargantuan mile. But you have to understand, when I was living in Buffalo and covered the Bills, man, when I covered the Bills, my wife and I sat in the stands. I never sat in the press box for a Bills game, even though I had a credential, because that was just part of the culture of being from Buffalo. So I sat outside for 50 straight Buffalo Bills games, and we were in parking lots at 8:30 in the morning doing shots of Jaeger out of bowling balls.
The guy is drunk. Yeah,
so, being hammered, being in the press box is probably not great, but nobody really cares. And you'd sober up soon enough, sitting in the stands at some point. True story, I sat next to John Wayne Bobbitt, he who got his member cut off by Lorena at the Bills-Chiefs AFC Championship game when Joe Montana was the quarterback for the Chiefs. It's a long story, don't have time for it, but my fandom for the Bills far outweighs, and it's why I hate the Patriots. Now, coming here to Denver and being a huge Broncos fan and living here the majority of my life, by the way, more than half of my life, close to it, here in Colorado. So to be accused of being a Patriots fan is scurrilous, untrue, unseemly, but yet it sticks on me like stank.
Glad to see that word of the day, toilet paper, is serving you well, by the way.
Appreciate it. And then I am reminded of how privileged, annoying folks from Massachusetts can be when I hear this little internet show, a bunch of Massachusettsans ripping on the Broncos. How dare you?
Don't even get me started on the Broncos, who just...
You're wrong, Evan. You're wrong, and you
Boston
know it.
Cream. They barely just beat Marcus Mariota. In overtime, he had a wide-open receiver in the flat, and if he gets the ball 3 inches higher over Nick Bonino's head, they just got upset by the Commanders, who are 3-8 with their backup quarterback.
Preach.
Evan,
And I'm supposed to be terrified of this team.
Yes.
I just saw Bo Nix throw an interception to old man Bobby Wagner, where the ball went right to him. I have a question.
put your PFF tablet down and look at the history.
Oh, yeah, dude. 6 flags, dude. Sick.
Wow.
I don't watch any of the games, my man.
Good stuff.
Come
Good
on.
stuff.
You guys are getting me fired up today.
Let me go.
I came in fired up because that's probably the main reason. But I'm so sick and tired of hearing about the Broncos, man.
Oh, yeah. I think they're good.
The guy at the end. Oh, I think they're good. The Town is a great movie.
I didn't know Peter Griffin was podcasting right now.
I think they're good. Hey, Ma, the meatloaf, meatloaf. Well, I actually think they're pretty good. Let's watch The Departed again. There was some good moments in that. I'm never taking an elevator again. Nothing is going to bring me more pleasure than seeing the Broncos stomp all over the Patriots in the AFC Championship game this year. Nothing. And that's exactly what I hope happens. Now, would I rather have it here than there? Yeah. So, got to have the Bills. We got to all be Bills fans because the one blotch and tough game left on the Patriots schedule is not this week. The Patriots finally have a bye week, which is crazy. It's this late for them, but that is the case. And Drake May showing up on his little wifey's cooking show. And all you Vrabel fans, the guy's just a jerk. And Robert Kraft, I don't know where he's just going to chill out and get massaged these days.
Oh, good God!
But that run needs to end. That run needs to end. And so let's go Buffalo. Beat the Patriots. Let's cruise into the number 1 seed. And then you know what I hope? I hope the Patriots can string it together and get their ways here to Denver. Because 10 years ago, we put an ass whooping on Tom Brady, and we can serve that up again in our Denver snow. So you want to lay down the gauntlet? You're sick of talking about the Broncos? There's nothing that people are more sick than you, Boston fans. Nothing. And speaking as an expatriate, I can attest for that. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane, Matt Smith coming up next.
Nichushkin. Big foul, peeling and turning. Malinsky shoots. Save, rebound, score! Nathan McKinnon waiting for the rebound, and he pops it home to tie the game at 1 with 37 seconds left in period 1 for McKinnon. His league-leading 21st goal of the season and 45th point. Here comes the captain, Landiskog. Nelson down the slot, shoots, and scores! He dropped the leg, he made the spring, and then he fires past Lekkonen. Brock Nelson with a tally, and the Avs have a 2-1 lead, his 9th of the season. That was pretty. The captain, McKinnon one-timer, he scores! Short side, Nathan McKinnon, his second goal of the game on the one-timer, 22nd of the season, and that was an absolute rocket ship inside the post.
Good morning. Welcome to Moser, Lombardi, and Kane with Matt Smith. It's just Smith and Lombardi at the moment because Mark Moser is on his way to the airport as the Avs are headed out of town today, about to embark on a little East Coast roadie. Good morning, Vic. How you doing, buddy?
My commute was horrific, so I want everyone to be very careful. That first big snowfall of the season can wreak havoc, especially for those of you that don't know how to navigate the snow. For me, I was, again, white-knuckling it all the way from my bedroom, so it was difficult. Going down the stairs to make coffee this morning, almost tripped a couple times. Just be very, very careful.
You smug bastard.
Good for you.
Yeah, look, I'm glad you made it safely. That's the most important part, right? It was actually nasty out there. It wasn't too bad, like from the hours of like 3 to 5, but it's starting to get bad. And Chris Bianchi, 9 News, says with temps dropping around the metro area, snow's going to stick on the roads now more than before. And I came into the studio, and I got to tell you, I said to DMac as he was leaving, I was like, hey, buddy, in like the last hour, it's gotten kind of nasty out there, so be careful. He goes, oh, well, thank God for you. What would I do without you? And I was like, you know what? Sorry for caring. Sorry for not wanting you to take an off ramp and, just keep going with it. But
there is sort of a line you cross to extra sensitive, watch out how you drive guy. But
I guess.
I think that's usually reserved for parents when your kid is driving to school or whatnot.
So I should just be like, best of luck.
Yeah,
have fun.
Whatever you want to do, DMac. You're probably driving your 10-speed back home, so be careful.
Take that L on the way out. The big fat snow tires on the bike this morning.
That song that Nelly played,
Fate of
I come
Ophelia.
to find out, that's the Avalanche locker room song when they win, correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And I got to tell you,
Malinsky was on the postgame show last night, and he revealed that.
Yeah, here he is on Colorado Social postgame last night after the Avs 3-1 win over Vancouver, and that is a Taylor Swift song. And I got to tell you, I'm not really a Swiftie. I'd tell you if I was. But that song is it's pretty catchy.
I like that song.
It's catchy, man. It really is. Oh, here's Ross Colton talking about it first.
Well, first things first, before we talk about the game, we walk into the room, you guys are having a dance party. I just want to know, I know Parker Kelly leads things, but has he been teaching you the dance moves?
Yeah, I feel like him, Mance, usually after a big win, they drag somebody into the fire with them, and then I feel like all the media comes in, so you guys got a nice glimpse of it today.
All right, here's Malinsky now.
I don't know if I'm allowed to say that or not. But
We've all heard it.
Oh, have you? I don't even know how public that is, but we got, I don't know what the first song's called, and then a Taylor Swift, Fate of Ophelia. Yeah.
Now, is the dance the second song, or is it the first song?
Second song.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because my daughters, first of all, huge Taylor Swift fans, but my older daughter, huge Avs fan, so she heard that was what it was. So we had to watch the video for Fate of Ophelia to know what the dance was.
Have you picked up some of the moves as you've watched guys do it?
Yeah, I think I got it down. I don't know if you guys will see me do it, but
Wait a minute now. There's a dance that goes along with it, Vic? I didn't understand that.
Listen,
I didn't know that.
You know how much I love those boys on the Avs side.
Yeah.
And their postgame show is just, they knock it out of the park. The fact that they didn't make Malinsky do the dance last night is borderline robbery is what it is.
You're
Why do you
absolutely
not
right.
make him dance right there? He just said he does the dance.
He's like, I don't know if you'll see it. And that's when you go, come on, guys, let's go. And the whole crowd,
Peer pressure him right there and then to do the dance.
Exactly. Well, last night, Scott Wedgwood got banged up, and we're awaiting Mark Moser, who's on his way to the airport as he will join the Avs. The one good part about this morning for the Colorado Avalanche team is that Mark Moser's not going to make you late again. That's the good news. He'll be there way early. He'll be there way ahead of time this time.
Yeah, he should be. And when he joins us, he'll give us the update on the commute. Also today on the show, pleased to announce, not only do we have Jared Bednar at 8 o'clock, correct?
Yeah.
Around 8:30, or whenever we get back from break, Danilo Gallinari, fresh off his retirement announcement, will join us via Zoom.
I'm excited for that. I love Gallo. Thanks for setting that up, man. That's going to be fun.
Yeah, we could talk a little bit about his history in the NBA with the Nuggets, what he thinks of Joker, and maybe when we'll see his face in Denver again.
Live from the Backus and Shaker studios, their passion is justice. So Wedgwood gets banged up last night, Vic, and Blackwood had to come into the game. Bednar afterwards said that it was pretty much precautionary, that Wedgwood approached him and said that his back was tightening up, and Bedsy after the game said he didn't want to play it fast and loose. So, out of extra precaution, took him out of the game because it's expected that he'll travel with the team on the road trip, which is important, obviously, because Wedgwood's been great. But Blackwood came in off the bench out of the bullpen and was, scoreless throughout.
So that's great news. When a player can tell you that he feels something and it's not right, and then you just go to the next guy and not skip a beat, I mean, hopefully it's not a big deal.
Yeah.
Hopefully it's not the beginning of something bad. But that's very responsible of him. Very responsible that he can tell the coach, there's something not right here. Let's go to the next guy. And the Avs just move on and just mow the next opponent down. I don't know what it's like, Matt. I can't remember the last time I watched an Avs home game and left with disappointment. I don't know. Right now it's the polar opposite of the Nuggets at home. The opposite.
Yeah.
Because I've had 4 straight games doing Nuggets games where I've left with a bad taste in my mouth. With the Avs, I don't know what it's like. I don't remember. How long ago did they ever lose at home?
Well, in regulation, not this year. It's been a long time. I mean, since last season at this stage. The streak that they're on right now, which has reached 17 points, okay, that is the second longest franchise point streak. Second only to January of 2022, that cup run year, where, if you'll remember, they just laid waste to everybody in the month of January. They won 17-19 overall and didn't lose in regulation then either. So, what's really interesting is that last night, it took them a minute to get going. Like, Vancouver comes out, they give up a couple of rush chances early, a couple breakaways, and they score. They go up 1-0. And then the Avs got a power play, and it took that power play to really get things going. But it was interesting listening to Landiskog afterwards. They put together like a really big flurry coming out of that power play where I think they might have like outshot them in that little stretch 10-0. Oh, morning, Moj. How's the airport? How's the drive?
Dudes, so I left, Parker, Colorado is not far from the airport, right?
Yeah.
I mean, when you think about it, you just fly up 470, you pay some bucks to get here, and you're just jamming away. Man, I did like 42 miles per hour. I left before 6 a.m. Just got here and set up. It was something, man. It was something.
Moj, when I was coming down,
how was your crawl from your bedroom to your office?
Well, getting to my bathroom, I couldn't find my toothbrush right away.
Oh no!
Yeah, and it just caused all kinds of turmoil. We had traffic.
I can't even imagine the kind of crap. You ran into the dog in the hallway, like bumper-to-bumper traffic, like, crap. Yeah. I don't know how I'm going to handle this. I heard you guys talking about the Avs. I talked to DMac a little bit on the way, and Nate McKinnon was right. Last night's game was just a pro-workmanlike effort is what it was. It was just a pro game. Vancouver, they've got some issues, but they play hard, and everybody's going to play hard. And by the way, they've got talent. Quinn Hughes is superb. I mean, we got Cale Makar. This is not dollar store Cale Makar. He's very, very, very good. He's a Norris Trophy winner. So they do have some talent up front. Besser and Kiefer Sherwood's fire in the puck, and of course, pick your Pedersen, but Elias is the one. The Avs just get it done. Your top end talent gets it done. You see Landeskog skating now, boys. When you watched him last night, what are you thinking to yourselves?
He's back. I mean, I don't know what else to tell you.
Yeah, that's it. So let's have no more discussion about it. I'm asked all the time. I go on shows and how's he doing? I'm great. And he's had 5 points in my opinion. He's had points taken away. He should have 5 more points than he does right now. But that's just the way the breaks go sometimes. And I'm like, there's no blueprint to how to do this. There's no blueprint to have 3 years off, have your leg taken apart, have a dead guy put in and have your leg put back together, and then you go back playing elite hockey. But he had 2 assists last night, and they were both kick-ass. I don't know what to say other than, yeah, he's back, and it's fun, and, you know, you're 19-1-6. They now join, Boise, ready? The 1979-80 Philadelphia Flyers as the only 2 teams to get this far into the season. The Avs are now 26 games into the season with 1 regulation loss. That Philly team, Matt, went to 37, which seems diabolically difficult to get to. Who knows? But they're in elite company right now.
Moj, when I just asked that question to Matt. When's the last time you left Ball Arena with a bad taste in your mouth after an Avalanche game?
Gosh, Vic, I guess I'd have to think about it. I mean, they've won 9 in a row at home. Okay, so that helps stem the tide a little bit. They had some. What's that overtime loss they had? They had that.
I cannot remember. I literally cannot remember. They've been that dominant.
Yeah,
they've been that damn good.
It was back. They lost in a shootout to Carolina on October 23rd with Trent Miner between the pipes.
Vaguely remember that. All I know is that this team is making history every time it hits the ice. And the chemistry and the culture and just the pure happiness. Oh, I saw you boys. You posted this. You're wearing the shirt somebody made for you. Paint my reindeer and call me a goblin. Somebody made that shirt.
Yeah.
How do we get that shirt?
I don't know. Kyle Keefe walked into our meeting yesterday about 4:30 and had a box from a guy, and he just started throwing them out. I don't know how you get it. I don't know what you do with it. I don't, Rachel Toss has one. By the way, we can say now Rachel Toss is going to be a mom. Her baby's due in April, which is cool.
Is she doing the same thing Kane's going to do?
Oh, I'm sure. We'll see her in 2028, probably. Yeah, whatever. But I go. This would be good for you. This would be a good wear around the house shirt. She's like, yeah, I'm going to wear this on Saturday mornings having my coffee. I'm like, well, give that back then. She's being funny about it. But yeah, it's a fun time, dudes. But this team, while they enjoy, the dance and the afterwards and the song and everything else, when they hit the ice, it's all business. It's all BIDNESS, man. That's all it is, business.
Hey, Matt, you tweeted it last night, and it was a great observation. The captain's been back for a while, but that pass he made on the Brock Nelson goal, that tape-to-tape was just beautiful, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was, because he sucked the defense in, and he drew 2, and then he kind of had Nelson all alone there. And that's just Nelson, by the way, Moj, last night. Maybe his best game as an Av overall, what he did on both ends of the ice. He was a menace defensively.
Yeah, he had 4 points the other day against the Montreal Canadiens. He's just at the top of his game, Matt, I'll say. And by the way, I'm going to need you to tilt your – I know you're tiny. Look, man, when I look at your face, this is so weird. Vic, this is the first time I've been on the road looking at Matt's face.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's jarring.
I'm sorry.
I feel like, honestly, and I'm not – this is not a pejorative.
Sure.
Okay, but you're not a super tall guy.
Right.
You're not a super tall guy.
No.
I need your camera down a little bit to see more of your body, I think.
Okay. We'll get one of the nerds around here to do it.
When I look at that goatee,
it's
God. Like you could
we're starting here.
You could pull off something from Lord of the Rings.
Is that
and I'm
right?
talking about I'm talking
Gimli?
about the dudes with the axes and all that stuff.
Gimli.
You could pull that off. Yeah. Okay.
A dwarf.
Anyway, that's all I got.
That was really kind.
Guess what?
That was really kind. Great way to open the show. I'm glad you got to the airport safe and didn't swerve off the road, Moj.
Yeah, I'm glad you didn't find a ditch, Moj, or a snowplow. Hey, good job. But it's fun. So here we go off to New York. New York, Philly, and Nashville. The Wedgwood situation, we'll have to wait and see, but thank goodness it's not serious, more precautionary. And how good is that? I didn't hear you guys. I heard you guys were talking about the Avs, but when Wedgwood, who's been so awesome, leads the league in wins, goes, I'm not feeling so hot, guys. Put the other guy in. And the other guy's, is he your one, whatever. Mm-hmm. Mackenzie Blackwood's a total stud. Comes in, shuts it. I mean, it's killer. It's fun.
He played really well last night. He did.
He played great. I mean, and as a team, you could see they don't we talked about this when they had their previous goalie situation, how a goalie sometimes evokes confidence from a team or lack thereof. They don't skip a beat no matter who's back there. That's the beauty of this team. Sometimes, you squeeze the stick if there's a goalie you don't trust. Is that fact or not?
Vic, I think you're right. I think it's noticeable. We've talked about it. We've seen it. Sometimes teams will play different in front of different goalies. It's do we need to help this guy? Do we need to alter our game in our own zone to deny shots? What do we need to do? It doesn't matter. They play their game, and whoever from the lumberyard is between the pipes, they just go and play the same game. They defend really well, and they go get it done. It's a real joy, and it's a real luxury to have because there's a lot of coaches around this league who are begging for this kind of problem. It's cool, man. Really, really cool.
Chime in on the Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. 303-504-0925. On the other side, coming up, the Broncos might have brought in some reinforcements yesterday. We'll give you the details next.
Dan Capless Law has a motto: the truth wins. And in high-stakes personal injury cases, it takes a lot of skill, experience, resources, ferocious determination. It takes all of that to find and prove the truth. Dan Capless Law has proven it's very good at finding and proving the truth, which is why it's won so many cases. Take a look at his track record. Dan has record-setting results, including an unheard of 5 straight multi-million-dollar jury verdicts in Colorado crash cases. That only happens when your cause is true. So call him today. Offices in Denver Tech Center, Fort Collins, Loveland, and Greeley. 303-770-5551. 303-770-5551. Or hit him up, dancaplisslaw.com.
Morning. Welcome to it. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane with Matt Smith. Thanks for being here. Hope everybody's doing well on this hump day Wednesday. It's Wednesday, right? There's a Thursday.
Today's Wednesday.
It's Wednesday.
We got Coach Bednar at 8.
Yeah, that's right. Thanks. Just had a brain slip there for a moment.
Welcome to the show, Matt.
Thank you, buddy.
You're filling in for Brett. Yeah, it's great.
You know, I'm the one guy who made it to studio, so a little gratitude. That's all I'm saying. A little gratitude.
Hey, you had to drive from Boulder, too. I mean,
yeah,
hey,
that's
man,
all
kudos
I'm saying.
to you.
That's all I'm saying. A little gratitude.
How long did it take?
Hour 20 today, something like that. Not too
Do you
bad.
have a truck?
Yeah, I got a diesel.
Oh, you have one of those ones that makes a lot. One of those
No,
cars?
not quite like that. Not quite like that. Either way,
clean diesel.
Yeah, clean diesel.
I can't tell you. I can't tell you all, especially you, Nelson, with your poofy hair.
Yeah, Nelson, how many times, dude?
Get a grip on
the
that
hair
head.
trimmed
It's
a
just
little bit.
ridiculous.
On a morning like today, this stuff comes in handy, brother. I didn't even need to wear a beanie out of the house.
You're wearing a helmet. You guys don't know how lucky you are that I'm here. I mean, you really have no. You're so lucky that I'm actually on this show today.
I feel so fortunate.
I'm blessed, actually, Vic. Is a better word.
Well, you should. Hey, Matt, I heard you talking about Broncos practice squad stuff. Are you really contending that you're jacked up about that?
No, but I'm just saying that potentially reinforcements could be on the way. Vic even brought it up yesterday that if there was one player the Broncos might want to consider bringing in, it's a big back, right? Because they don't really have that on the roster. And when Brandon Cooks was released from Buffalo, what was it, last week? There were some Broncos fans going, well, maybe the Broncos ought to take a sniff and see what's cooking there because, you know, Cooks played for Sean Payton in New Orleans. Well, Elijah Moore was released to make room for Brandon Cooks in Buffalo, and the Broncos picked up Moore and signed him to the practice squad, which I thought was interesting. He's had 9 receptions this year for 112 yards in 9 games with Buffalo after signing a 1-year deal as a free agent. So they bring him into the fold, similar to the way they brought in Lil Jordan Humphrey after he was released from the Giants. So you got a couple of extra pieces there. Maybe just break glass in case of emergency.
That's exactly what it is, a precautionary reserve in case somebody goes down. I mean, he's not going to make an instant impact. Where? Whose time is he going to take?
I challenge you that he'll make any impact. Look, no offense to Elijah Moore, but there's a reason that a second-round pick is on his 4th team in 4 years. I don't know what it is. Okay? I don't know what it is. The Buffalo Bills signed him to a 1-year contract. It could have been worth $5 million if he hits this, and this. He had 9 appearances, 9 catches for 112 yards. Okay. You know, he carried the ball just a little tiny bit for them. Okay. I mean, this is not any kind of needle moving. This is break glass in case of emergency, and then if you have to, let me put it this way, Matt Smith, if you have to break this glass, you're screwed.
Oh, I don't know if I'd go that far.
Yeah, you're screwed. Yeah.
I mean, what if Marvin Mims gets banged up? Like, that's where I see this move. Instead of having to go back to Michael Bandy, and it's no offense to Michael Bandy, but that's what this kind of looks like to me. Because Elijah Moore, I mean, throughout his career, he's had over 2,000 receiving yards. So he may be on, what did you say, his 4th team? But he's been productive when given some opportunities. And the one thing that I think could potentially happen if he does find his way up at some point is getting utilized in the screen game, because as we know, Denver's got to find ways to supplement their rushing attack right now. And doing that is the quick game, right? The quick passing game, the horizontal passing game. You brought in Lil Jordan Humphrey because you were kind of sick of seeing Troy Franklin miss blocks on the outside. So you saw him elevated, and he played a decent amount of snaps the other day. And what's interesting, actually, fellas, is in the run game, I think it was out like only 3 running plays that Franklin got snaps on the other day. Pat Bryant stole most of those snaps. So I think as the season's gone on, they're starting to see, where their strengths and weaknesses are. And good for Pat Bryant, a rookie coming in and stealing some of those snaps.
The greatest development for the Broncos over the week, for me, was seeing Evan Ingram become a bona fide difference maker in the game. And, it's funny how certain plays take a life of their own. The play where he ran the jerk route, I like to call it the Moser route, where he faked one way, stopped, shuffled his feet, moved to the other side of the field, and he went 41 yards past Bobby Wagner. That play, as I read yesterday in the Denver Post, that play was a long time in the making earlier in the game. They read something. He and Bo Nix talked to each other and said, listen, Bobby Wagner is playing me a certain way. He is biting to the outside.
Yeah.
We have to go back to this if it presents itself. So they're looking at, Kodaks, as they call them. They're looking at tape. They're looking at the iPads. And they found the exact moment to run that play. I love it when they break down when and where those big plays happen. But that wasn't just by accident, right? That 41-yarder in overtime, that didn't just come out of thin air saying, oh, my God, let's ad lib. That was a play in the making from earlier in the game. And it was cool to watch him really throw one out there.
Yeah, they layered it in, right? And that was one thing. I was watching Chase Daniels break down of Bo Nix's performance online, and Chase was saying that's a check that Bo made. And to your point, you're reading that in the Post. They came up, they lined up in that same exact look. They got what they wanted from Wagner, and hell of a cut there, or a route rather, I should say, from Ingram. And that's another guy who can help you as an extension of that run game, right? I mean, you're going to have to find ways to get your playmakers the ball in space, because if you can only muster up 87 yards on 23 carries in the playoffs, you're putting a lot on Bo Nix's shoulders. And we talked about this yesterday. So anyway, they bring in Elijah
Moore. Why are you talking playoffs?
Well, because they've already got 10 wins in a playoff.
Oh, no. We don't look ahead. We look week to we look. We live in the now. We don't look ahead. We don't talk playoffs. We don't look at the running game. Then, I mean, who knows? Maybe J.K. Dobbins. I have some inside sources, Vic. I got some word that Dobbins he may be on the heel here. Pretty.
Where'd you hear that?
Pretty good. I heard it from you yesterday, you dork. Of course, I heard it from you. I don't look, man. And I'm giving you the guff because when I look ahead, I'm an absolute jerk. When Matt looks ahead to the rushing game in the postseason because they have 10 wins on the season and they're about to have 11 wins, then everything's okay. Did you guys hear DMac at all during the 6 o'clock hour filling in for Brett?
I had some traffic issues. No, what happened?
Okay, yeah, the dog needed to go piddle outside.
What'd he say?
I got you. We were talking about I talked to him a little bit about the Broncos and the Raiders. The Broncos, and I know you're going to be mad, but he agrees with me. Look, this is a game the Broncos should stomp these guys and get to 11 wins. Then we have to worry about a whole lot. Okay, it's a terrible team that ranks last or dead last in many categories, especially offensively. So
I can't wait for you to hop on that plane. It's
not fun. It's not as much fun for me to break down this game because I already feel like I know the outcome of it.
I can't
okay, so
wait
it's not as much
for
fun.
you
It's
to
fun
put
to beat
down
the
mic,
Raiders. No,
step on the plane and get the hell out of here because
it's fun. It's
you
fun
give
to
me
watch
a
them
headache.
go to Vegas. It's fun to watch them go to Vegas and see in that black nest, that black cocoon that they play in. It's fun to see all the orange just permeate the entire joint. I love that.
After watching,
but this is by far the easiest game they have left on the schedule. They should smoke these guys. If they're really who we think they are, they should smoke them. And that's on the Broncos.
You know what? If our audience starts to vacate and our ratings drop, which I hope they don't, I can source it to one thing. It's the inane crap that comes out of your mouth sometimes, just for the sake of saying stuff. Because if there's any Bronco fan out there after 12 games who can assume, like Moser, just the stupid stuff that comes out of his mouth, that this is a team that's capable of blowing out anybody, you're dumb. This is a team that plays football to the level of the opponent, no matter who it is. Now, did they blow out the Cowboys? Sure. Did you expect that? No. So to expect blowouts is stupid. Just expect wins. We're at that point in the season. Just get by. If they beat the Raiders by a point on a last-second play, fine. Yeah. Fine. For you to say they're going to go in there and blow them out and you feel confident of that because of what you've seen, are you blind?
No.
What's wrong with you?
I'm not blind, Vic. I've seen the numbers and I've seen the Raiders, and I know they suck.
That's like saying, the Nuggets should blow out a lesser opponent at home. Yeah, have you watched the games? Did you watch the Washington game?
Of course, Vic.
Did you watch the last Raiders game, the Thursday night? Did you watch that game?
Yep. Yeah. Vic, and that is the reason, Matt, I think that's the reason, because I did watch that game. I have watched all those games. I think that's the reason that these Denver Broncos still give me a pause. They give me somewhere mixed in there, Matt, in my confidence in how good I think that defense is. By the way, Geno Smith, I think you have to look up, he's one or two the most sacked quarterback in the National Football League. The Broncos they're gonna be all up inside him coming up on Sunday. It's just the way it is. Yeah, they're gonna be in his jock.
Oh, okay.
They're gonna build like a they're gonna build like a little house in there. They're gonna barbecue and all that kind of thing. Yeah.
Texter.
Hold on a second, Vic. Hang on a second. That's the only reason that I have hesitation is because that Washington game shouldn't have been that close against Mariota. It shouldn't have been the case. The Broncos make it more difficult probably than they should, but I do know this. That defense is going to stomp the Raiders on Sunday. It's up to the offense to do whatever it is they do. If the Raiders find the end zone one time, I'll be surprised. If they find the end zone twice, I'll be flat out shocked.
So this is a bit you do, right? So
no, they can't run the ball. They can't throw the ball. They turn the ball over. They do it. That's their whole life, Vic. That's how they live their life.
Let me interject here, and I can see both sides of the coin here. Number one, I think Vic is right. I was looking at the schedule last.
No! Don't say I think Vic is right.
Hold on, you're gonna have to let me.
I think Vic is right. He's doing a bit.
I got you.
There's no bit.
What do you think I am?
Dead's honest truth.
I am.
Well, first of all, I mean, I think you should go double or nothing for a case instead of just a bottle.
No,
but that's
I'm tired
up to
of
you
it
guys.
Is empty bets too. They're empty, every single one of them.
So you're saying that he's squelching on you. Mm-hmm. He's a squelcher. That's what you're saying.
And the textures, this guy, they blew out the Bengals too, Vic. Stop being so dramatic. So two blowouts. And now they're a blowout. Know your team. Know what you've got. This is a just get enough to get it done team. And that's fine. I'm fine with that. I was happy last week. They're not a blow you out team. They're just not.
I think in the race for the number 1 seed, it is important. Just win by any means necessary. However, the Raiders are really bad, to Moser's point. Mm-hmm. And I don't think style points really matter, but it would be nice to see them win a little bit more comfortably than 10-7, because the Raiders are a little bit more banged up, and they got nothing to play for here. I mean, that team is just waiting for the offseason at this stage. So I see both sides. I'm not going to have a problem if it's a closer game, although it's just going to be a bit of an eye roll for me because, in my opinion,
Let me quote DMac though, Vic, and I thought he said something. I thought he said something smart this morning.
Okay,
Vic, and you're right. Any given Sunday, right? Any given Sunday. But if
Saturday or Thursday or Monday, or Black Friday.
Can I finish my thought, please? I'm begging you with all of my might. Any given Sunday is a slogan because any team can beat any team on any given Sunday. That being the case, if all the Raiders have to go on, and believe me when I tell you, Matt and Vic and Nelly and your big hair, all the Raiders have to go on is, any given Sunday, things can happen. That's all they got, dude. That's all they got. And if that's all they got and you don't go in there and beat that ass, then that's on you. Mm-hmm. Okay? The Raiders have no hope. They've got nothing to play for. They've got they drafted Ashton Genty. They got the worst rushing attack in the National Football League. Mm-hmm. Geno Smith is a statue back there. Brock Bowers is a shell of his former self. They can't score the ball. They can't move the ball. They can't even hold the ball. So what do you want from me? You want to be the good old American Frady cat? Go ahead and be that. Yeah. I'm telling you, if the Broncos are who they want to be and who I think they should be and who I really honestly think they are, they should go in there and wipe these guys out.
Fine,
now, you want to get down the road, you want to get down to Jacksonville and other teams, we'll do that. Mm-hmm. But as of right now, that's how I feel on this one.
That's fine. Okay, you're basically playing cheerleader boy. But if you want to be intellectually dishonest,
you know what? I am. I'm cheerleader boy because I know how good they are.
The Denver Broncos have played 12 games this season. There have been 12 games on the slate. 10 of those games have been, oh my God, just hold on by the seat of your. That 10 of the 12 have been close games. So what leads you to believe that there's suddenly a blowout factory? When 10 of the 12 have been decided by the fourth quarter, late fourth quarter. What makes you think that suddenly a rivalry game against a division rival on the road is going to be, hey, it's going to blow them out? But whatever. If you want to feel that way, fine. I can't change your mind. I just don't like you. I don't like you propagating dumb stuff on the air.
I'll give you this.
When we got on the air, Matt, real quick, I'm sorry. When we got on the air yesterday after that latest Denver Nuggets loss, all the blame goes on the Denver Nuggets. All of it. and you're mad, and you and Chris go at each other, and I'm mad, and I'm in a sour mood, and so on and so forth, because we know it's a joke. We know it shouldn't happen. It's the same kind of story with the Denver Broncos. We know it shouldn't happen. I can't even begin to even express what I think your demeanor will be coming up on Monday should they lose this game. You're going to be flaming mad, and you know what? You should be.
Here's what I got to say. The last 3 games the Raiders have played, 2 of them at home to Dallas and Cleveland. They lost by 17 at home to Dallas. Mm-hmm. Broncos are a better team than the Cowboys, although offensively maybe not as explosive. Are they a better team than Cleveland?
Yes.
Yeah. Cleveland, I watched Shedeur go in there and win by 14. Mm-hmm. I think there should be a little bit of comfortability. I'd like a rocking chair finish in the fourth quarter, but sometimes you don't get everything you want. And you really haven't throughout the course of the year with the Broncos. I think they've won, 3 straight games by 3 or less, I think it is. So to Vic's point, I mean, that's their MO. But at some point, a Super Bowl champion stops playing with their food, and maybe there will be signs throughout the end of the season that they're learning from some of these tighter experiences. So at the end of the day, I'm with you, Vic. This is a race for the 1 seed. The Patriots have a very, very light strength of schedule. The Chargers, I think, are going to get knocked out of the entire race for the West complete. I think the next 2 weeks, the West will be wrapped up for all intents and purposes. So I'd like to see at some point some sort of statement. I'm not talking about 40 to 10. I'm talking about, hey, win by multiple scores, rest on your defense, and find a way to run the football with a lead in the second half and build some of that muscle memory for the playoffs. I'd like to see it at some point.
That's fine. I mean, I'd like to see a lot of things. I mean, I'd like to see me grow instead of shrink. I'd like to see me, with a clean face. I'd like to see a lot of things. But this is what you have. This is a team that gets by, and there's nothing wrong with that. There's absolutely nothing wrong with it. I embrace it. I welcome it. Let's go. 16-13. Here we come, Sunday.
We'll get back to the Broncos here coming up. Tons to get to throughout the course of the morning. At 8 o'clock, we're going to talk to Jared Bednar. And then coming up, courtesy of Vic Lombardi, at 8:30, we're going to talk to Danilo Gallinari, who announced his retirement from professional basketball yesterday. Looking forward to catching up with Gallo here in just a little bit. But on the other side, the penultimate CFP, College Football Playoff rankings, came out yesterday. Let's see where the dust settled. That's on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane with Matt Smith. Welcome to it on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Gentlemen, yesterday the penultimate college football playoff rankings were released. It is the last rankings before the final edition following the conference championship games. You know, we haven't had a chance in the last 2 weeks to talk much college football, but I guess we have, just bad college football, Colorado college football. But the rest of the country is actually playing some decent ball. What have you guys made of this season so far?
The chaos is always there, and I made this point with Brett Kane over the years. When Brett kept saying, let's expand the playoff, I said, yeah, you can expand it. You can go 12 teams, 16 teams, 24 teams, 64 teams, 164 teams.
All right, yeah, we get it.
You're always, and I accentuate always, going to have controversy about who gets in. Always. That's the beauty of college sports. That's what makes college football so different than the NFL. In the NFL, it's the meritocracy. It's you play your schedule and you have this many playoff spots and you get in. You in your division, you get in. In college football, it's different. It's based on reputation. It's based on strength of schedule. It's based on the whims of a committee. And what it does is it causes debate, and it stirs debate, anger by some, joy by others. But that's the beauty of college football. Rather than run from that, I love it.
Yeah. Hey, Matt Smith, I've always maintained when we were in the 4-team playoff that I could make a case for a 5, 6, or 7 team that could beat these other teams. Okay, fine. And, and then you have this, one-loss team over and unbeaten and so on. Now that we've gone to 12, I don't care anymore. I don't care who ends up being 13. I don't care.
Well, you don't care because you don't have
that team's. No, that team's not going to win it all. That team is not going to make a run. I'm sorry. The top 12 teams in college football are too badass, and it's just not going to happen. So I'm incredibly satisfied with the system we have right now.
You're looking at it the wrong way, though, because right now the teams that are 10 and 9 may not get in, not 11, 12,
understood.
13.
Understood, but that's just the way it operates. Mm-hmm. So my sister, God bless her, she's not a college football fan at all, but somehow she got on this, if BYU has one loss on the season, why could they be left out? And I'm like, okay, let me try to explain about the strength of their conference. She's like, well, what does that matter? Can't they move someplace else and play? I'm like, no. I said, I don't have time to tell you all about it right now, but no, they can't.
Thanks for sharing.
Because nobody wants them. And what I'm saying is that it can be a very complicated thing trying to explain to somebody how the playoff works if they don't really truly get down to the minutia of everything. Just rest assured that your national champion is coming somewhere in the top 6. End of story.
All right. Well, let me break it down for you, and that couldn't be further from
except
the truth.
Except the 2-loss Fighting Irish. No, I'm sure they can run the table and get it done.
I didn't even get to that yet. I'm just telling you what the reality is. Obviously, you don't watch college football, and I'll give you a little lesson on college football and what's happening right now. And let me go through the rankings, what the CFP has. Ohio State is number 1, unblemished, deservedly so. Anybody who doesn't think Ohio State should be 1 or 2, you don't watch college football. End of story. Indiana's number 2. If you're scoring at home, I've yet to identify an SEC team. The first SEC team named is Georgia at number 3, which, in my humble opinion, I ain't afraid of Georgia. Georgia's fine, but they're not world beaters like the Georgias of old. Georgia can lose every week. Texas Tech is 4th. We have a team from the Big 12 that has moved up into a bye-week status in college football. Can you name the one team that beat Texas Tech, Moshe?
The one team that beat Texas Tech this year.
They have one loss. Don't look it up. Just off the top of your head.
I'm trying to think about it.
I remember watching the game. It was a chaotic thing. Arizona State beat Texas Tech.
It was down in Tempe. You're right. It was down in Tempe. My bad. Yes.
So a one-loss Texas Tech team.
By the way, that was that close game, right? It was a close one. If I'm not mistaken.
Very close game. It went back and forth. So, are you telling me that those are the only 4 teams that are capable of winning a national title?
No.
Are you telling me this?
No, I'm not telling you that.
Okay. All right, so let me move on. At number 5 is Oregon. Oregon's lost, and they got stomped at home by Indiana. Do you remember that game?
Sure
Matt,
did.
do you remember that game?
I do.
Dan Lanning taking it on the chin? Absolutely, I remember that game.
Hard. Ole Miss moves up to number 6. They lost their coach. They've got chaos in their coaching ranks. I don't know what to think of Ole Miss, but they're number 6 now. Number 7 is Texas A&M, which comes off its first loss of the year. They lost to their in-state rival, Texas.
Yeah, but they lost at home to Texas, bro.
I thought that was at Texas.
It was in Austin, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. They lost in Austin, bro.
Yeah, that's not a home game for Texas A&M.
Understood. College Station.
Number 8 is Oklahoma. Number 9 is Alabama. Alabama moved up in the rankings because of that. Wow, what a huge win over Auburn. A game that was tied in the fourth quarter, and they actually move up in the rankings. Help me figure that one out. They survive a crap-ass Auburn team and move up in the rankings. More on that later. Notre Dame is number 10. Then they've got 2 spots left for conference champions, 11 and 12, which will be filled after they figure this thing out with the conference championship games. Here's my takeaway from the CFP. Do away with conference championship games. Complete waste of time. Complete waste of time. The ACC, if you had to do it all over right now, the ACC, your conference championship game is going to cost you a spot in the CFP. Because in your conference championship game, you have 7-5 Duke in your championship game against Virginia. And it's going to cost you a spot in the national championship game. It's pathetic. Do away with them. If you're telling me that the SEC championship, Georgia versus Alabama, no matter who wins or loses that game, has no impact in the final standings, right? None. Why are we playing it? Why are we playing it?
Vic, the current model has outgrown the old model, and they're trying to blend them both together to keep some of the tradition alive. But by emphasizing the playoff and nothing but the playoff, just naturally, they've devalued the regular season to a real degree. And the way that they settle conference championships is antiquated now. There's no question.
Stupid.
Yeah.
And before those of you who go off on this, and listen, I'm clearly biased. I'm a Notre Dame fan. Notre Dame, in my eyes, and, I've got somewhat bad eyes at times. Go to Cutarelli Vision for more on that. But I've got bad eyes. But the eye test tells me that Notre Dame is one of the top teams in the country. That's what it tells me. If they don't get in because they finish right next to Miami, I perfectly understand. And guess what? I'll turn around and say, hey, you lose a head-to-head, I don't know what to tell you. The team that beat you probably deserves to go.
So
Not probably, they do.
I think Notre Dame is pretty damn good. I mean, you look at their 2 losses, they came out of the gate with them, and they were tight.
With a rookie young quarterback on the road and lost on a last-second kick. The next week, they lost by 1. I can go on and on and on. And then in the next 10 straight, they've won by an average of 30 points. I can go on and on and on and
Notre
on.
Dame guys
but I get
upset today.
No, but
was that game at College Station? Or what was that game?
That was at Notre Dame.
It was at Notre Dame. Okay. But that was a tight game, and obviously Texas A&M's a pretty damn good football team. I'm completely satisfied with what we got. I would like to see it 16. I would like to see Vandy in there. I want to, they had their real opportunity and they kind of blew it a little bit, but I want to see more Diego.
But I want to get your perspective.
I don't mind that.
Okay, so you think Vandy? So Matt, let me get your perspective. Because if this finishes the way I think it's going to finish, here's what's going to happen. Alabama is probably going to beat Georgia again because Alabama owns Georgia. If you know the history between those two, they own them. So Alabama beats Georgia. Georgia's going to get knocked out of the top 4, but not enough to get knocked out of the CFP. Both of those teams are going to get in. Not much will change there. I see Texas Tech beating BYU. But at the end of the day, I see Miami sneaking in over Notre Dame because Miami beat them. And say what you want, but they beat them. They deserve it. You win head-to-head, you deserve it. I'm not going to cry about it, but it just shows you how washed this system already is. Who do you think deserves to be in and out there, Matt?
Well, I definitely think Notre Dame's a better team than Miami. I think the body of work this season has proved that. And I actually I saw Big Cat, Barstool Big Cat the other day put out a great comment on this specifically. I'll just ask you guys. If Notre Dame and Miami play right now, who wins?
Notre Dame by 10.
Notre Dame does.
Okay.
Yeah, Notre Dame wins.
I think because this is not a specific criteria-driven process, and there are some extracurricular factors here that come into play, I think the committee has to look at that. And you're looking to make a made-for-TV event Okay, you want the best teams involved. And I think it's unequivocal right now that Notre Dame's just a better football team, despite the fact that they may have taken that loss early in the season.
Well, it's not just, I don't want to focus just on Notre Dame. Why is Texas Tech ranked 4th? Who have they beaten?
Well, this is
I know that Colorado's in the Big 12, and we're in Big 12 country here. What? Why is Texas Tech 4th? And you've got to be kidding me.
Vic,
they've beaten nobody.
Time out. It's not necessarily who they've beaten. It's how they've beaten them. They have laid waste to virtually everybody on their schedule.
Good point. I mean, they can only play their schedule.
They've got 50-point shutout wins. Or whatever it is, 49-point shutout wins.
Do you believe Texas Tech is a national championship contender?
No.
Not even close. Everybody
hold on
thinks
a second,
that.
though.
Not even close. Let's stop dreaming. Let's stop dreaming.
It depends upon the draw, but I would be stunned if they made it, if they won more than 2 games.
Texas Tech is a dressed-up SMU of last year. That's what they are.
I don't know. Their defense is legit. Their defense is legit. It is. They've got some of the best pass rushers in the country.
Why does Oklahoma get so much love?
Yeah, that part's a little bit confusing.
I don't know. That's where you get into the history part of things, Vic. Let me go back to
Did
your
anybody
Notre
watch
Dame rant.
Oklahoma's last game?
Hold on.
I'm just curious. Did you watch the last game?
You're spraying the board. You got to give Moser a chance to
let me
tackle
go
number
back.
1. Yeah.
I completely agree with you, Vic. That loss to Miami to open up the season was tough for the Irish. Mm-hmm. They're a better football team, especially right now, in my opinion. What I don't want to hear is any ACC people whining and moaning about we only get one team in.
They may not get any teams in.
Yeah, exactly. And as far as the Big 12 is concerned, they're going to get one team in because I agree with you. Texas Tech is going to wipe out BYU yet again. Mm-hmm. I don't want to hear any crying, any moaning, any whining or anything like that because honestly, look, the SEC and the Big Ten are where it's at. That's all there is to it, and we have to face those facts.
Join DMac tomorrow night for a Thursday night football viewing party. Enjoy a dew and a brew. Watch Dallas and Detroit and enter to win cool prizes, including a Steve Atwater autographed helmet. See you at number 38 tomorrow night at 6 o'clock. Because who doesn't want to go spend an evening with DMac? I'll just tell you. I mean, even though I came into the studio and told him, be careful, the roads were nasty this morning, he was like, oh, well, thanks. Because if not for you, how would I have ever known that? Even
he
still,
probably rode his bike.
Thick snow tires on that bike. You should have seen it, by the way. It looked like a 4-wheeler. On the other side, the coach, Jared Bednar, will join us. That's next.
Are you dealing with low testosterone? Do you even know if you are? How are your sleep patterns? Not good? How about your workouts? Decreased energy, brain fog, more, maybe even a low sex drive? A lot of guys just say, you know what, I'm getting up there a little bit, I'm aging. You don't really consider that medical treatments can give you back your vigor and your vibrancy. If you're feeling like I just described, it's time for you to treat that low T and change your life at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic because they're experts in treating low testosterone and men's sexual health conditions. I had low T. I went there. I got successfully treated, and I absolutely love it, and you will too. Look, guys, in your early to mid-30s, you start losing 2 to 3% of your testosterone production every single year. It happens gradually. Before you know it, you're like, I just don't feel the same, but they can help you. So do yourself a favor. Go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Take the low T quiz on the website. 10 simple questions, yes, no answers. Very simple. Schedule an appointment. They're going to draw your blood results within 30 minutes. You're going to be happy. It's really, really good, and you're going to feel like you did when you were younger. So do it today. They've got 5 locations from Fort Collins all the way down to Colorado Springs, successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Give them a call, 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. Or again, go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
I wonder if this guy's become a big fan of Taylor Swift in the process of winning all these hockey games. Jared Bednar joins us now, brought to you by Mr. Rooter Plumbing, proudly rooting for Colorado's hockey team on Moser, Lombardi, and Kane with Matt Smith.
Hey, look, I'll answer for Coach. There's nothing wrong with being a Taylor Swift fan. Coach, I'm guessing you're going to say not the biggest fan in the world, but she has talent.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'm more of a country guy myself.
Yeah, no doubt. Hey, Coach, great to have you. I'm already at the airport. I'll see you when you get here. Look, not all games can be super exciting. We had Riker and I were cutting it up big time on Friday in Minnesota. Obviously, the game against Montreal was a joy, 7 goals and so on. When I look at last night, to me, that was absolute workmanlike against a team that is kind of a little bit desperate, has some good players, but your guys just focused on the task at hand, and you did what you did to a lot of teams. You kind of just wore them down, and you come out with the 2 points.
Yeah, I agree with that. I liked the game last night. We had the start was a little dicey. We made a couple mistakes with the puck, a couple poor decisions, and they got almost 3 breakaways or partial breakaways. We got some big saves. They were able to get the first one, and then I thought we locked it down pretty good. The guys really started sort of understanding what we were going to need to do. They play hard against us, Vancouver, whether it's in their building or our building. They've always played us hard, and it's 2 games this year now. They've played us really hard and been dangerous. But we started playing in behind them and low in the offensive zone, and that led to less rush chances for them, more zone time for us. And then, like you said, I think we kind of wore them down a little bit, and eventually we got the chances we needed to capitalize on and win the hockey game. But especially after, the first 10 minutes, I really liked their game.
Coach, how do you feel that second line is progressing? Now that Gabe is really starting to find his rhythm again, it feels like those guys, just the confidence level, and you're getting production from multiple lines on a night in and night out basis. It's got to be nice because, it's no secret that over the last few years, that's been one of the struggles from time to time with this group.
Yeah, no question. Yeah, and part of that I think was due to injury and those guys missing out of the lineup, with Val and Gabe missing significant time.
Sure.
But I think it's all 3 of those guys. It's not just Gabe's game is starting to come, but it is, and you can see it on a nightly basis. More confidence with the puck, skating it more. Just seems like his offensive touch is starting to come back, and the confidence is coming with it, and the production is coming with that. But I think you can say the same thing for Brock Nelson as well. A little bit of a quiet start, a little frustrated, not producing. He knows it's part of his job, wants to produce, and now he's just kind of found another gear with his skating. He's super dangerous every night. And then Colton's bringing a little edge and attitude to that line, and he's chipping in as well. So I really kind of like the mix of those 3 guys, which is even with Val back in the lineup, I decided to leave them together because I think they're all have kind of elevated their game here over the recent last couple weeks.
Hey, Coach, I'm curious. When your team is on this type of run, and it's been a run, do you change anything? Are you the superstitious type? Is every day the same when you have these kind of results?
Well, I think the season every day feels like it's the same all the time. But I'm not a superstitious guy. So if it's talking about practice, we get what we need. There's lots of routines, but I'm not really superstitious at all. So my personal life, it doesn't I don't get locked into one thing, but I do kind of do the same thing every day just because that's what it calls for. And then when it comes to just approaching the team or what we've been doing, I'm always just kind of living in the moment. What does our game look like? What do we need to work on? What do we want to do for practice today? And you're really trying to break that monotony and keep it fresh, but still have the guys know where you're coming from on a daily basis, so they're focused and locked in.
I talked to a lot of people, Coach. You're 19-1-6. You joined the Flyers from 79-80 as the only teams to have one regulation loss through 26 games on the season. People are like, they make it look easy. I'm like, yeah, but it's not easy. It's hard. Every game in this league is really hard. They just happen to have a ton of focus and a ton of will to play the game the right way. How would you describe your team in that regard in terms of the difficulty on a daily basis that this league requires?
Oh, yeah. I mean, you see it like like you're kind of going through this thing now because of the dedication and focus and buy-in from our guys, and they're doing the right things and they care a lot. And, like it's the attention to detail, the little things, the competitiveness, all those things. Like when you're doing it all right and you have a good team, sometimes it can seem like, and confidence is high. Sometimes it can seem like it's easy, but like you just think back to any other time you've been playing, and there'll be times later this year, I'm sure that you'll be doing everything right and not winning, right? But you got a lot of guys playing sort of at the top of their game or near the top of their game, and it's almost like we're at this point, even with a good team, that we're better than the sum of our parts because of all the little things that the guys are doing and the leadership and focus that we have. So the credit to the guys in the room, and but it's certainly like when you're going through it, every game seems like a grind. Like even last night, we're in it, we're down 1. Next thing you know, we're tied, and we're just grinding to try and get the next one. And we've been getting the results, so it's a lot of fun. And I think when you get in a streak like this, the guys are really enjoying it and want to keep it going.
Coach, I'm not even sure how to ask you this because I'm sure you've been inundated with this question for the better part of your career. But you've got to feel like you've hit the lottery. Showing up every day, first of all, you got a talented team. But the fact that you get to be the one that gets to coach Nathan McKinnon and Cale Makar, do you still find that special? Like, is that something that's been normalized to you at this point? Because I imagine showing up to the rink every day is, even if it's sluggish, it's got to be easy when you know that you got those two stallions.
Yeah, it's normalized, but I don't take it for granted. That's for sure. I'm really appreciative of the team that we have and the people that I work with, both players and management and coaching staff. I think they're all really good at what they do, and so. But the difference is, right? Like if you're going out and playing hard and margin for error, like we just talked about, is small to win hockey games. When you have game breakers, and lots of teams have them, we just happen to have two of the best. Like when you have game breakers, oftentimes they're the difference makers, right? Like I didn't feel like Cale and Nate had their best games last night, but they still connect on quality scoring chances that can make the difference in the hockey game. Like Nate doesn't have to go out and make every play last night. Our team's playing well, but he's got to go out and make an impact on the game, and he finds himself in the right positions and doing the right things. And even if he's not at his best, he bangs in 2 goals. Like that's the difference in the hockey game, right? So. And it's often your star players that do that. And we have a lot of guys contributing right now, and that's great. But when things get tougher and tougher, those star players seem to make the difference on most nights. So that helps with the overall record of our team, obviously. And those two guys are special. And the longer they go on in their careers and you start looking back at the longevity and the production that those two guys have, and great teammates, and they're gonna go down as two of the best, no question in my mind.
I do want to talk about your goalies and a little more insight. I know Wedgie left last night. I want to make sure he's okay, but it was a year ago today, when you made the trades official and you completely trade out your goalie room. When you made those moves, I mean, I'm just curious, a year later, did you expect it to be this damn good?
Well, we certainly hope so. That's the whole idea in making the moves, I think. But you never know how it's going to turn out, right? And chemistry between those two players, so Blackwood and Wedgwood, is awesome. I think there's a healthy competition there. I think both guys, really striving to be their best. They understand how the team's playing in front of them. They understand that if we're not good, that they got to be difference makers. They're pushing one another. They're working really hard in practice and games. I mean, this is what you hope for, but you just never know, right? And I really like what we got going on there right now. We don't have to overtax any one particular guy. Like Wedge has played a lot of games here. But Blackwood's game is been rock solid here the last handful of games. We're going to need him now. I'm hoping Wedge isn't too bad. Like, he just tightened up his back last night and had to leave the game, and it's kind of precautionary. And hopefully he's better for today, but we'll schedule Blackwood for the next start, and we'll see where it goes from there. But these guys are as good as anybody in the league at this point right now.
Coach, two things for me. Real quick housekeeping on Gavin Brindley. Saw him in a red jersey yesterday at morning skate, his update. And people miss LOC, and rightfully so. He's a player. Can you tell us what's going on with those guys?
Yeah, so OC's been going through something here on his way back, and he obviously had the surgery, and everything's been going great. I think that part of it is fine, but like we talked about before, it's like you start coming back and pushing harder and harder, and other things pop up that could be problematic, right? So you got to kind of solve the whole big picture in order to be able to push to the level to play in a game. And so he's working through that. I'm hoping to have some more clarity on him in the next couple days on like what his like sort of return to play process is going to look like. And Brindley's doing well. Obviously, we just got Val back, and Brins is ahead of schedule. He's been now skating with the team, non-contact. So you know how that goes. Its next step is start taking some contact, continue to do more, work through some heavier workloads on a couple of these upcoming days, and then hopefully that he can jump in with the team like full practice and game. And he's pretty close, so we're bringing him on this trip. So you never know, we might see him by the end of this road trip out east.
Coach, really good news. Hey, hold on one second, Matt. But part two real quick. First big snow of the year. We all know how good you are with a riding mower. I mean, I think that speaks for itself. But how are you with now? Well, hold on a second. How are you? How are you with the snow blower? And when we get back to town, can you help Vic out, because he's an absolute dunce? He can't get it to work. He can't do anything with it.
Yeah, I'm not much of a mechanic, I'll tell you that. And I only have a big snow blower for the skid steer out at the ranch. In town, I got the John Deere with a blade. But today there wasn't that much, so I thought, well, we're sitting on the plane all day, so I just shoveled it this morning, got a little cardio in.
Oh, wow. So you got out there before you left?
Yeah, he's a real man.
Wow,
I'm
man.
Still at home. We don't got to be there till 9:30. I don't go 3 hours early like Moj.
Oh, my goodness.
I got things to do. I got up, took the dog out, shoveled the driveway. Now I'm talking to you guys, and then I'll head to the airport.
Well, come shovel my driveway. I'm still in my pajamas, for crying out loud.
Yeah, and I'm just picturing your pops back in Saskatchewan. There's no snow blowers, right? It's, hey, Jared, get out there. Here's a shovel. Go crazy, right?
Yeah, well, yeah, exactly. He'd make us do it when we were younger, but he wasn't afraid to get out there and shovel it either. I think he liked the exercise.
Love it.
We absolutely love it. Well, Coach, thanks so much for your time today. Make sure you make your way to the airport safely. Slow and steady wins the race, and good luck on this East Coast roadie here.
All right, fellas. I appreciate it. Thank you.
That is Avalanche head coach Jared Bednar joining us, as he always does on Wednesday mornings. Great to catch up with him. On the other side, so Moj, we're saying goodbye to you now, yeah?
Yeah, in a little bit. I'll hang out till Gallo joins. Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, just till he joins. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I mean, it's going to be
say hi.
It's going to be it's going to be the Vic and Gallo show anyway.
Well, rightfully so.
It should be.
Yeah. Well, it should be. Yeah.
Hey, so why are you there so early, dude? I mean, the coach is still at home.
Yeah, different rules for different people, Vic.
He's just a peasant. That's the thing.
This ain't the Denver Nuggets, brother. All right?
I'm used to Marlowe being the last guy on the plane.
Yeah, dude. First of all, never been that. Second of all,
yes, you have.
I wish. No. Well, yeah, but that was extenuating. I was already on the plane before I realized. Hey, no. In all honesty, Vic, I wish I could share with you the conversation I had last night about being on the airplane at 9 a.m. I'll discuss that with you at another time. Please but thanks for asking.
All right.
Yes.
Well, on the other side, as you just heard, Vic reached out to Danilo Gallinari, who will join us coming up on the other side. Gallo announced his retirement from professional basketball yesterday, and we'll say congrats and good luck on the next chapter. That's coming up next. Welcome back to it. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane with Matt Smith. Hope everybody out there is having a safe and sound commute. Slow and steady wins the race
safe
today.
and sound. All right, yeah.
You got something you wanted to add, Moj?
No, today for me coming in today, guys, to the airport was a pick your own lane day. That's the kind of day it is. So pick your own lane, stay in your lane, and like you said, slow and smooth gets you there, right home.
I picked that in the parking lot. It was a pick your own parking spot today.
Right.
Yeah, that's
Anywhere
what it was.
you want.
Anywhere you want. Well, coming up in just a couple of minutes, we're going to be joined by former Nugget Danilo Gallinari. Our own Vic Lombardi reached out to Gallo yesterday, who announced he's going to hang him up. So we'll get to touch base here in just a few minutes with Gallo. But before we do, I know we do have a Nuggets game coming up here, Vic. And one thing we didn't have a chance to get to yesterday that I wanted to make sure we hit today was where the Nuggets go from here. Have we gotten any update about Jamal? I haven't seen anything yet.
He is listed as questionable for tonight's game against Indiana. And that's a problem in itself because you're minus 2 starters for sure. You don't have Aaron Gordon. You don't have Christian Brown. Julian Strother still has an issue with his back. And now we have Kyle Keefe in what looks to be a creamsicle trench coat next to Moser.
It's more gray with he's got 87 buttons on it. It's like Willy Wonka, but it looks good. It's all good.
Oh, nice.
That's the issue. Hey, Kyle, how you doing, buddy?
What's up,
You're looking really smooth.
I like
that.
Oh, good God!
Congratulations on the T-shirt. The T-shirt they came up with what's the saying again? I've already forgotten it. Paint my reindeer, call me a goblin.
Yeah, some guy gave that to Kiefer. He gave us a whole box.
The Nuggets tonight and on this road trip, tell me why I feel this way, and tell me if I should feel this way. They've got 4 straight on the road.
Yep.
The fourth game was added with Sacramento with the NBA Cup. They've got Indiana, Atlanta, Charlotte, and then they've got Sacramento. Not very good teams, but they're road games in the NBA, right? They're road games. Road games are always hard. Why do I feel more confident about the Nuggets on the road than I do the Nuggets at home?
Because they've lost 4 straight at home, and they've been
won
better
7 straight on the road?
Yeah, that's probably why. I would think so, no?
Yeah. They just hone in. Moj, you've been around pro sports long enough to know this. It happened with the Avs a couple years ago, where for some reason the opposite happens, where you hone in on the road, and then at home you get lax.
Yeah, you're all for one and one for all away from Ball Arena, and you focus on the task at hand. But, Vic, again, I'm not making any predictions when it comes to the Denver Nuggets any longer. You've got a 14-6 record. Should be more like 16-4 or whatever, 17-3, whatever. But you're playing a 4-7 Indiana team that is a shell of the team that went to the finals a couple years ago. The Nuggets are a heavy favorite in this game. You should win the game, but I don't know anymore, Vic. It's about the young guys buckling up. It's almost like they need these smacks in the face at home to let them realize that they have to defend. You've got to get to the perimeter. You can't stand around and watch guys. You can't have 3 guys defending 1 guy and 2 guys wide open on the wing ready just to fire away on you. So I don't know what to expect when I get to New York. I'm going to find a place to watch that game, and hopefully the outcome is going to be good. But Vic, I really don't know. I'm predicting a dub because you've got the big fella, and we'll see about everybody else. But I don't know. I just when you get away from home, you focus in. You're all for one for all as a group, and that's the way it works.
I'm glad you brought this up, though, in terms of what they have. If Jamal Murray can't go tonight, and he's got a gimpy ankle, he couldn't finish the game the other night. If I'm the Nuggets, you got to be very careful with that. You don't want that to linger throughout the entire season, right? They're very short on point guards on this team. I mean, hell, Jalen Pickett hasn't gotten off the bench in a long time, right? Do you wonder, Matt, did you see the news that came down? The L.A. Clippers are parting ways with Chris Paul, who already announced he's done after this season. Chris Paul's retiring.
I'm glad you brought it up because I had the same thought. I don't know if they pursue it, but I did have the same thought.
It's just a thought, and I don't know if he has anything left. I don't know. I have no idea. I haven't seen enough of Chris Paul to say he has something left. He did play when the Nuggets beat the Clippers in L.A. I did watch him there, and he didn't seem to make an impact in that game. But I just wonder if he can give you 10 good minutes a night.
can he give you more than Jalen Pickett? Would you be more confident? Because the question has to be, why isn't Pickett seeing action at this stage? And to your point, Vic, if for some reason Jamal is like 50-50, I mean, there's just maybe you play him. But the way I look at it, you got 3 road games here, a little East Coast swing, at Indiana Wednesday, at Atlanta Friday, at Charlotte Sunday, and then you're off till Thursday. I mean, if for some reason you don't play Jamal over these next couple of games, you give him a week and a half, I mean, what is the end goal here? Are you trying for the 1 seed, which, by the way, OKC, 21-1, holy cow. But that's obviously not realistic. Yeah. So is it worth it? That's my question.
Well, I mean, if you can't finish the game the other night, he couldn't finish the game. I don't know how you cure yourself in 2 days. I just don't know how that's possible.
It's kind of what I'm saying. Like, is it worth it to put Jamal Murray out there in early December to grind through a game at Indiana?
No. The answer is no, unless you have to. And if you have to, then you've got a roster problem.
I think it's both at this stage, because clearly they don't trust Pickett. Because otherwise he would have played the other night, you would think, unless they go, you know what, we've got Indiana, Atlanta, Charlotte. Here's 3 teams that aren't necessarily juggernauts, but they are smaller, right? Like Indiana got rid of Miles Turner. They don't play as big. They play a little smaller. Maybe these are 3 games here where you throw them into the fire and see if you find something that sticks.
And you know what? I was thinking the other night, I'm like, why? When are they going to experiment with the 2 big fellas playing together? When is that?
They've done it a couple times, Moj. They've done it a couple times, and to be frank, it hasn't gone that well.
No.
Yeah, and you know what? And you know what else, Vic? When you're dealing with these injuries the way you're dealing with them, you really can't afford to do that anyway. Mm-hmm. Besides, if you have the 2 big fellows, who's going to go? The problem right now, as far as I can tell, it's mostly perimeter defense, which you know, and then guys. Here's the thing too: when guys are late attacking the perimeter, they're being driven by, and then you're getting easy buckets. So it's kind of like you're stuck in no man's land right now, and the 2 big fellas can't play together. But I would love to see it on this road trip just a little bit to find out what it looks like, you know, against a smaller team. I would.
I also wonder, okay, are they gonna rip the Band-Aid off? Are they gonna play Deron Holmes at some point? When are we gonna see him play? Because he hasn't. And you're not going to be able to see if he can play. Maybe this is a good time to go there. Maybe this is experimental stage of the season. Because, listen, the first of the year is when the NBA season really gets going. We all know this, right? This is when you experiment. I don't know, man. 3 on the road against winnable teams. And you're missing now, if Jamal doesn't play, 3 starters. If that doesn't beg for some experimentation, I don't know what does. Oh, by the way, you got beat up by the younger Ryan Nembhard the other night.
I saw this.
And now you're taking on his older, better brother, Andrew Nembhard.
I thought the same thing last night. I was like, oh, boy, we're getting another smart aleck comment from Moser this morning. We got another Nembhard.
Yeah, I'm done. I'm completely done with that. Matt, I was a little bit miffed at watching the kid go crazy the way he did. I was just a little bit. I was a little bit miffed. Both kids are Gonzaga guys. Maybe you could tell I was a little bit miffed with how it went for Ryan. It better not go that way for Andrew. It better not. It's a 4-17 basketball team, Vic. I'm telling you right now, it better not happen.
I'm telling you right now, the Nuggets will be better tonight.
No, I'm telling you right now, they better be. I'm telling you right now, they better be.
I just feel, I mean, they're too comfortable at home. You know what? I'm too comfortable at my home, too. I got to get out of my house. I'm in my pajamas right now. What you see me in is what I slept in. I'm too comfortable. Sometimes you have to leave home to get an edge. Moser, you probably took a shower this morning, right?
I did take a shower. I got up about 5:15 in the morning. I made some coffee, took a shower. I had already packed my stuff, or mostly already packed my stuff, and was out the door. It was great.
See, that's going to be my answer, Matt. I think the Nuggets at home are too comfy. Everything looks the same. You know, you're surrounded by familiar people, familiar things. Got to make it more uncomfortable somehow.
Well, here's my thought on that particularly. This is kind of a goofy matchup because you're dealing with a lot of ball handlers here. You need a lot of perimeter defenders in this one. You've got Benedict Mathurin, you've got Andrew Nembhard, right? They play that way, Vic. So I think this is a good test for guys like Peyton Watson and Cam Johnson, Like, you got to step up here at the point of attack defensively. So I agree with you. I think there's going to be a step forward a little bit tonight, certainly from the laps they showed the other night. But the sustainability of it through 4 quarters, I still question, especially if you're down 3 starters, because as we know, and you guys brought up playing Valanciunas and Jokic together, when Adelman made those comments when they brought in Valanciunas, it always surprised me because we saw Jokic and Nurkic, and that never really worked out. Jokic has never been great next to another big. Has he, Vic?
I mean,
when
they
tried I don't know about
with
great,
Nurkic,
it just hasn't worked out.
Yeah, I think he needs too much room to operate.
Don't even get me started on Nurkic. Don't even get me started on that guy. I'm here to tell you, Matt, that was all about him being a baby about losing his job to the guy that became the best player on planet Earth and one of the best of all time. That's why it was a problem. Not because they're playing 2 bigs. It's because Nurkic was the other guy.
Well, that part I know, but there were actual like logistics and spacing problems like Vic was talking about. I just think that it always is goofy when they try to go that direction. The only one who's made it work is Mason Plumlee at times because he was more of a perimeter defender and you kind of hit him, in the dunker spot, which is what you do with AG now. So you got to have some sort of mobility. Like I feel like you, especially in the non-Jokic minutes, you need some size when Jokic goes to the bench. So I don't love that idea to try and get your way out of this one.
Hey, we're having some link issues with Gallo. Should we just take a break now and then join him when we come back? That way we have a little more time. Is that what's going on, Nelly?
Yeah, he sent me a screenshot. There's some stuff going on his end, so we're working on getting him up to speed.
All right,
okay, Nelly, fix it and fix your hair.
One of those will be coming soon. The other one you're gonna have to take a rain check on.
By the way, can I just tell you guys, during last break, I walked out of the studio and Nelly gave me one of these, the little hair flicks.
Yeah, I can't do that.
The move I've
we
never been able to do in my life.
No,
like,
we don't do that. No.
Pretty boy hair
Sorry.
flick? Like, come on, Nelly. That's. Oh, really? Oh, wow, he's doing it right now. If you're on Twitch or watching on Altitude, you are getting a Gallo's getting a show. Welcome to the show, Danilo Gallinari, joining us, courtesy of the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com.
Gallo, I'm getting to the airplane, headed to New York for the Avalanche road trip. You guys have fun. Congratulations on an awesome career. I'll let Vic take over.
Thank you.
Danilo, come stai?
Bene, ragazzo, te?
Where are you? I'm great. Where are you? Are you in Miami?
I am in Miami, yes.
Is that where you're going to make your home?
Yes, sir.
Now, because it's warm there, we got about 5-6 inches of snow here in Denver. So I know you don't miss that.
The truth is that I've tried for Denver because, of course, it's my favorite city and that's where I wanted to live.
Yeah.
But the better half of me wasn't very sold, on the Mile High City. So because she's from an island in Italy, I had to give her.
I totally understand.
Island vibe,
Is she from Sardinia?
She is from Sardinia, yes.
Okay, all right. So before we get going, for those who don't know,
ho.
Of course.
ho. Gallo, I was just in Sardinia about 3 months ago. Man, my first time there, I absolutely love Sardinia. It's such a beautiful.
It might be one of the best places on earth. I'm not just saying it because I'm.
We were on the west side. We were on the east side, and we started on the boat down at the bottom and went all the way up and then all the way back down, right? You jump out, you swim in the Mediterranean, you go inside the caves with the boat and all that. I'm a fan. I'm even more of a fan now of your better half because Sardinia is awesome. Okay, you guys have a great show.
Thanks, Moser. That was necessary.
We really appreciate it.
Yeah, I'm sure that Gallo's thankful to know that some guy he doesn't even recognize pops up and says, "Hey, I've been to Sardinia." So thank you for that.
He's definitely a smart guy if he went to Sardinia.
Yes.
So he definitely.
How is your wife, Danilo, before we get going? Because we all read about that horrible shark attack. What happened? What happened that day?
It was shocking. Just it's something that I always say that it's something that you see in the movies that you think is never going to happen. There is no way it's going to happen to me, but it did happen. So imagine just like a movie scene where you are in the water and we didn't see the shark because the water was dirty and the shark just attacked and my wife, we were in the water with the kids So anything could have happened. And, she started, screaming for help. And from there, the recovery started where, you go with the ambulance, they take you to the hospital. It was a big surgery. I'm glad, she didn't lose any vital part of the leg. And she's recovering body-wise. She's recovering great. The mental part is the one that, is going to take a while. I don't know when we're going to take our next bath in the ocean, but we'll see.
Oh man, that is scary. I'm so glad that she's okay. That's just scary to hear. So now that you're in Miami and you're going to retire there, what came to the conclusion that you were done? I mean, you cannot end it any better. You won a championship. You were the MVP of that championship series in Puerto Rico. So it's not the NBA, but hey, man, you finish at the top. When did you know you were done with basketball?
I think right after that championship, I wanted to play one last time with the national team. So right after that, I went back to Italy, play with the national team. And after that, I wasn't sure at the beginning if I still wanted to play another season. I honestly had very interesting offers all around the world, especially in countries that I've been, but I wanted to explore more. But sometimes you got to listen to the body too. And, as basketball players or sports people, we think that we can do stuff until we are 60 years old, 70 years old. But the body doesn't always follow the mind. My body feels great. Of course, I can play another 2 or 3 years if I want to at the highest level. But I think, when the mind and the body are at peace and they are on the same page, and that's the moment where you realize, okay, it's on to the next.
Plus, you've made enough money. You're fine. You can buy the island of Sardinia right now, so you're good there. No worries.
I wish.
Yeah.
Sardinia is very expensive.
Hey, this is our buddy Matt Smith. Matt, go ahead.
Hey, Gallo, when Nikola was drafted, and clearly Denver obviously means a lot to you. You wanted to make this your home. But when Nikola was drafted, playing with him those first couple of years and seeing the unassuming kid that he was at the outset, just how humble he was, watching him, albeit from afar, grow into the monster that he's become, did you see this coming, this level?
No. Not this level. I saw towards the end of my last season with him where he started, putting a couple of triple doubles here and there. You see that he could be a very good player. I saw that. I didn't see that he could be the best player in the world by far. This is my opinion. By far, for so many years, and be probably one of the best players who ever played the game. So, I didn't see all this, but I saw that he was going to be a very good player.
Do you, sit back now. If you took the top 5 international players, and look at the last MVPs, if you took Joker, if you took Shea, if you took Giannis, if you took Luka, if you took the top 5 international players against the top 5 American players, I think the international team is better. That's where we're at today. Does that strike you as crazy?
It is crazy. Right now, to be honest, it's not even close. If you take the first 5 Americans with the first 5 European, I'm sorry, but it's not even close. Which, is something that it should motivate the Americans or the American system or college system, whatever you can think of, to step up a little bit. But it is crazy, especially considering when I came into the league, 2008, of course, the international presence was not as big as it is right now. It has been growing every year of my career in the NBA. But to see that now we have so many European players at the MVP level that can win MVP every year. It's honestly amazing. It tells a lot about the NBA, how amazing the NBA world and the NBA business is, how global it has become, and the fact that now the NBA has eyes in every single corner of the planet is honestly amazing.
So what do you think is wrong with the American game that the rest of the world caught up so quickly?
That's a great question that I don't know if there is a correct answer. I don't know if I have the answer, but of course, something has to be related to the system, from the high school system to the college system. The fact that right now there are not as many talents being created through college compared to the European school, I would say. It's cool, but at the same time, it's something that we need to look at, especially for me now living in the States, and maybe in the future being closer to the college system and the young kids that are growing, is something that we need to work on.
Yeah. You say we. Are you going to stay in the States? Are you American now? What is this?
I am a true American, man.
Oh, wow. Whoa. Is Vittorio okay with that?
No. I'm Italian. I'm Italian, and I just have the American passport. Of course, after so many years, now I've been having the American passport for many years, and but no, it's I live here. My kids, I have 3 kids now. My kids are gonna go to school here. They're going to school here, so we are living in the States the majority of the year. We're gonna spend, the kids are gonna have some free time in the summer, so we're gonna spend some time in the summer in Italy, but the majority of the time is gonna be here.
Well, you tell your wife there are Italians in Denver if she wants to visit. You've seen them. You've been there.
Oh yeah, I know them all. We have a good community going on, but I think I will come visit soon the Mile High City. I don't know if you guys know, but I will be there soon in the next few months.
I can't wait. Are you going to be? Wait. Is this something with the Nuggets? Because
yes.
if you show up at the arena, people will go crazy.
I will show up at the arena.
Oh, good.
In 2026, the first 2 months of 2026.
Oh, I cannot wait. All right, last question. You made many stops in the NBA, and you've always called your stop in Denver your favorite. And man, I hate to bring it up. I'll never forget that scene. It was against the Dallas Mavericks where you hurt your knee, and that season had so much promise. We know what happened. But I want to bring something up because this is how crazy it is. The team that you played on under George Karl that season, do you know how many games you lost at home that year? Do you remember what your home record was that year?
38-3.
That is the most ridiculous home record because they've already lost 4 in a row at home, and this is a championship caliber team. When you think back, have you ever seen anything like it? And why were you so good at home that year?
I've never seen anything like it. I don't know if it will ever be something like that. That team was so good that honestly, and the fans, the atmosphere that we were able to create at home, it was a feeling that only the players and of course you guys that leave that season, the players that were part of that team, we basically knew that we were going to win at home. I don't know how to explain it, but when you get to the arena, you're about to approach the game, you're going to play the game. Either you go down by a lot, up by a lot. In that season, in the first quarter, I remember there were so many quarters that we were up by 20 by the end of the first quarter, or by the first half, we were up by 20. But you have that feeling that no matter how the game will go, by the fourth quarter, we were going to win that game. I don't know. It's just something that you feel that you have, and then when it becomes reality, and of course you only lose 3 games. But one thing that I remember is that Coach Carr was always very, how would you say, adamant about winning at home. He would always say, we don't lose at home. We don't lose at home. We win all the games at home, and we win 50% of the games on the road, and we're going to be in the playoff easy. So that was honestly his mantra, his concept every time. And so for us to lose at home, he was repeating that every single day in practice, training camp. And so for us to lose at home, it was a funeral. So we didn't want to lose at home. And he was, of course, the one that was preaching that and make sure that we understood that.
Gallo, thank you so much for your time this morning. Please let me know what game you're coming back to so we can alert Nuggets fans. Can't wait for
I
that.
already know the game. I can't say right now, but I'm
Let me know. Let me know in the future, all right? Because we have to welcome you with warm. Make sure it's not snowing like it is today, and bring your wife because we want to make sure she likes Denver. Okay?
It's gonna be cold. It's gonna be cold because it's like I said, his first 2 months of 2026, so it's gonna be cold.
Okay. Gallo, take care, buddy. Fix that Italian soccer team because they got to make the World Cup.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Congratulations, Gallo.
See you soon.
See ya.
This is Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Look, if you're thinking about him,
Welcome back to it. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane with Matt Smith. Thanks for being here. For those of you who don't know or have been away. Brett is away while his family welcomes their second child into the mix, which we're all very grateful. Everybody's happy and healthy. So at some point here over the next couple of weeks, Brett will make his way back into the fold, expected around the first of the year. But we appreciate you being here anyway. Was an honor and a pleasure to talk to Danilo Gallinari just now. Thanks so much for setting that up, Vic. And then we had Jared Bednar on the show a little bit earlier. And the Avs are coming off a really nice win last night over Vancouver as they just keep rolling. It's a 17-game point streak now for the Avalanche, which is the second longest franchise point streak in history, okay? The longest, if you'll remember now, January 22, the month of January, they could not lose. 17-19 they won overall and did not lose in regulation. With the non-regulation loss, if we're going to call it that, right, with the win last night. They joined the 79-80 Flyers as the only teams in NHL history with one regulation loss through 26 games. Now, the Flyers, the old Broad Street Bullies, they made it 11 more, which if the Avs keep this rolling without losing in regulation for another 11 games, that'll be incredibly impressive. And quite frankly, I'm not sure it matters because this team is incredibly driven right now, and it's fun to watch. They're a fun group to watch because you can tell there's a lot more at stake than any one individual. They're playing as a group. Last night, Vancouver scores first. By the way, Vic rejoining us here. Vancouver scores first. The Avs come right back after a power play. They end up winning 3-1. Nathan McKinnon, by the way, Vic, we didn't mention this, earned the first star of the month for the month of November, clearly leads the NHL in goals with 22 at the moment, and he's just been dynamic, man. His seventh first star of the month in his career.
You know my favorite thing about McKinnon? Because we have two superstars in town, right? Superstars. You heard Gallo, he called Joker the best player on earth.
Well, he is.
When they each do something special on the ice or on the court, do you see what their reaction is? It's no reaction. It's no reaction. It's like the Barry Sanders touchdown dance. There is none. When Joker hits it from half court, he just turns and stares. When McKinnon finishes a goal, yeah, that's what I do.
Except, you know what? He's been smiling lately because his
buddies, just a crack of a smile.
Because his buddy's back. And you know it means a lot to him. He was asked last night about Gabe being back in the fold.
Yeah, it's easy. 10 years together. He's just a smart player, so it's easy to read off of.
Yeah, just 10 years, no big deal. He's burying the lead there. The smile on his face after the second goal of the night on another assist from Landeskog tells the real story there, Vic. It does. He's happy to have his guy back.
Oh, yeah, and you could tell he's more happy to assist on a goal to Landy than to score one himself.
That's right, yeah.
He's that good. But
yeah.
I just find that amazing. And now you know the makeup of great players, right? Great players are about the team and about themselves, and in that order. Because both of those guys are happier when the players around them succeed.
And when they're winning.
In their faces.
And when they're winning. And when there's not so much frustration. Because the last few years with the Avs, there have been some frustrations. We talked to the coach about it. Injuries have prevented other lines from producing, and there's been so much on his shoulders year after year. This year, I mean, Nelson's contributing. You're getting Landeskog back into the fold. So I imagine that for him, it's really refreshing.
Did you hear, by the way, Gallo's remarks about, and if you missed the Gallo interview, I encourage you to go back and listen to it via podcast, because he said something that I think is very, very important. This is a championship Nuggets team, the makeup of it. It's already won a championship with the core. They've got the elements to win another, okay? And I know the road is not going to be easy, but they've got it. This is a better team than the Nuggets team of 2013. That 2013 team went 38-3 at home. And they did it because of the mentality the team had at home. We don't lose here. We don't lose here. It's that mentality, which is very important, I believe, which is why when they lost 4 straight, as they have at home, it pisses me off.
It should. It should, and I understand it. We've got tons more time to get to the Nuggets, and we'll get back with the back-to-back guests. We're right up against it, so we're going to take another timeout, but when we come back, I got to let you know why we shouldn't be making conclusive statements yet about what Bo Nix can and can't do, and I'll explain after the break. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane with Matt Smith. And much like the Nuggets, we're down a couple of starters. Brett is out, welcoming the second child into the fold and getting settled at home. And Moj is off to Long Island, Vic. So it's Vic and I sitting in for the rest of the way here this morning. You know, I had not heard, Vic, and by the way, if you did not hear, in the last hour, we had Danilo Gallinari on, and yesterday he announced his retirement from professional basketball. Really cool opportunity to talk to him. But Vic, I did not know that it's his wife, yeah? Or are they not married yet?
No, they're married.
They're married. It's his wife. I didn't know that she got attacked by a shark.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that happened. They're in Puerto Rico. He played for the Puerto Rican League this year. And
when was this?
On the beach. This was like 2 months ago.
I don't know how I missed that. That's
it was 2 months ago.
Man.
And she got bit on the leg. And it was like, and at the time, pregnant.
Oh, my God.
So,
that's terrifying.
Yeah, it was a horrible scene, and he described it. He said they don't know if they ever get back in the water again. I don't know how you do that.
Me neither.
Sharks scare every time I go to the beach. I don't know about you, bro. You ever got bitten by a jellyfish or stung? Not bitten, stung by a jellyfish. Has that ever happened to you?
Yeah, in Florida when I was younger, yeah.
I don't do water, bro. I will barely do water with chlorine in it because of that. There are things in the ocean. There are things in there which want to hurt you.
All right, I'm not that. I'm not to that extreme. I actually, funny story, quick one. Colorado played UCF last year down in Orlando, and it was during Hurricane Helene, and we had to get down there a little bit early to preempt the hurricane so travel didn't get delayed. I went swimming at this beach in Florida, New Smyrna, because I got a local recommendation. And I was like, oh, New Smyrna. I didn't want to go to Daytona because I heard it was pretty run down, spring break of yore. Yeah. Anyway, so I get in the water, have a great time. It was probably the only time I was going to see the ocean. I was in the water for 45 minutes at least. It was all murky because the hurricane just hit and I was on the other side. So couldn't see anything, but there was nobody around. I was like, this is perfect. This is what I was looking for. Nice little quiet local spot. Had a great time kind of floating around. And I go to the game the next day, and I run into a guy that actually went to see you, Brendan Mackey, Rod Mackey's son. And he's doing work down there in Florida. And he goes, wait, did you just say New Smyrna? I was like, yeah. And he goes, you realize that is the literal shark attack capital of the world.
Are you serious?
Swear to God.
Oh, that gives me chills hearing that story.
I was in the water for 45 minutes, and because of the hurricane, the water was all chopped up and dark colored. So exactly the same situation Gallo was talking about. So it kind of got me going in my head. That's just terrifying.
No, man. Yeah, and good for her that she survived, obviously. But I will not do water for that reason. I don't trust. I don't trust fish. Fish are slippery people. They're people in my book because they talk. I don't like them.
Because they talk?
Yeah, I mean, on the cartoons and stuff.
Oh, like Finding Nemo?
Yeah.
Just keep swimming. How about the Broncos? They need to just keep swimming. They've stacked 9 in a row, and they head out to Vegas this upcoming weekend for another matchup with the Raiders. And honestly, hopefully it goes better than the last one. They win 10-7, and that was the weekend that CU went out and played West Virginia. So I remember watching that game from my hotel room in Pittsburgh, and I'd flown in really early that morning, and it was everything I could do to stay awake. That's how boring that 10-7 win was. Okay, so while I'm with you that it's a win is a win, I just look. I don't need to see the Broncos win by 20 like Mose does, but at least let me stay awake through this week's game. Is that an okay request?
That should be the endeavor. That's 100%. It's funny because I saw an old picture that I took, and it showed up on one of those apps that brings back old photos that you have.
Sure.
And it came from, let me see, here it is. It said, Sleepy, Sleepy. This was from 7 years ago. And I took a photo of fans at a Broncos game. And I've got it in front of me. And I don't know if you could see that very well. But these fans are sitting at a Broncos game in the stands.
I can't see that at all.
All right, you can't. They're sleeping. They're sleeping at the game. And I'm like, okay, remember those days where you go to a Bronco game and they simply did not entertain you? The difference this year is, it could be a boring game, but because it comes down to the final moments, the final quarter,
right.
It's an entertaining game because of that. Even that Raiders game, as boring as it was for 3 quarters, it's going to end with entertainment.
It had to. It couldn't get worse than the first 3 quarters, so anything that came after that had to be more entertaining. And the one common theme we've had this week when discussing the Broncos is just being grateful for where they're at. And certainly, Bo Nix, 6 game-winning drives this year, ties John Elway for the most in franchise history in a single season, dating back to 85. And, we keep talking about, hey, this is who the Broncos are. Their offense is, going to go through ups and downs, peaks and valleys, but that defense at the end of the day should be there to hang your hat on. That's what travels in the playoffs if you have to go on the road, and that's what wins championships. At least that's how the old adage goes. However, the one thing I want to make sure that we highlight is even though this is an older first-round quarterback in Bo Nix, right? What is Bo now, 25, 26?
He's got to be because he came in the league at 24, so he's got to be close to 26.
Let's see. February 25th, he turns 26, okay? So he's just really beginning his athletic prime. At about 25 years old, 25 to 32, I'd say, is your athletic prime. Mm-hmm. And this is just year 2 with Sean Payton. I think the relationship with them will continue to develop more and more and more and more. And as they become more comfortable with each other, and Sean knows more of what Bo's strengths are, and hopefully he can play a little bit more consistently, I think that they should actually start to improve throughout the course of the game. Like not just a fourth quarter dynamo.
Well, let me ask you something. Is it play calling or is it just the quarterback's execution? Why is it that in certain moments of the game, the 2-minute drill at the end of the first half and in the first possession of overtime, why did it look so easy to move the ball? And then for other parts of the game, it's 3 and out, 3 and out. Why? Why is it so different?
Well, let's listen to Sean Payton, who spoke to the media on Monday, the day after the game, talking about Bo's strengths during a 2-minute drill.
When you can climb and gain 11 yards, some people have that, some don't. Yeah, in other words, we can't go work on that on field B, and so he has that. And a lot of times in those situations, you're getting some zone coverages. Sometimes teams will play a spy. The ability to throw the ball, not only from the pocket, but I would say a strength of his going right or left is, throwing it off schedule. And I think some people can work on that, but aren't as effective as others.
And I'm glad he brought up the playing on schedule and playing on time, because that was what he absolutely despised about Russell Wilson. He just wouldn't do it. Russ could not execute the offense as called. And Bo certainly off schedule, off script, when the play breaks down, that's really when he comes alive because he's on the run. He makes some great throws. But the part of their relationship that I think will develop and where this Broncos offense should continue to get better is that experience, is that repetition in what Sean wants to do on schedule. Because I do think there's room to grow there.
It sounds to me like he's got a guy, and he's trying to make him walk this straight line.
Yeah.
But his skill set is for the zigzag line. And he keeps putting him back on that straight line saying, hey, here's how we do it. But he shines when it's not a straight line. So I guess my answer to that would be is let him go zigzag more. Let him do his thing. Let him go off schedule more.
Well, I think
start the game off schedule.
You can't really, what are you just going to have him go out there and start drawing routes on the football now?
But you're telling me, you just heard from him.
Yeah.
Bo's forte is when things go awry.
Sure.
Bo's forte is when he's running to his left or his right. So why not lean into that?
Well, I think they did to start the game the other night. I think it was the second play call was a boot rollout, and they tried to get him on the move. They're definitely trying more of that, but there's a familiarity that's got to grow there. And sometimes you can't call it exactly how you want it, and the vision in a coach's head maybe necessarily isn't the best path forward depending upon your personnel. So you do have to build around them. And I think that part of it will develop with more time. And so when I look at Bo and Sean's fiery exchanges on the sideline, I see two competitors who want to win. Don't you? Like at the end of the day, when it boils down to it, sure, there's some frustration. Like here's an example. As opposed to Jerry Jeudy coming up to Shedeur and yelling at him in the viral clip that we've all seen, since last weekend. When Sean and Bo have those exchanges, right? It's a difference of opinion. It's what did you see? This is what I wanted. Well, I couldn't do that because this is how I saw it, and this was their disguise. That stuff builds your relationship, and it should push them closer together so that I think Sean will be able to figure out more what Bo can do on schedule. But I do see your point. Like, if that's his strength, play to his strength, man.
I mean, the games we've seen him shine are the games in which he's had to do that. There's been one game where you could say the schedule stuff has worked, and that was the Dallas game, where they could do no wrong.
Yeah.
Right? Where everything worked. I don't care at this point because they're 10-2, and it's funny. Nelly just sent us this. According to Mike Kliss, this game does have some meaning this week, more so than just overall record. You want to maintain that tiebreaker over the New England Patriots, because if you finish with the same overall mark, you would win the tiebreaker and get the number 1 seed. And so if you beat the Raiders, the Broncos clinch that elusive tiebreaker. A win, according to Mike, a win Sunday assures that Denver winning any two-way tiebreakers with the Patriots based on common opponents. And those opponents, the Titans, Broncos beat them. The Bengals, Broncos beat them. The Jets, yep. The Giants, yep. And the Raiders. And if the Broncos go 2-0 against the Raiders, they clinch whatever tiebreaker is left against the New England Patriots. So this is a big game in that respect.
I'm glad you just brought that up, because I want to look into what the playoff picture looks like now and what is at stake the rest of the season. Because, all right, well, you may not be worried about the Broncos necessarily losing to the Raiders this weekend, even though, as we've discussed on this show, it's any given Sunday. But you should be paying attention to what's coming up down the line over the next course of 3-4 weeks here as the Broncos battle it out for the 1 seed. We'll dive into the AFC and NFL playoff picture on the other side. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane with Matt Smith. Thanks for being here. The Broncos and the NFL playoffs. Well, as it sits, they're the 2 seed in the AFC, Vic. And by the way, Moj is on his way to Long Island as the Avs began a little bit of an East Coast roadie here. He was with us the first part of the morning, now on the airplane. And as we know, the absolute last thing that he can afford to do, Vic, is be late again. Like that's a one and done as the play-by-play guy. You get one of those, right?
I don't think you get any of those. I don't think you get any. Can you imagine being?
He survived the last one.
Who told you that?
Right. Yeah. Would you ever dream of it?
It's one of the nightmare dreams you have, is to hold up a team playing, because they can play the game without the broadcasters. They can't play the game without the players.
They sure could. Yeah, that is a very good point. By the way, remember, whether you're at home or on the go, we're always available streaming live on the Altitude Sports Radio app, powered by the Wilhite Law Firm, Injury Lawyers. Go to wilhitewins.com. That's wilhitewins.com. So as it sits, as I said, the Broncos are the 2 seed in the AFC. And the Bills are the 7 seed, Vic. So if the playoffs started tomorrow, we would have a rematch of last year's wild card game.
Yeah, and I'd be uneasy about that, but then you could pick any team and I'd be uneasy. You should be uneasy. I mean, there's no sure things. I mean, the Broncos can host against any lesser team, record-wise, in the AFC, and it would pose a challenge. Name a team. If it's not Buffalo, who is it? Kansas City?
Maybe Indy?
Indy? Anybody should scare you. Although Indy's fate, man, it's funny how they were at the top of the food chain and now quickly dropping, right? Injuries.
Yeah, I mean, Daniel Jones also has a fractured fibula, you know, and an impressive win, by the way, for Houston, going and getting that one done over the weekend. But you figure, I mean, he's got a fractured fibula. It's only a matter of time before that really catches up to him, right?
I just think that the AFC is as wide open as it's ever been, and we won't know who the dominant team is. We still don't know. We assume we know. We think that New England has taken over the throne. We don't know. Playoff football has a way of changing things, right?
Right. And look,
we have no idea how that quarterback is going to react in a high-pressure game.
And barring an epic disaster in Vegas this weekend, which I don't think anybody expects to happen, but based on the fact they only beat this team by 3 points last time, I guess we have to consider it in the realm of possibilities. The Broncos assume control of the number 1 seed from the Pats, as you mentioned before the break, with all those tiebreakers. So we're looking at a team that controls their own destiny here, Vic.
Trouble is, New England's got an easier path home. They just do.
So let's talk about that, because I was looking at that last night, and I get your point. The biggest game, in my opinion at least, the Broncos have left is the Packers. They're playing the best football of anybody left on their schedule. By the time they go up against the Chargers,
Wait, are you saying biggest game or most dangerous game? Because to me, there's no doubt the most dangerous game is the one on Christmas night in Kansas City.
Well, I think the biggest game is every game right now. If you're competing for the 1 seed and you've got to keep up with the Patriots, who you feel like has a lesser schedule, at least based upon strength of opponent. However, the Packers are playing the best football of anybody left on their schedule. That I know.
True, but you've also got them at home.
But that's my point, is like you've got them at home, right? I mean, you got the Raiders on the road this week. I'm not very intimidated by that. 3 of your final 5 are at home. Like, what scares you about the remaining Broncos schedule? Is it just the Christmas Day game?
Well, what scares me is that the teams outside of the Raiders, listen, they're not playing for anything but survival.
Right.
Every team after that has a game against the Broncos with playoff implications. They got something at stake. They've got desperation. Jacksonville is going to have seeding at stake, division at stake.
That's at home, but yes, I agree.
They got something. Green Bay is going to have something at stake.
Yep.
Hell, Kansas City may be playing for its playoff lives on Christmas night. You want something at stake that's huge. And the Chargers in the finale with their injuries now, who knows? So that's why the Broncos' remaining schedules has got landmines all over it.
Oh, no question. That's true. I mean, just by nature of the fact that you're playing some decent teams down the stretch. I think the good news, you get the Packers and the Jags at home. Although those two back-to-back, I think to your point, those are 2 solid teams you're going to have to play back-to-back. You're going to have to beat both of those teams. You know
I'm looking at the Patriots' remaining schedule when you compare and contrast. I mean, they won't have much trouble against bye week next week, so advantage New England. And then they've got the Bills at home.
Now, that's a tough game. Bills have something to play for.
Sure.
Then they're on the road at the Ravens. Ravens will certainly have something to play for. But their final 2 games at the Jets and Dolphins, big deal.
Can I just say something? I'm just not scared of the Packers and the Jags. Those are 2 teams that could beat the Broncos. I'm not ignorant to that.
Really?
I'm not. I mean, the Green Bay's running game has been up and down.
Yeah, but if they get it going, the run game, one thing we've learned about the Broncos, in the games that have been close, I mean, look at the Indy game. They had trouble stopping the run in that game.
Yeah.
And look at this last week. They had trouble against the run in that game.
It's true. It's true. But the Packers beat you over the top, right? It's the fact that Jordan Love throws 4 touchdown passes in the second and third quarter on Thanksgiving, and they beat the Lions by 1 score on the road. The Packers are going to have to keep doing that on the road as well. For them, and I wonder, actually, now that I think about it, who they have coming up before that. It's the Bears. It's the Bears on Sunday. That's a massive game for control of the NFC North. If for some reason they lose, then maybe you're a little bit more intimidated. Mm-hmm. Or excuse me, if for some reason they win and beat the Packers, let me try that one for a third time. If for some reason Green Bay beats Chicago here coming up on Sunday at home, which it's the Packers and Bears at Lambeau.
Nailed it.
Who do we think is going to win that game? That would probably put them in the driver's seat in the NFC North. And that would put, you're right, a massive, massive game on the schedule for Green Bay and Denver, because there would be playoff implications all over that. So maybe that's the one that you really have to circle. And if they can find a way to win that.
And don't get me wrong on this, Matt. And listen, Bronco fans, this is where I love it. I love the fact that there are clutch games down the stretch to prepare you for the most clutch games on the schedule, which are playoff games. I love the fact that the games preceding the playoffs have as much impact as those very playoff games. What else is going to teach you? What else is going to ready you? What other team is more prepared for that than the Broncos right now, who have played more clutch games than anybody? You may look at the Broncos schedule and say, well, this is a fluke. They've won 9 in a row and they've trailed in every one. They've won 10 games and they've trailed in every one. They're barely winning. I look at it and say, yeah. And when things get tight in the playoffs, this team is used to pulling one out. So, advantage Broncos. I like it.
If you had to go to New England for an AFC championship game, provided both teams make it that far and the Broncos end up tripping up down the stretch here and get the 2 seed, I mean, you take
look at
that,
history.
Right?
The history means that's bad news. I mean,
I understand.
They don't win. They don't win here. The Broncos don't win there.
Things can change, but yeah, that has been the trajectory of this matchup between the 2 teams. But I mean, things have. When was the last time the Broncos went to New England to play a meaningful football game?
Probably. Well, let's see. The year they won the Super Bowl, they got lucky because. Do you remember what happened at the end of that year? New England tripped up in the finale that cost them home field.
Right, and they had to come here.
Yeah. So a meaningful game in Foxborough? God.
It's been a while.
Yeah, it's been that year maybe. The year before that.
So that's my point is, while I'm with you, I think a lot of our trepidation on that one specifically comes from history. And so maybe there is something to be trepidatious about, but it's brand new altogether. Like, this is one thing I was saying the other day. 1 seed, 2 seed, no matter what, the Broncos aren't in a position where they need to be scared of anybody. They got to be taking this thing by the horns. Now, you got to prepare, but if you really want to set a championship standard here, you've got to be the gold standard, which is why when we heard Bo, what was it, a couple of weeks ago, say, yeah, I mean, the Chiefs are a good team. Yeah, I mean, they're fine. When they came here and they beat the Chiefs, you remember that?
Sure.
I think that's the right mentality to take. I do. Like, you respect your opponent, but you're not intimidated. Not anymore, at least.
Hey, Matt, not to change the subject, but I'm going to change the subject very quickly because you are a CU insider when it comes to the CU Buffs football program.
Okay.
And you've been there every step of the way.
Yeah.
Did it surprise you when the news came out yesterday, the Denver Business Journal, that the CU football program is not only losing money, but hemorrhaging money?
Well, not particularly.
Did you see the report, first of all?
Yes, of course. I saw the report in it was
let
from
people
USA
know
Today.
what the report revealed.
Yeah, it was from USA Today. Look, CU's they're not making money. And we talked about this last week.
No. Not making money is one thing. No, not making money.
I understand.
They're in the red $27 million.
That's
a setup.
None of this is surprising to me. So I hear you. However, again, I think this was a little clickbaity, the article. I'm trying to find it here. But my point is that we've known this for a while, that Colorado put Coach Prime and this whole experience on the card. What we're starting to see is what happens when you don't win after you invest to the degree they have. Now, if you've been paying attention to college football across the country, yesterday BYU was able to retain Kalani Sitake from Penn State because they agreed to, pretty much go above what the new quote-unquote rules are supposed to be and pay above the House revenue sharing agreement and add $10 million more to the NIL. But what you're seeing here is, number one, Colorado not having the donor base that some of these other schools have. That's number one.
Well, that's the number one problem, because I will push back on you. You're saying that they're not making the money that they thought they would. If the CU Buffs, if you flip their record, what are they right now? 3-8?
They're 3-9. They finished
3-9. I'm sorry, 3-9. If you flipped it to 9-3, would they have more revenue in their pockets?
I would think so.
I don't think so.
Why?
Why? The schedule is already set. They didn't have any trouble selling tickets all but one game this year, correct? All but one game. Tickets were not a problem.
The last couple down the stretch were a little spotty.
They were pretty much close to sellouts, though. So that doesn't make up. So what's the difference? The difference is not the revenue you get from television, because they were still on television. Even a three-win team on television all the time, they're not generating the revenue they desire because they don't have the boosters that some teams have.
That's exactly what I was saying.
Yeah. So whether you win or lose doesn't matter.
I mean, I think merchandise and things like that, you definitely boost things from that.
That's another topic.
I know.
That's a great topic. I'm glad you brought that up.
I know you are.
Do you believe?
So all we've kept hearing over the last 3 years is how, oh my God, you can't keep CU apparel on the shelves. It's just flying off the shelves. Oh my God. So where's that money?
Well, a lot of it went to Coach Prime because he's got a deal that with whatever has his name on, he gets a good percentage of it. If I have that correct, I reached out to my folks at CU for a comment on the article this morning. I have not heard back. I gave them an opportunity to tell their side of the story. Again, this to me is more about their lack of a donor base and where college football has transitioned to since they hired Prime 3 years ago, Vic.
Your first point is the one that we need to focus on because it's the only one that matters.
Tell me why.
Because if you don't have the donors to prop up to pay for your NIL, you can sell all the merchandise you want.
Mm-hmm.
You can sell out every game. You can be on national television.
Yeah.
That doesn't pay the bills.
I know, and the bigger problem here is what those bills are, because they're now way bigger than they were before. When you first brought in Coach Prime, you weren't paying him. You were paying him less than half of what you're paying him now, and there are more costs that you have to account for now. And
Think
they don't
about
have.
this for a second, Matt.
Yeah, go ahead.
Think about this. Who's on national television more, Texas Tech or CU?
I'd say this year is probably pretty even split, but
over the last 3 years, who's been on national television
easily
more?
Colorado.
Who gets more national plays, Texas Tech or CU?
Colorado the last couple years.
Who sells more merchandise, Texas Tech or CU?
Colorado, I'd imagine.
Who has a bigger booster donation pool, Colorado or Texas Tech?
Tech. Yeah.
I mean, come on.
But it's apples and oranges. I mean, you're talking about like some of the most elite resources in all of college football. Like, so I get your point. But if you're comparing it to the rest of the Big 12, they're on par. BYU just committed more money to their program yesterday to try and keep Kalani Sitake.
Where are they getting it?
Well, where do you think they're getting it? The church.
And
the crumble cookie CEO, yeah.
Where's Utah getting its money?
Pretty much the same place. Yeah, it's the same. I mean, it's the state of Utah.
Where's Arizona State getting its money?
That's the bigger question, right? Like donors and you'd probably think you have a bigger donor base because you probably Arizona State's a little bit bigger than CU, I think. But the fact is they're better at selling it right now. And Coach Prime came in here, and CU was already behind in NIL in the first place, Vic. The point remains the same, that you have to make major changes both to the financial side and to the football side to make this thing work. And after the game in Manhattan the other day, I asked Coach Prime, because we've been trying to get this out of him now all season, about the resources and about where Colorado stacks up among the rest of the country. And he doesn't want to make an excuse and talk about the money and point at the money. Because the truth is that, I mean, even with the team they had this year, they had to coach better, they had to develop better, and even the guys they brought in, they needed to play better. So there is a big part of that would have changed them from a 3-9 team to most likely a bowl team.
Well, all I kept hearing when the losses kept piling up is that, it doesn't matter because the stadium's selling out and merch is going out the door in droves. Don't worry about it. Well, wait a minute. There's a $27 million deficit. Well, I thought I wasn't supposed to worry about this. So what is it?
I mean, this is what we knew they did ahead of time.
But I was told not to worry because games are selling out and you're on national television and merchandise is being sold.
Yeah, but what's the worry here?
I guess the worry is how do you pay for all this? Who ends up paying for it if you don't have the boosters to pay for it? Whose card does it end up on?
The schools, because they've been borrowing a lot to help take care of what they needed to.
What do you mean by the schools? Like how?
The campus,
so
the budget.
Who's paying for that?
The budget that's allocated to the university. They're borrowing money from the university, the athletic department.
So at the end of the day, is it students paying tuition? Is it taxpayers?
I think
pays that bill?
I think it's a combination of everything. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, I don't think it's just you can point to one area. It's everything. And the point is the bill's not being paid. That's why there's a deficit. And they've got to do work to figure out how to generate the revenue to pay those bills. That's the bigger thing here. You're missing the bigger point. The athletic director hire is what this is all about. So, you know what? We knew Colorado wouldn't really make money from this. They weren't making that much money before. They operated at like a break-even pace, like that, more or less. But the point is now the whole game has changed since 3 years ago. To be honest with you, I don't care at all who's paying for it. What I care is who's going to pay for the roster next year and who's going to pay for the roster the year after that. Because it's not just one time that you have to get back to square on 27 or whatever the number that USA Today was that they reported. You've got to do this year in and year out. So to be honest with you, I could give a rip about what they have to do to find a way to square their books. What I care more about is how to get the money in here to sustain and to uphold the expectation and the standard that Deion Sanders wants to set. Because one more bad year, you stack one more bad year. College football programs these days age in dog years, Vic. 2 bad years will put them so far behind the 8 ball. And quite frankly, I mean, early signing day is today. They enter early signing day with the 108th ranked class in the country. Now, per quality average of recruit, it's better than that, and it will get better throughout the season, but they're in a tough spot. They got to make all these decisions, and they need coin now. There is no feasible way they're going to be able to get the right guy in there to be able to get everything done that they need to get done to actually fix this. So what does it look like next year? Can they coach above their pay grade? Can they take a mediocre team and make it a good team? Can they
even if you do that, it doesn't guarantee you income from boosters.
I'm with you, but they have to win.
See, here's my biggest problem with CU right now, and this is something that, I mean, maybe you have more intel. There are a lot of CU graduates out there with CU connections that have a ton of money. I know a few. And they're not giving to their university's football program like some other alum at other schools are. There is a disconnect, Matt.
Yes.
And there's been a disconnect for years. And until you fix that, they're going to be mired in financial turmoil.
Look, Vic, I'm with you. And there's no easy answer because you're talking about giving away a lot of money here. We're not talking about just a little bit. You got to have a connection. And that's why I talk about the athletic director. This dude has to be a straight G. He's got to be a hustler, baby. He's got to be willing to come in here and work his fingers to the bone because I think Rick George did as much as he could with the way college football was. He doesn't love the way it was, but you need some forward thinker, somebody on the leading edge, somebody who knows how to run a business, Vic, because it's a business.
Well, I'm going to tell you this. Prime is his own business. He's a corporation in his own right. And if you sell shirts that say Prime on it, I think he deserves the money because that's his shirt. That's his That's his status you're selling. But you're meaning to tell me you're paying your coach that much money, the most they've ever paid a coach, and he's getting the merchandise money as well?
Not all of it, but there's some of it there. I mean, you had to do something to get him here anyway. He held all the cards when you were 1-11.
I have no problem with him collecting those funds. He deserves it because, again, not many coaches out there carry that card where they could sell their own merch. Name another coach that can do that.
That's all I'm
saying.
There
ain't one.
That's all I'm saying. We'll dive into this conversation more the next coming days and weeks here as the offseason rolls on for college football, and Coach Prime's got a lot of work to do in Boulder to build it back up, and Coach Mora has a lot to do to get that thing off the ground up in Fort Collins. On the other side, the Nuggets back in action tonight. How do they move on without Jamal Murray? We'll discuss next. Matt Smith in for Brett Kane, Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. Vic, Nuggets, Pacers tonight as the Nuggets begin a 3-game East Coast road trip. Come back and play Sacramento next Thursday. What are the keys tonight as they take on the Eastern Conference representative in last year's finals?
Well, one key will hinge on whether or not Jamal Murray is available to play. He's listed as questionable. He tweaked his ankle in the last game. I don't know if you can turn around and put that guy out there, but 3 games in a row on the road, if he doesn't play, what's the answer? Do they go to Jalen Pickett and say, you're the starter, and we'll take it from here? That's the road I would take, but we'll see what they do. The key is simply get by, survive. They've won 7 in a row on the road. 7 in a row. They seem to play better defense on the road. They seem more connected on the road. So let's see what they can do without 3 starters. If Jamal plays tonight, I'd be somewhat surprised, pleasantly surprised. I don't think he will, but we'll see. Also, if you missed it, the LA Clippers released Chris Paul, and there were reports that they released him because he was talking about the team, and they got tired of him talking and criticizing the front office, so they let him walk. 40-year-old Hall of Famer. Might the Nuggets make a run? Are they interested? Would they be? Can he play? I don't know. As for tonight, it's Indiana. They're not good. I expect the Nuggets to bring their A game with whatever they got left.
Those are our keys to the game, powered by Johnson Auto Plaza, where you get selection, service, and incredible savings on Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC, all at one location. Experience the power of the plaza at Johnson Auto Plaza. News just in, hot off the press, Vic. I don't know if you happen to see this one, but the Colorado Rockies have a general manager. Would you look at that? Josh Burns, the longtime Dodger, or is it Bryans? It might be Bryans because it's B-R-Y. Or is it Burns? Okay. Josh Burns, the longtime Dodgers Senior Vice President of Baseball Operations. Dodgers Senior Vice President of Baseball Operations will be hired as the Rockies' new general manager, a Major League source confirmed Wednesday to Patrick Saunders of the Denver Post.
And he worked here in Colorado before. He's had a previous stint with the Rockies. He worked here from 99 as an assistant GM, 99 to 2002.
Why am I not surprised?
Yeah. So he's been here. He knows all about, baseball at altitude and all that business.
You'd like that, wouldn't you?
He's got a rich resume. I don't mind this hire one bit. It makes sense to me. He's worked with Paul DiPattista. They're both Harvard guys. They're both Harvard guys. So they're cut from the same cloth.
It sounds like you like the Rockies offseason so far.
I mean, what?
I don't know. I'm just. That maybe sounded leading. Let me ask that again. Vic, sounds like you like the Rockies offseason so far.
What did you expect them to do exactly? And my retort is always, they said, go outside the box, do something, bring somebody from outside the organization.
Yeah,
they did.
Yep.
In Paul DiPattista. All right.
That's true.
You went way outside the organization. He's in football the last 10 years.
Yeah.
So, okay, bring somebody that's been in baseball. Here they go. Josh Burns is now their new GM, according to Patrick Saunders, who's reporting this, by the way. It's not official yet. The club hasn't made it official. So they brought a guy in who's been around the division. He's worked for every team in the division, for crying out loud. He was a GM for the Padres, a GM for the Diamondbacks. He's worked with the Dodgers. He's worked with the Rockies. He knows the division. Will it work? I have no idea, but he knows Coors Field.
So good hire.
I think it's an appropriate hire.
All right, out of 10, give me grades. Paul DiPattista.
7.
Josh Burns.
7.
Walt Schaefer. Warren Schaefer.
I was going to say, that's Walt Schaefer's.
I know. I get it. There's a blend there. Warren Schaefer.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
I'll give that one a 7 as well. I don't care who you hire now. I care what they're capable of doing down the road. And Schaefer is only going to work with what he's got. That one, to me, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter who the manager is right now.
Okay,
Most important hire is the ones they made at the top.
So right now you're telling me that the Rockies are going to be rebuilt, or at least the approach moving forward is going to be dictated by Walker Montfort, Paul DiPattista, and now Josh Burns.
Yeah, they got younger, a little more outside the box. This is fine.
You know what I got to say?
It's fine for me. I'm good with this.
You know what I got to say, and I mean this in all sincerity? Good luck, gentlemen. Seriously, good luck. Because when the Rockies are good, I mean, you already got people there. You might as well give them something to cheer for. So I'm rooting for him because I know this town does love their Rockies, and it's been a while since you've been able to wear your Rockies gear with any sort of pride, and I totally can relate to. So, look, Vic, I don't really have much else to say. Best of luck, and we'll see if it works out in, 5 years?
Yeah, I didn't realize that. Josh Burns is actually older than his boss, Paul DePodesta. He's a couple years older, I should say, and they both are Harvard guys, and they're both really into analytics. So if that's the route they're taking, to me, this is why I like the move. They are embracing analytics.
Well, that's kind of what Tampa did, right? And that's where everybody was like, look at the Rays. Model yourself after the Rays.
And normally I'm not the analytics guy, but when it comes to baseball, that sport is all analytics now. It's all it is. It's the numbers. Hell, managers are managing game with analytics cheat sheets next to them. You see the players themselves on the field, they're looking down at sheets, percentages. That's what the game has become. So the Colorado Rockies are fully leaning into this, and I'm all for it.
Burns was GM with the D-backs and Padres, as you mentioned, and worked with Cleveland, the Red Sox, and Dodgers in the last 11 years. Hey, at least he's in baseball and been in baseball the last decade. That's a step up from the DePodesta thing. And maybe DePodesta being outside of baseball and having a completely different approach and perspective ends up paying off. Because honestly, you got to get unconventional here. The way that business as usual has not been working out for them down there on Blake Street. That is for sure.
Listen, the Rockies are in a place right now. There's so much ill will. No matter who they would have hired.
No, you're right.
They could have hired Jesus Christ, and there would be some blowback from people.
And so that's where I go, all right, let's see what you got. Not in a condescending way.
I like the moves. I really do.
But to your point, what are you going to be mad at the move? What are you going to be mad at what they're doing outside of, at the very top? Where is that going to get you? I mean, we're just kind of on the same hamster wheel we've been on here until they find a way to dislodge themselves from it. I don't know what else to say about the Rockies. I mean, do you have an emotional attachment to them?
No, a lot of that emotion's been, again, it's been a long time. I had no emotional attachment in 2007, in 2010. I had one when they made a run of playoffs games in 2017, 18. Was that the last time? Or was it 19? They had a good little run there. Obviously, success breeds emotion. But when you fall off the radar for the last 5 years, and you just completely fall apart, apathy sets in. That's the worst thing. Hell, hey, Matt, did apathy set in for Bronco fans for the better part of a decade?
We were really close. I don't know if we ever got to full-blown apathy, but it was real close.
Before Prime arrived?
Yes.
Did apathy set in as a CU fan?
As apathetic as the Rockies fan base, maybe.
It happens to everybody in every sport.
I don't know about everybody. Always, but I wouldn't call Avs fans ever apathetic.
I don't know. A 48-point season. Did you ever go to the arena? Did you see how many people showed up?
Yeah, that's 1 year. I mean,
but I'm saying there's always a point where you fall off the cliff. If you don't win, people are going to show. If you don't show promise, people won't show.
I guess so. I guess when I hear apathy, I think of a sustained period of time where you just legitimately had no opportunity. All right, let me swing back around to the Nuggets here because it's a big night to bounce back from the loss the other night. Okay, if Jamal Murray cannot go, what would you like to see them do?
Well, what I'd like to see them do, or what they'll do, I'd like to see them just lean into Jalen Pickett. Just give Jalen Pickett the ball. He hasn't played in a while. They were going to put him in the other night, by the way. And David Adelman said by the time the fourth quarter arrived, he thought it was unfair to throw him in. But start Jalen Pickett and have a point guard run your offense and see how it works. I think that's their only option.
Want to see Kevin Durant and the Rockets at Ball Arena? We've got your tickets all day tomorrow. It's a Nuggets Ticket Thursday. Don't forget, so make sure to listen in, and we'll have keywords on the 20s all day for your chance to win. I'm with you. If it's me, you got to give more opportunities to Jalen Pickett. If Murray's right on the edge and he's trying to push through and grit it through, you've got Indiana tonight. You've got Atlanta Friday. You've got Charlotte on Sunday. And then you're off until next Thursday at Sacramento. Just putting it out there, but this would seem like a really good chunk of time to try and piggyback on those 3 days off next week for Jamal to try and see if you can get that ankle to calm down a little bit so you don't end up re-aggravating it and it doesn't turn into okay, maybe he's questionable and now it's a month. That's what my concern would be. Obviously, we'll see how they decide to approach it. You also brought up that the Clippers and Chris Paul have parted ways. They sent him home from a road trip for allegedly being somewhat of a locker room lawyer there.
Yeah.
Is that a guy that, with the veteran experience, you think the Nuggets should talk to see if he wants to play ball into being a guy who can help get them into their stuff every night?
The last thing you need is a locker room lawyer, because they've had a few of those come through town. So you have to make sure that part of it is just his being upset with the Clippers and not just he's at that stage in his career where he's going to chat about everything, right? You got to make sure he's not that here, because you don't need that.
No, not at all. I mean, you got to be careful with a guy like that you don't rock the boat. But if really all he wants to do is win, if Denver's interested, I mean, you pick up the phone.
But can he play, Matt? Still, can he play?
That's the problem, because they don't really need him as like some sort of locker room leader. We actually need you for like 15 to 20 good minutes a night, dude.
I just need somebody who can play.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, Colin Gillespie can play.
I know. That's why I think they need to figure out immediately if they have anything, or if they're not willing to do anything with Jalen Pickett, they need to cut ties and run. Either way, we'll discuss it tomorrow and see what happens tonight in Indiana. Thanks for being here. Moser's on his way to Long Island, where the Avs embark on a road trip starting tomorrow, and we will be back tomorrow as well. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane with Matt Smith. The Nuggets look to add to their 7-game road winning streak as the 3-game East Coast road trip kicks off tonight in Indiana. Tune into Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Pregame starts at 4:30. Powered by Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Visit ramoslaw.com.
Nichushkin turns on his forehand. Malinsky lets it go. Tip. Rebound. Score! The Mac attack is back, Jack. His 21st goal of the season. Landiskog in front. Brock Nelson. He scores! Can you smell what the Brock is cooking? Gabe Landiskog. He peels around. McKinnon, a one-timer. He scores! Won't miss from there. Nathan McKinnon, his second goal of the game, and a man who averaged 2 points a night in the month of November is averaging 2 points a night so far in December.
Another day, another Avs win. They find a way to extend their point streak to 17 games, officially the second longest in NHL history.
Whoa.
There was 17 behind.
What? How close are we?
So you still got a while to go.
It's like 26.
I think Philly's like in 35 games, something crazy like that. But they are finding ways to manufacture points. And last night there were 5 total minutes where I looked at that hockey game and I went, Colorado's not in control. And it was the first 4 minutes of the game, and then between the 3:30 mark and like the 2:30 mark of the third period when Adam Foote pulled his netminder. The rest of the hockey game, man, Colorado had the puck the entire time. And when Spring and I were talking about it on the post-game show, as we welcome you into the morning sprint, that's the coach, Mike Sanford. KJ Granderson is behind the glass.
I could be wrong here, Raj, but
What's up?
I'm looking right now. I see that oh, you're right.
The 1979-1980 Philadelphia
35.
Flyers. Yeah.
35.
It's a lot of games.
Jeez.
So it's the longest into a season with just one regulation loss. Colorado's now at 26 games. Philly went 37. They have I think the second most points in NHL history through 26 games played. They have the second longest point streak in Avalanche history. The last time that they had a point streak of 17 or more games was back in 2022 when they won the Cup. They went the entire month of January and halfway of February by getting points. They went 17-0-2. They're currently 14-0-3 in their 17-game streak right now. Spring said it last night in the postgame show. This was a game that if you were playing on PlayStation or Xbox, you just simmed through it.
Yeah. Just let the computer take the controls.
Yeah, because you're going to win the game
gonna happen.
90 out of 100 times. You're going to win it 90% of the time, and maybe something goes wrong. Maybe Scott Wedgwood gets hurt, and like Blackwood comes in and isn't an elite netminder. But nope, that wasn't the case last night. Wedgwood leaves with a tight back. Blackwood comes in, sees 11 shots, stops all 11. They're a wagon.
They're a total wagon, and the crazy thing right now is with Florida as a banged-up outfit right now on the Eastern Conference, Dallas is Dallas. Man, who is the other wagon out there today? It feels a little bit like the NFL that way.
Dallas.
Like, except for the NFL, I don't think has one team that you think is like an undisputed wagon right now in its current form. Like, you could say the Patriots, but do you really trust the Patriots down the stretch?
Not yet.
Do you really trust them?
You could say the Broncos, but then you go, do you really trust the offense down the stretch? So I agree. I think there's two teams that are knocking on the door there. LA was closest, but then they lost to a Carolina team that you go, how do you lose to Bryce Young?
At least they have championship DNA.
They sure do.
They have a quarterback that's won it.
Yeah, the 3 teams in the NHL right now, Colorado, Dallas, and the other one who's red hot, Minnesota.
Okay.
Minnie's playing great.
But you don't think they're like the Patriots.
I think Minnesota can help you do some dirty work in the playoffs.
Okay.
I think if Minnesota is the 3 seed and Dallas is the 2 seed in the Central and Colorado gets the 1-8 matchup with like Chicago or someone.
You want to know what Minnesota is? They're Minnesota nice.
Yeah.
They're the kind of people that'll, oh yeah, we'll help you out.
No problem.
Oh, Colorado, we like you.
I'll shovel your driveway this morning, no problem.
And then they'll try to shank you when you're not looking. And they'll probably shank a couple teams along the way and help you out in the playoffs.
That's the hope, is that, like, Minnie shows Minnesota up and shanks Dallas.
I got Minnesota nice by an entire state.
You sure did. We love you, Coach. Get out of here.
Yeah. Oh, make sure you collect your belongings on the way out, huh?
Oh, goodness, man.
Oh, did you have fun playing pond hockey with us for 2 years? It was really fun.
Catch this stat. Found this out last night. Nathan McKinnon, through what is essentially a third of the NHL season. We are a third of the way through this year. And the Avs are continuing to roll with 19 victories in those 26 games. Nathan McKinnon currently has more games where he has 2 or more points than he does games with 1 or fewer.
Stupid.
And he's a third of the way through the year.
I had a chance because my season, unfortunately, is over to really watch last night. And it's wild to see how well he's playing all the time. I mean, and I've watched McKinnon for the last 4 years since I've lived in this great state. And of course, he is otherworldly. He's amazing. But in the game of hockey, like any other pro sport, you can't say that when you're watching a superstar player all the time, they look unbelievably good. Right now, you watch his shifts, man, are they good.
He's impactful every time. And as an opposition, it feels as though anytime he's on the ice, you have the Alex Pietrangelo cut of, oh boy, oh no, something bad's going to happen right now.
It's the passing, the stick handling, the pace.
And he's not without his mistakes. Like, he had 2 Little Caesars hot and ready pizzas that he threw last night to Vancouver.
Mm-hmm.
And luckily enough, they don't end up in the back of your net because one time Wedgwood makes the save and the other time Blackwood makes the save. Like, he makes mistakes, but he's always trying to make this, the perfect grade A play. And more often than not, it has worked his way this year. I think he is well on his way to winning an MVP this year. I heard Kreckman and Lindahl talking about this. It was either yesterday or 2 days ago. As it stands right now, who has the better chance to win MVP for his team? Is it Nikola Jokic or is it Nathan McKinnon? It was yesterday on Kreckman and Lindahl. Who's got the better chance?
I'm going Nathan McKinnon.
I think you're right.
I think that you're going to see back-to-back MVPs in NBA. Do you not?
I mean, there's certainly a chance you can do it. Right now, the player efficiency ratings for Jokic, Giannis, and Shea are all through the roof. Like, if you stopped today, those are the 3 best PER seasons of all time.
The problem with
better
Shea,
than what Joker did in 21-22.
Barring injury, the problem with Shea is that
it's not going to stop.
It's not going to stop.
No.
He's in his prime. He's young. His style of play isn't such that he is always leaving himself. I mean, you touch the guy, there's a foul. You're near the guy, you breathe on him, it's a foul. So he's protected by the NBA.
And there isn't
what's their
OKC
record? You said it yesterday. What's their
20-1?
What's their record going to end up being?
I think they're going to break the Golden State record.
And you're not going to give him the MVP award?
Right. You have the greatest. They will then have the 2 back-to-back greatest regular seasons of any NBA team. Last year with scoring margin, and this year then with wins if they get where I think they're going to go. So I do agree with you that, like, because there's no OKC fatigue yet and there's no SGA fatigue yet, if they run the table and they go like 76-6 and SGA has a PER in the 30s, he'll probably get it done. I think barring injury, he's got the inside track right now. The only thing that Joker has working outside of like his legendary performances, you can look at OKC and go, well, how wouldn't you be the best scorer in the league with everything around you? That's the one thing that you have in your cap as a Nugget fan, to look at Joker's opposition and go, well, he's got the best team in the world. He should be one of the best scorers on planet Earth. McKinnon has that working against him, right?
Yeah, it's such a wagon.
You have the best defenseman in the world who's going to win another Norris Trophy. You have the best goaltending tandem in the NHL right now in Wedgwood and Blackwood.
You might have the best pure speed guy flanking you in Marty Netchis. I mean, it's a wagon. They're that good.
There's such a deeper conversation to be had with McKinnon, I think, this year in terms of lifting all boats around him. And that's what Joker does with the Nuggets. I think we're actually seeing the data come in real time with Nathan McKinnon, because you always thought, well, he's got another Hall of Famer on his wing in Mikko Rantanen. Marty Netchis is just putting up points left, right, and center, man.
Marty right now has been better than Mikko was post-Cup.
Okay. Was Rantanen's 50-goal season post-Cup? I can't remember when he scored 55, was that the year after or the year that they won it? He scored 55 in 22-23, so the year after they won the Cup. He showed up with a 105-point season. That was his first 100-point season in the NHL.
What's Marty on pace for?
He's not on pace for 55.
Yeah.
But he's on pace for a 100-point year. Because Natchez is still I think he's top 5 in the NHL in points right now. I said it a few weeks ago. Like, McKinnon played with the Hall of Famer wing and Mikko Rantanen. If Natchez stays healthy, he will put up enough points to be on a Hall of Fame trajectory, and it is because he's playing with Nathan McKinnon.
Just taking a look here at just overall projection for Marty.
He's not going to score 55, Coach.
Okay. What's he at right now?
11, 12? Is it more than that? Natchez?
Here he is right here. So he is 13.
13.
20 assists.
Yeah, he's not scoring 55. It's not going to happen.
He's 8th in the NHL right now in points.
But he is just shy of a third of the season with 33 points. If all goes well and he stays healthy, he should hit 100. He had 105. That was his first 100-point season in the league. The year after they won the Cup, he had 55 goals and 50 assists.
Would you agree that Natchez might be a better facilitator?
Sure. I can do that.
Whereas
I can do that.
Rantanen was a really good finisher.
Excellent finisher, excellent power play performer. The Avs are certainly missing that one-time opportunity on the power play. The power play is still not fixed, but it doesn't matter.
Remember yesterday when I was telling you that there is no team in the NFL, that really has all three offense, defense, and special teams in a wagon position, like I saw the Avs essentially, and you're like, well, they're not even close to having all three. I would say that your goals for, so your offense, your regulation 5-on-5 offense.
Far and away the best in the league.
Your defense.
Far and away the best in the league.
I consider half of your special teams is your kill, which is third right now.
Yep. I think they're running at like an 87% clip.
They're third in the NHL. So that's a huge part of your special teams. And if your 5-on-5 is that elite and your special teams, half of your special teams importance is third in the league, then you're going to be good enough to just about beat anybody and outscore any problem that you might have by not producing on the power play.
To take that that conversation that we had yesterday about the Patriots, right? And there are three phases of the game. The Patriots defense is then akin to the Avalanche special teams.
Agreed.
Where it is not all elite, but it's good enough right now to get the job done. And the reason why it feels so scary to me and it feels so scary to a lot of Avs fans out there right now is because with this team, it's so hard not to project into April, May, and June. And what do we project into April, May, and June? Because of last year, because of looking in the rear view, you go, why'd you lose to Dallas?
Yeah.
Power play went ice cold. So while all of these exciting things are happening, and Nathan McKinnon is playing better than anyone on planet Earth, and Cale Makar is marching toward yet another Norris Trophy, and you have like a Vezina Trophy candidate in Wedgwood and Blackwood right now through a third of the season, you can't help but go, well, the one thing that killed us last year still isn't fixed. Everything else is. Everything's elite. But I still think, to answer Nate and Andy's question from yesterday, Nathan McKinnon, I think, has a large step up on Nikola Jokic in terms of his ability to win an MVP because of how much better he is right now than everybody else in his sport. He's unbeatable. Avs win again. 303-504-0925 is where you guys can reach us. The Nuggets look to add to their 7-game road winning streak. It's nice that they get away from Ball Arena. They've lost 4 here in the Mile High City, but they are on the East Coast, and it kicks off tonight against Indiana. Tune in to Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Pregame starts at 4:30 p.m., powered by Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. You can visit them at ramoslaw.com. Join DMac tomorrow night for a Thursday night football viewing party. Enjoy a dew and a brew and watch Dallas and Detroit and enter to win cool prizes, including a Steve Atwater autographed helmet. We'll see you guys at number 38 tomorrow night at 6 p.m. Again, DMac for a Thursday night football viewing party. A signed Steve Atwater helmet. You got to be there in person to sign up and win that thing. Number 38 in Rhino starts at 6 p.m. On Thursday. You've got the Nuggets and the Pacers this evening. 4:30 pregame show on 92.5. So a truncated version of Kreckman and Lindahl on the first snowy day here in the Denver Metro. So drive safe on out there. Don't look at your phones.
Cowboys-Lions.
Cowboys-Lions.
Is that an elimination game?
It probably feels like it.
6-5-1 Cowboys going to Ford Field to play the 7-5 Lions that are in a bit of a wagon of a division right now. If you go to 7-6, you're in some trouble.
Well, the two wild card spots that you have to really look for in the NFC are the 8-3-1 Packers, who are second in the NFC North, and the 9-4 Niners, who are third in the NFC West. Dude, you get a sixth loss there as either one of those teams, and you're in big time trouble. Big time trouble.
Is the Cowboys, do they even have a chance right now to actually win? Could they win the NFC East? I don't know that they control their own destiny, but
NFC East right now is
obviously
led
Eagles
by Philly at 8-4.
Yeah,
So you can do it.
You could do it.
That's probably their only way into the postseason.
I feel like this is a must-win game for either team.
It's likely your only way into the postseason with just 6 wins. Detroit could still find a way to backdoor a wild card spot if Green Bay starts to falter. Who's a huge Broncos fan right now? Packers fan.
Yeah.
Green Bay fan loves Denver.
Help me out.
When you play the Packers,
Green Bay.
Oh,
fan.
sorry. I apologize. I
was like,
my fault. Detroit fan loves.
I'm
Denver.
pretty sure I'm actually listening. I'm sure.
You were.
Sometimes I don't listen, Raj. I was listening there.
Yeah, there's times where you are in the clouds.
Yeah. Well, no, I'm actually researching.
I'm proud of you.
Yeah.
Sorry, I apologize. Detroit fan is Denver fan now.
Yeah.
Right? Because Green Bay comes to town. Lions fans want them to win. You could find a way to backdoor in because you already have 7 victories. The NFC playoff picture is very, very muddy in the back.
Yeah, there's a lot of teams that you forecasted to be in the playoff picture that just flat out might not end up there. And the Lions that was a team that everybody thought was probably a top 6 contender to win the Super Bowl.
You tried to tell us.
I did tell everybody.
You tried to tell us. Losing Ben Johnson means so much more than you think. And now look at the two seasons between those two teams, those division rivals. Dan Campbell hasn't been able to get that offense in Detroit running, even though Jahmyr Gibbs looks like unstoppable when he touches the football.
You hired a brain trust from Denver in Johnny Moe, John Morton, and David Shaw, formerly my boss. Great coach, great guy. But neither of one of those two guys have actively run offenses in the National Football League in years. And you just give it to them? They weren't even really near the decision-making process in Denver a year ago. It was all Sean. And then split up a little bit with Zach Strief with the run game. And then maybe Joe Lombardi's right there a little bit more. But the pass game coordinator for the Denver Broncos last year, did you think he had much to do with anything the Broncos were doing other than just being in the room and listening and watching and observing? No, but when you're the decision maker at that level and the stakes are that high in a town that is that hungry for a Super Bowl, I knew it's gonna be a disaster.
What was Detroit supposed to do? Because you can't keep him from leaving.
You can't.
You can't pay him enough money to go, well, I'm the hottest young up-and-coming OC in the league right now.
You probably can if you really think about it.
I don't think you can.
But it's more about does the individual want to be a head football coach?
Also, when you become a head football coach, and again, you know this, it's different in the NFL than it is in college football.
Right.
Once you get into that fraternity, you have a prospect of a job for the next 30 years.
Unless your name's Nathaniel Hackett.
Unless your name's Nathaniel Hackett, yes. But that was just a bad hiring because, well, they thought they could get Aaron Rodgers.
Hey, let's talk about it. Vic Fangio, sizzling hot still as a coordinator, right? He's still a guy who's got
right, but he was a coordinator for years without his eyes pinned on being a head coach. He never really wanted to be one.
No, he didn't. It's almost like the people talked him into it. And Vic being as smarmy as he is, like, look really at me? You want me to do that? Yeah, right,
look at Vance right now, man. He's a failed head coach, goes back to being a hot coordinator, and because he's already had that head coaching experience, people go, well, I bet you he learned from his failures in Denver. He might work for us now. Once you get into that fraternity, it's really tough to leave it. I think it's harder to break in to the head coaching fraternity. And again, you tell me if I'm wrong, than it is to fall out of favor and not get a second opportunity.
The head coaching fraternity, a lot of it. Ben Johnson's a little bit different because he just worked his way up and took an offensive unit that truly started at the bottom and then was at the top with a lot of the same players and developed them. And, some were young and they kept finding more identity, and they drafted well, of course, on offense at Detroit. Most of it has to do with timing. Just like being in the right place at the right time. Like, let's call a spade a spade. Vance Joseph's been awesome. But would you say the timing's been pretty good here in Denver?
The personnel's great.
Yeah, and then also the head coach has been great to be on the same page that we are going to invest in that side of the football. As I get my offense and my quarterback up to speed, that's our key and meal ticket forward to being relevant in the postseason is have an otherworldly defense. And it was case in point by drafting a nickel, when you already had one in the first round of the 2025 NFL draft. You drafted a nickel, not a receiver, not a tight end, not a running back, a nickel. And that Sean Payton was going to double down in favor of let's make this defense otherworldly. And if it doesn't work, okay, then I'll have a scapegoat in Vance Joseph. And if you don't think people think that way, they do. A lot of them. Yeah, a lot of these head coaches.
Going into Raider week, I don't expect 10-7 again. I do expect Denver to handle this game. What are the things that you need to see the Broncos do against the Raiders that will make you think they're playoff ready, right? Because it's a bad football team that you're playing against in Las Vegas. It's pretty easy to go, it doesn't matter. But as we all know, you need to start peaking relatively soon. And I don't think you can just throw a game away in terms of rising to that peak. So how do you level up? What do you need to see to go, they're ready to play big boy football?
I heard the conversation this morning on the morning show. Vic and Moser were going back and forth with one another about needing to have a moment where you just win comfortably. And you just spend the last 8 minutes in the fourth quarter just hanging out on your lawn chair and just, checking your phone and looking elsewhere as a fan than being glued to this television set. What I want to see from the Broncos is I want to see even offensive play on a day where you get best defense in the NFL type caliber play. And that doesn't have to be a 21-point win. I just want to see even offensive football play. I want to see the run game take the next right step. I want to see RJ Harvey average more than 2.7 yards per carry. I don't care if the Broncos win comfortably. I'm used to what the Broncos do. And that's find ways to win as their offense continues to develop. Do they have the ability? Do they have the play caller? Do they have the talent? And do they have the quarterback to play even offensive football and or good offensive football? Yes, they do. Ironically, like last game, I think they played even-ish offensive football. Bo Nix played good. Didn't light up the scoreboard with 4 touchdown passes, but played good. And that's what we've been asking for, right, Raj? But you didn't get your best defense today, did you? On the same day that your offense played good. I want to see otherworldly defense and offense that is good.
I give the offense last week against Washington a B minus.
B's good.
And that's okay. B is good.
Pass game A minus.
Sure.
Go with that.
Run game C. In the C's.
Yep.
That's fine.
C minus.
What I want to see out of Denver against the Raiders, we know that they can respond, right? That is who this team is. That is who Bo Nix is. He is a response robot. They score, we're going to find a way to come back on the next drive. I sucked last game. I'm going to find a way to come back the next game and lead my team to a victory. I've been terrible for 3 quarters. I'm going to have a historic fourth quarter comeback. He is a response robot. I want to see response anytime that Las Vegas scores, which means for me, not necessarily going down and scoring yourself. It means no 3-and-outs. If you get scored on, whether it's a field goal or a touchdown, coming out of a Raiders score.
Okay.
I can't have a 3-and-out. You got to move the stick once to make sure that field position battle works, because come postseason, flipping the field means everything, right? So we're talking about this Raider game in terms of how do you begin to peak. The actual game against the Raiders doesn't really matter outside of seeding, right? You're not going to learn all that much about your team, but I need to find little tiny nuggets. So that's one of them for me. I don't want consecutive 3-and-outs at any point in the game. And this might cover like 90% of the drives, I don't want a 3-and-out to start the game or to start a half.
I love it.
Those are my check boxes.
Get the first down, Rush. That's what I was used to say. That was my key to victory when an offense was just uneven. Hey guys, let's just put the first, second, and third down play together when we go possession and 10, meaning that when we inherit the football, be it at the beginning of the game, beginning of the half, or right after a score. That's when we need to have our best. I need to have my best as a play caller. And we got to just be able to move the football and get the first down. Because I do think when the Broncos get the first down and Bo has a little bit more pep in his step, good things happen for this offense. When they get stuck in the rut in these games against bad teams like the Giants, like the Raiders in the first time that they played in Power Field, and in a windy game, and against the Titans, it's been because you just get in that 3-and-out rut. You're right. I mean, get the first down.
I'm literally asking for 10 yards on 75% of the drives. And that's just a general thought off the top of my head.
So, Raj,
I'm asking for 10 yards on those drives, and I'll be happy.
Raj, I've played the quarterback position, and I've now coached and called plays offensively, including this year at the high school level. You know who, when you hear the term, we got to get the first down, you know who feels the most burden by far of anybody involved in the process of the offensive unit? Who feels the burden the most?
The play caller.
The play caller. 100%. Brian Harsin, head football coach at Boise State, then went on to Auburn, recently fired at Cal as the offensive coordinator for Justin Wilcox. He used to say to me when I was calling a game, when it was that kind of moment, which is we got to score. We got to match the score with the score. We got to get going. We got to get out of the rut. He'd cover his mouth so that the TV cameras couldn't see it. And he'd say, "Call your best bleep." And I always know that. This past week we're playing against Cherry. And freaking Brock Heward, who's my eyes in the sky, awesome. He's a really good football mind. And he didn't say it that way because Brock he's not the guy that would ever say, "Call your best bleep." But he's like, "Hey, just get your best thoughts in order." Because we're playing against a really good team.
We really need it right now.
Yeah, we're playing against a team with 11 Division I signees today. Happy signing day. We had one. And I'm like, okay, it's easy to say, call your best stuff, but you also need some players to make something miss. Make a guy miss in space. And so I told him the story during I was like, "Hey man, I know what you're saying. I never try to not call my best bleep. Okay. All right. And what you're telling me is that, and Sean Payton, that's ultimately where the responsibility does lie. I think the culpability of 3-and-out is on Sean Payton. Now, the good thing is we have 2 games in a row where I think it's been fairly opposite of that.
The only time that it happened was the fourth quarter.
Right.
Against Washington. You throw the pick, which is that's essentially a 3-and-out. It was the 5th play of the drive.
That's a little bit less of an offensive coordinator play call 3-and-out.
That was not a Sean Payton. That was a horrible pick that he threw.
But when you're in that rut, what are we doing? This is gross. It's so hard.
I mean, there were 6 straight punts in the fourth quarter combined for both of the teams, and Denver only ran a total of 16 plays from the time that the pick was thrown to their final punt in regulation.
When you're a part of that as an offense where it's a punt fest, it's a ping pong battle or a tennis or pickleball battle of punting and 3-and-outs, Do you realize how awful that feels as like you're a part of the offense? Like a lot of people would say, well, at least their defense is getting stops. No, you're like, this is an opportunity for us to put the damn game away. We need to put this thing to bed, to rest. And when you can't do it, even if your defense is forcing it, it's almost sometimes worse when it goes putt, 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 putt. Because you're sitting there like, is anything going to break this? Are we going to break this cycle? Are we going to break this chain? Because sometimes when the other team scores on your defense, you're like, all right, different mindset, different mentality.
It almost resets. It wipes a slate clean.
What it kind of does, especially for the Denver Broncos.
Now this year starting at the 35.
You know what it does for the Denver Broncos? The guy that plugs his USB-C cord into the ultimate matrix, the Bobot, time to respond. They just scored. We need to go score. Overtime. Time to go. That's what I see with the Broncos. When it's just a punt fest, Bo doesn't plug his USB-C in to the matrix.
He's
to
in
the motherboard.
sleep mode. He's in do not disturb. He is. Do not call me.
Tell me I'm not right on that.
I'm on PTO right now.
And you know what? All the Broncos fans they're looking up ChatGPT. How can I fix the Bobot right now? Do I hard reset it 3 times? Do I hold the play and pause button together for 20 seconds or 30 seconds? How do I reset this? And the answer is this. Sometimes you just need the other team to score. So the Bobot goes, we have some adversity. I'm going to respond and lead a touchdown drive. And he does.
If y'all want to see Kevin Durant and the Rockets at Ball Arena, we've got your tickets all day tomorrow on a Nuggets ticket Thursday. Keywords on the 20s all day long, 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Don't miss it. That's the coach, Mike Sanford. I'm Alex Ryan-Emmy on the Morning Sprint. Rockies news on a snowy Denver Metro day. They make a really good hire. I'll tell you about it next.
Say it ain't so.
KJ's NFL notes will come up at 11:20 today. PhD coming up from noon to 3. Nate and Andy, a truncated version of Kreckman and Lindahl from 3 p.m. to 4:30 because we have a early evening game on the East Coast between the Nuggets and the Pacers. 4:30 pregame. You can hear it right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. But as the snow falls in Denver, very sticky, wet snow, the Rockies make a really good hire yet again, and this is the first Paul DePodesta has his fingers all over this. Now, the Warren Schaefer thing, it was a head scratcher, and I didn't necessarily like it. Obviously, it came with its warts of running out on a free 30-minute Zoom call, which is like the most Rockies thing ever.
Is it really a head scratcher if you're going to live in the ultimate world of analytics? Because all you want as a manager is you want somebody that's a puppet.
Now,
and the people that are crunching the numbers can have a young, indebted skipper to be able to allow the numbers to go do what numbers do.
Right, almost a yes man. And it makes more sense today.
Who was that guy for the A's back in the day with Billy Beane and, of course, with Paul DePodesta as Jonah Hill? I think it was Bob Melvin. Bob Melvin, like, just kind of a good old dude, you know?
Do what I tell you to.
Yeah, not exactly going to storm.
Keep the vibes up.
Keep vibes up. I think that's...
And Schaefer feels vibey. I'll give you that. He feels
heard
vibey.
Good things. I've heard very good things about Warren Schaefer, the man. And if he doesn't need to be the decision maker, because you're basically going to be the decisions are made by a computer in this model.
It makes more sense today because the Rockies, according to sources, and I'm pulling this one from Thomas Harding, but many sources around the league have come out this morning. The Rockies have signed Josh Burns as their new general manager. If you remember the name Josh Burns, he was a one-time Rockies front office executive back in the late 90s when he was breaking into the league. But since 2014, Josh Burns has been basically at the helm of the Los Angeles Dodgers. And you should be really excited about that. He was the senior VP of the Dodgers for the last 11 seasons in their baseball operations department. And what he oversaw was one of, if not the most successful farm system in the league. You think about the Dodgers right now, you think about the $1 billion of deferred money that they're spending on free agents. You think about the endless pockets that they have to sign all of the best pitchers in the league and the best two-way player that we've ever seen in Shohei. What you always forget is that for the last decade, the Dodgers have been consistently the best scouting and the best drafting team in Major League Baseball. Right? Not only do they have the money, they have the analytics, and they can bring those things together every single year. Ever since Josh Burns has gone to the Dodgers, they have not fallen out of the top 10 in terms of MLB.com's pipeline rankings where they tell you who the best farm systems are. This is a rock star hire. He's your new general manager.
Help me out here. Most recent... What has Josh been doing the last 3 years by title?
He has been the senior VP of baseball operations, and he oversees the scouting and player development department for the Dodgers.
So this is good.
This is a great hire. Yeah. And this is a Paul DePodesta went out and got his guy because DePodesta worked with him in Cleveland. Burns has worked now for every single team in the NL West.
Except for the Giants.
Except for the Giants.
The only one that really matters.
Oh, just kidding. Wow.
Well, the Rockies don't matter.
The California kid coming out.
Yeah.
I love this hire. Does it mean it's going to be a success? Not necessarily, but it is looking at a team that has dominated baseball and dominated you for a decade. And it makes you just go, let's try and do what they do. We might not have their pockets, but we can take their brains.
Raj, do you think that Dave Roberts is an elite manager himself?
Yeah.
I don't. I think that he's a vibes guy. I think that
he's a vibes guy?
I think he's a guy that the computers, the analytics, and the overall operation of baseball operations, that's what the modern baseball world requires a bit of a milquetoast manager to be successful and to work. You can't live between the extreme human element of emotions, of connection, of loyalty, that baseball was known for years. And I'd say Bud Black fit squarely into that category. And that's why this is the right time for Paul DePodesta, for the Rockies organization with Josh Burns now as the general manager, to have the ultimate milquetoast hire as skipper that is going to just solely be a marionette. And the hands and the feet are going to do exactly as the machines and the baseball personnel people want them to do. So I actually think this could be good.
I think it's fantastic.
Could be good in 3 years.
The dude has 3 World Series championships in the last half decade alone. He was part of the brain trust that brought a World Series to Boston for the first time in 86 years. He was the assistant GM in Boston between 2003 and 2005. Like, he has worked for teams that have endless supplies of money, and he's been successful there. Again, you will never have Dodger money here in Colorado, barring an ownership change. It'll never happen. But you can steal what they do better than anyone else in the league, and that is scout amateur talent, and that is
like amateur.
And that is
It's
scout.
really good.
That is scout. International talent.
Get ready to be
Amateur?
the play-by-play guy for the British Open.
Oh, that'd be nice. I would enjoy that.
Wouldn't that be good? Good gig.
An Open championship at Royal County Down.
Well, I got some baseball insiders, some people I know that know some people inside of the scouting and personnel world, and so I'm going to get a quick Josh Burns scouting report for everybody.
Okay.
I will not reveal my sources. My sources may come from my affinity towards the San Francisco Giants and being a part of that. Knowing some people there. Could be some Indians, old Indians, now Guardians, because DePodesta and Burns were a part of that as well.
They sure were.
So I know some people that know some people. I'll give you a little Josh Burns scouting report.
I'm glad that you can dive into that. Again, they don't hire these guys and automatically it's a success. I think it is a good step toward changing what this team is all about. And the only way that you can succeed in this league, barring, again, 1, an ownership change, or 2, a salary cap in baseball, we might be headed that way in 2 seasons if the lockout that's looming actually happens. We might get there. Barring those 2 things, you have to be elite at analytics, at scouting, and at drafting. And as much as you hate to say it, the Dodgers are better than anyone in the world at doing it. So why not be like them?
So from what I've heard, just like I want from the Denver Broncos offense this week, I've heard, and the quote is, good.
Good.
Good hire.
It's a good hire.
That's all we want. Good. That's all we need. All good.
Speaking about hirings, we touched on Lane Kiffin and Mississippi and LSU just a little bit at the end of the show. And now that we're coming out of the most recent college football rankings, and it's a college football national signing day. You have a couple of guys who are signing today, correct?
Yeah, right at 12:15. You got one Cannon Smith signing his national letter of intent with Fight On for OSC, the USC Trojans, and Lincoln Riley. Although he had a very cryptic Instagram post last night, Lincoln Riley. They're doing 0 press conference today. So I'm wondering, is he involved somehow, some way in Penn State? They're going to try to throw 14 Milski at him? I don't know. Who knows? But he's signing with USC, not to make him have buyer beware on his day that he signs and pledges to USC. And then, of course, that we also have, I'm excited, Dakota Rich, linebacker defensive end, is going to be playing for the CSU Rams.
Your top 4 in the college football playoff right now: Ohio State, Indiana, Georgia, and Texas Tech. Your 5th-ranked Oregon Ducks will take on the 5th conference champion, the lowest-ranked conference champion in the 12 seed. As of right now, Mississippi is the 6th seed, hosting conference champion number 4. And Lane Kiffin apparently is allowing. So Lane Kiffin
he is
told
going to LSU.
He's going to LSU. Lane Kiffin's gone. And he told all of his assistants, he goes, if you want this job, get on the plane and leave Mississippi with me. Charlie Weiss was on that plane. But now apparently
Junior.
Charlie Weiss Jr., yes.
The one without the lap band.
The half size of Charlie Weiss version.
He does not have a FUPA.
Correct.
He has just an UPA.
And just an UPA.
Take the F out. It's a UPA.
So FUPA-less Charlie Weiss has now been giving the okay.
You should have seen KJ's look in his eyes. He's like, here we goes again. This freaking guy.
FUPA-less Charlie Weiss Jr. has now been given the okay, the blessing of Lane Kiffin to go back and coach Mississippi in the college football playoff this year. If you're Mississippi, don't you tell him, screw off?
No, because who's gonna call the offense?
I don't care at this point.
Because Lane calls the offense, and Charlie Wise Jr. has been involved in calling the offense since back to FAU.
If you are involved with Lane Kiffin leaving me at the altar, and I'm a Mississippi Rebel fan, kick rocks.
You only get one opportunity for Ole Miss to potentially make some noise at the college football playoffs, man. Have they been in this dance before?
No.
I mean, you got to capitalize. And I bet Charlie Wise Jr. is like, he's kind of a little bit Warren Schaefer-ish. He's a little bit milquetoast. He's apparently a good dude. He's not like the guy that's upsetting the apple cart. He's probably decent friends with new Ole Miss head coach that was the D coordinator, Pete Golding. They're probably good buddies. They get along. And it's like these are human beings that have text conversations like, hey, bud, dude, seriously, like, can you just come back and call the game? You call the games in the postseason. We get that done.
So we hate you a little bit less than we hate Lane.
Well, Lane's different because Lane's obviously an egomaniac. He's a narcissist. He loved every single second of it.
And tried his best to coach Mississippi while having the LSU head coaching gig.
And he also essentially tried to throw a Molotov cocktail at Oxford, Mississippi on his way out. Because that's what Lane does. In every aspect of his life.
Yeah, it's Heath Ledger and the Joker blowing up the hospispittal.
Always.
That's
I
what
think he does it in his relationships. If you want to go down a real dark alley, go hashtag release the what do they call it? What's the guy's name? The Wine Kiffin files.
Check out the yoga studios in Oxford. Oh no! Weird situation out there, man. There's nothing like college football. I fear that whenever the Dion experiment ends in Colorado, we're going to have something similar in terms of.
I've been told don't quote the numbers. Let USA Today quote the numbers. Those numbers aren't real numbers. Everything's really good.
Tread lightly there, Coach.
The numbers I can quote is 3-9. That's the only one that matters. And you, at the very minimum, you're paying $10.5 million for a 3-9 head football coach. Anywhere else in the country, you fire that guy.
The number for us is 303-504-0925. Join us in the Shop Mazda text line. Hour 2 is coming up next.
It's beginning to look a lot. I'll tell you what, it's looking like ski season to me. In Loveland ski area, it's the place for you. And as you drive around today, first of all, drive carefully. Leave plenty of room in front of you for brakes because it's a little slick out there. But I'll tell you that what is happening down here in the Denver Metro is worth it because those mountains are getting absolutely obliterated by snow. And Loveland ski area, it's the perfect place for you. Season passes right now are available at skiloveland.com. So you can get your 25-26 pass at the lowest price available. Get it today. Don't wait. There's also 4-packs available. If you want to choose your days, you can get that for $289, which is an incredible deal. That's the lift ticket for a lot of the big name touristy resorts up on I-70 for one day. If you can even get it for $289 for one day, you can do that at Loveland for 4 days, and you could bring your buddies, you can bring your spouse, you can bring your kids, or you can choose to use it 4 different days for yourself. So check out skiloveland.com to get your 4-pack or your season pass, or just give it a try. It's a great place to go where you're going to spend a whole heck of a lot more time lapping fresh powder than you are going to be sitting in lift lines or standing in lift lines. So check out skiloveland.com and get your pass today.
Hour 2 of the morning sprint. Coach Mike Sanford, Alex Ryan-Emmy with you guys until noon. PhD from noon to 3. I'm sure DMac will have a lot to say about the Rockies adding longtime Dodgers executive Josh Burns as their brand new general manager. So don't miss that with PhD. Kreckman and Lindahl 3 to 4:30 today. And then the Nuggets and Pacers pregame starts at 4:30 p.m. Pregame brought to you by our friends at Ramos Law. Been talking a whole bunch today about what the Broncos can do to make the Raiders game feel like it means something. And what I landed on was, I think to wrap it all up into one word is consistency. And that also answers the question on NFL.com of, can Bo be steady enough to get you to the promised land? The only thing I need from Bo Nix is consistency. That's it. That's the one thing I need in the postseason. Now, the one thing I love about this year, and I've said it time in and time out, you have to play in close games to learn how to win close games. And that's what they're doing right now. They're the best team in the league at winning those types of comeback, fourth quarter, cardiac types of contests that you're always going to have in the postseason.
I think I speak on behalf of all of Broncos country when I say we have enough proof of concept that you can win in the fourth quarter.
Yes.
Can we just win?
Right. That's it.
Just possess a lead in the first, second, third, and fourth quarter.
You know what would be nice? Like a 24-10 win.
Love it.
24-10 win.
You know what? I'd take a good old-fashioned 20-7.
I'll take that too.
Doesn't that sound nice?
Sure.
20-7.
I'll take 20-10.
I don't need 52-7.
Nope.
I don't need the Mark Bertinoli 55 double nickels to 3.
Is he ever going to get that? The entirety of Bo Nix's career, will Mark Bertinoli ever get a double nickels offensive performance?
Cowboys was close.
44,
right?
And they took their foot off the gas in that game.
I know. You could have had it. That was a different Cowboys defense than they are now. For whatever reason, they've kind of found themselves post Micah Parsons.
I hope Berto gets that, man. I really, really hope.
Do you think Sean probably go for 2 and make it, so he doesn't actually hit exactly the number?
Well, 55 is it's superfluous.
I was at 55 once this year. Took a picture of it and sent it to Berto. And then
closest you're gonna see.
And then we kicked the extra point. Made it 56. It was fun.
Miss it. That's all I need to see out of that team against Vegas is don't go 3 and out multiple times. Don't go 3 or multiple times in a row. Don't go 3 and out after a Vegas score, and don't go 3 and out either to start the game or start a half. Those are my 3 boxes that I need checked, and everything else can fall as it may. You're not going to lose to the Raiders, man. That team is in shambles.
They are, but man, didn't it feel like you could have lost to the Raiders?
Of course.
At Empower Field?
Of course you
could. That game was only, 6 weeks ago?
But
how long ago was that game?
Is Pete Carroll on his way out? One and done?
It feels that way. It feels like it's just been another Raiders dumpster fire. Remember when Lane Kiffin was the head coach of the Raiders? Even when Gruden came back the second time, there were actually a couple decent, fun years if you're a Raiders fan. But ultimately, it just felt like it was full of drama. That franchise has just not taken to Las Vegas, Nevada. My parents live there. I remember when the Raiders first moved there, it was around the same time my parents moved back. And it was such a big deal because the Golden Knights had been such a big deal. And
it was successful.
It was
and
very
the
successful.
Knights took to the city.
People that are residents and natives of Las Vegas.
It's a Knights town.
It is a Knights town, man. It is not a Raiders town.
Now,
and they all wanted it to be, and they all thought it was going to be. But they can't. The Davis family and Al Davis, for a lot of the great things he did do in the decade of excellence in the 1980s for the Oakland and Los Angeles Raiders, they just can't get that ghost of Al Davis out of there. And Mark Davis with his pumpkin pie haircutted freak haircut, he continues this path forward. And Ashton Genty comes out as a rookie and talks about the culture and kind of takes some egg on his face. But I'm telling you, when you've played at Boise State and you know what it's supposed to look like in a quality environment, a winning culture, and you all of a sudden go to that culture, you've got to take away any hope of a victory early in that game. Early.
The Athletic came out with an article on will the Raiders move on from Pete Carroll? Because they move on from head coaches quicker than any team in the league, and that is statistically true. Since 2011, when Mark Davis took over as the full-time owner of this team, only the Jaguars have fired more non-interim head coaches than the Raiders. And it's not even more. It's 7-7 right now. There's a chance that the Raiders would jump up because Liam Cohen's not going anywhere. Liam Cohen's got the Jaguars in a playoff position. Even if they barely miss out, Liam Cohen's not gone. And I will get to some breaking NHL news that has to do with...
I was going to break it, Raj. I just don't know how to pronounce his last name. So.
Oh, you don't?
No, because
okay.
I was thinking it was Alperin Şengün when I first saw the news.
Nope.
Seguin.
No.
Seguin.
Yeah, there you go.
There
Tyler
you go.
Seguin.
Okay, Seguin.
Okay, so we'll just say it right now. Tyler Seguin, torn ACL, will miss the rest of the season for the Dallas Stars.
Unfortunate. Hate to root for that at any point in time. Tyler Seguin, first liner, Raj.
He's an Avs killer.
Yep.
Avs killer. That's
still unfortunate.
It's unfortunate for him, unfortunate for Stars fans. If you have to see Dallas in the postseason, it is fortunate for Avs fans.
Unfortunate for ligaments.
Unfortunate for ligaments.
Do not like it.
And you know what? He didn't even get... Did you see the play that Kyle Palmieri made for New York on Friday?
I didn't.
Kyle Palmieri, who was when the Avs hosted New York, and they'll play the Islanders tomorrow, he was the best player on the ice, even with Nathan McKinnon and Cale Makar playing. He was by far the best player, most dangerous guy that day. On Friday, he goes into the end boards in a game against Philadelphia. He tears his ACL going into the end boards, and you can see it happen in real time. He screams out, grabs his knee, gets up with a little bit of the help from the referee, and then starts to skate to the New York bench. While this is all happening, a Flyers defenseman gets a puck as he's regrouping in the neutral zone and starts to skate backwards. Doesn't know Palmieri is behind him in anguish trying to get off the ice. Palmieri leans on his stick, waits for the Flyers defenseman to pass him, picks the stick, grabs the puck, sends a cross-ice backhand saucer pass to Jonathan Drouin, who drops the puck to another Islanders player and scores. Palmieri walks off the ice, torn ACL, torn LCL, torn meniscus, gone for the season.
Dang.
But got an assist on the play.
It's pretty awesome.
It's the most badass hockey player thing I've ever seen.
I had a situation the interim year at CU, not nearly as cool. Our long snapper, Cameron Warchuk, hero in my book, runs down. He's a walk-on, got elevated into the role, runs down on kickoff, plants to make a tackle. Plants funny, looks bad, typical.
You kind of know what it is.
You know it. Down on the bench. Coach, I don't want this to be over. I don't want it to be over. I don't want it to be over. And I asked the trainer, what is it? And you're like, yeah, they do the test and very loose. It's an ACL.
Yeah, it's gone.
And he asked if it's okay if he can finish the game. And he totally did.
Badass.
And of course, in 2022, CU football, he got a lot of reps. We punted a lot that year. so
he's on the field way more than we should have him on the field.
I love the term. The trainer, actually the doctor's like, the kid wants to thug it out, man. He wants to tough it out. And he did. And it was so it was a great learning experience to tell the team, man, it all hurts. We all know it hurts, man. Yep. But people that love this game, somehow, some way, just find a way to give it something more before surgically you have to be out.
As long as you are not hurting your team, as long as you can't injure that part of your body more by going back in, a lot of those players at those levels will go back.
And I asked the question, like, is it going to get worse?
Right. Like, it needs surgery. It'll be fine.
It's blown up.
It's gone. It is not on the bone anymore.
There is nothing there. There is nothing remaining.
It looks like pulled pork at this point. It is no longer a rubber band. So that's the news out of the NHL. Tyler Seguin tore his ACL for the Dallas Stars. He will be out for the remainder of the season. Avs get a 3-1 victory last night over the Vancouver Canucks. Another 2 goals for Nathan McKinnon. You know what would have been really cool last night, and it was so close to happening. I couldn't find an instance of it in NHL history. I spent like an hour and a half before the postgame show in the middle of watching the second and the third period last night trying to find an instance. Nathan McKinnon, had he been able to turn around and fire a puck into the empty net with 20 seconds to go, like he had an opportunity to last night, and people in Ball Arena were ready to toss their caps onto the ice sheet, he would have, by my research, become the first player in NHL history to score a hat trick with all 3 of his goals coming in the final minute of each period of the game.
Interesting.
I was so upset that it didn't happen because I was so juiced up. I was like, I can't find this. No one else has ever done this before, and he didn't get the shot off.
Does it ever happen in the first 2 minutes of each period, do you think?
I have a feeling it probably has. Mm-hmm. But again, I would assume that like if you scored in the first minute of one period, maybe you had 2 goals in the first minute of the next, and you found a way. But I couldn't find an instance where someone scored in the final minute of every single period, and I was really upset it didn't happen. Avs continue to roll. 19th win of the season. Ho-hum. Nathan McKinnon, most points, most goals in the league. KJ's NFL notes are coming up on the other side. We'll get back into that Raiders situation of like, is Pete Carroll lame ducking it at this point?
Who was actually calling the plays? Was it even Chip Kelly's offense that he was calling? Was he stumbling over play calls and creating play calls that didn't actually exist in their playbook?
Like
I don't
Fat
know.
Castle once said, Vegas is, it's football, no teams. Every day here on the morning sprint at 11:20, we go through KJ's NFL notes, the biggest stories on the gridiron as we change our focus to Raiders week, flipping the script from the Commanders win, a 1-point overtime victory, to the hapless 2-win Las Vegas Raiders. Mr. Granderson, what do you got?
Well, as we do our check-in on the Las Vegas Raiders, currently their offense is ranked 13th in total offense, so that's not all bad.
That's so wild.
That is so crazy.
That's the Geno Smith experience, though. He puts up yards.
He does, and it's a lot of empty calories, as you talked about, Coach. It's a lot of empty calories. They're 32nd in rushing.
Like Chinese takeout, baby.
Right. They're 32nd in rushing, which we'll get back to here in just a moment. They're 26th in passing, and they're 31st in scoring offense. On defense, they are ranked 16th. They are 15th in rushing defense, and they're 17th in passing defense, and then they're 26th in scoring defense at the moment. They are currently 2-10. They're on a 6-game losing streak and have lost by an average margin of 16 points since they last played the Broncos, which was November 6th on Thursday Night Football. If you had to give an early gauge of your trap game-o-meter, where does it stand right now on a scale of 1 to 10?
10 to 10. Every other game that you have on the rest of the season has big-time implication.
Yeah.
It is a 10 out of 10 trap game.
Pretty much every game this year has felt like a trap game, has it not? For the Denver Broncos outside of the Chiefs. The Chiefs, the Eagles, the Chargers, and I don't know. I mean, at the time, the Texans felt like a trap game, didn't it?
No,
Yeah,
because the defense was still good. The
It
defense
was,
still
but you were
very
playing
good.
Davis freaking Mills. And he ended up kind of showing his mettle, man, after you beat him. Couple games after that.
Your trap games this year have been the Jets, the
Total
Giants,
trap game.
the the 10-7 victory against Vegas.
Titans even.
Well,
I mean, he won 20-12.
The Titans are not a trap game because it's the first game of the
The
season.
opener, yeah.
It's the opener.
Yeah.
You can't call that a trap game. Those are the only trappy games that you've had. You've had the 2 New York games and the Vegas game. And you have combined to beat those 3 teams by a total of 8 points.
You didn't think Manders at all was trappy?
Oh, sorry. Manders as well without Jaden Daniels trappy.
And you won.
Added to
You
4
won by
teams.
what?
Now the total is 9 points.
Did I heard this yesterday on 9 News. Scotty Gaines just said the Denver Broncos in their last 4 games, their margin of victory was fewer than the Avs.
Over their 4 games?
Correct.
So their last 4 would be Houston, Vegas, Kansas City, and Washington, which if you combine
10 points?
10 points total. And
then
the last 4 games for the Avs, are we adding in last night?
I think he said the last 2 for the Avs, which would, but before last night.
Before last night would have been 7-2. Oh, sorry, the 2 wins for the Avs
Correct.
because they did lose in a shootout. Would be 6-0 and 7-2.
Yes, it was
a
11.
total of 11 goals. Now there was a shootout loss,
Right.
which you can add, and then it's exactly the same
How wild is
differential
that, though?
of 10.
To even think in a sports where goals are scored, where 1-0 is possible.
Is 7-0.
Yeah.
1-0 is 7-0.
Correct. That the Broncos have had that many close games, but you know what? Winning is winning, baby. And you can take it in any way, shape, or form.
They're going to beat them by more than 3. It's not going to be 10-7.
13. I'm going to go with a 13-point
23-10?
I like 20-7.
All right, you're 20-7. We're going to give you the final predictions on Friday, but I'll go 23-10. I like that. 23-10. KJ, what's next?
I think
I'm with you, Sean. I think as well. One thing that was said during the Sunday Night Football broadcast, and I promise, guys, this will be the last thing we'll say about anything Commanders related. But legendary coach Tony Dungy, he talked about something that kind of caught people's eyes and ears in a really roundabout way. He said, quote, speaking about the Broncos, they're the best team in the AFC right now, outstanding defense, and they're clutch on offense. The defense feels like all they have to do is keep it close and Bo Nix will win it for us. They used to say that about Patrick Mahomes in Kansas City, end quote. Have the Broncos officially replaced Kansas City as the NFL's newest Undertaker?
Not yet. You got to get it done in the postseason.
I don't think there is one right now. Is there a legitimate Undertaker right now?
No, not right now. Not yet.
Because Philly just seems kind of like a mess. Niners are playing good football, but they're like overcoming. They're winning ugly. They're overcoming odds. They have a bunch of injuries. Brock Purdy's only played about half the snaps this year.
Does Christian McCaffrey have an outside shot to win MVP, or is he more of a offensive player of the year type of guy?
He should be offensive player of the year.
He's going to have another 1,000 season, which would be the first instance in history of a player having multiple 1,000-yard receiving and 1,000-yard rushing seasons in his career.
You know what's pretty wild is that I went through the all-time statistics records at the high school I'm coaching at. Christian McCaffrey, of course, it's like almost identical to looking at him in the NFL. He holds all the records in both receiving and years where he rushed for 1,800 yards. He had 1,400 receiving yards.
I'm sure he had 400 passing yards that season too.
No question. Gosh,
it's ridiculous what that athlete is. KJ, it's a good question. I don't think there is one. I think Coach has the proper answer. Denver and New England are knocking on the door, but they haven't done it in the biggest of moments yet. I think if you beat Kansas City, maybe I could answer that with a yes. If you beat LA in the final game of the season, like if LA is needing that win to get in as a wild card team, if you beat the Chargers in week 18, then I can say yes.
Give me the answer to this question today with several games remaining in the regular season. The Denver Broncos and Bo Nix appear to be on a collision course with fill-in-the-blank team and quarterback.
C.J. Stroud and the Houston Texans.
Okay.
Round 2.
Mine is Josh Allen and the Buffalo Bills.
Round 2.
Allen?
Mm-hmm. I don't, in my brain, I don't feel like the inevitable collision course is with the Patriots and Drake May. For whatever reason, I just don't feel it. Inevitable, this is absolutely going to happen.
Who's going to take him out?
Someone. I'm just staring at you.
Josh Allen?
Thank you, KJ.
I think.
All right. Speaking of beating the Chiefs, like you just mentioned 2 minutes ago there, Raj, we just got news out of Kansas City that left tackle Josh Simmons is going to IR after having surgery on his wrist. Man. So when they face Kansas City coming up here on Christmas in a couple of weeks, they will be without their left tackle. So that's an interesting situation going on in Kansas City, and we'll keep you updated in regards to if there's anything else going on there. Let's head to the AFC North because things are just all kinds of weird there. The Pittsburgh Steelers, they're at a weird crossroads right now. And they have a serious question that they have to ask themselves. If they don't make the playoffs, what do they do? Well, former Steelers quarterback Ben Roethlisberger and former outside linebacker James Harrison, they were on their respective podcasts, and they talked about what they think should be next in regards to Mike Tomlin and his future with the Pittsburgh Steelers. It's a little lengthy, but trust me, guys, it's going to be worth every second.
I know it's being talked about around here a lot. Maybe it's time. Maybe it's a clean house time. Maybe it is. Maybe it's time. And I like Coach Tomlin. I have a lot of respect for Coach Tomlin. But maybe it's best for him too.
Sure.
Maybe a fresh start for him is what's best. Whether that's in the pros, whether maybe go be Penn State's head coach. You know what he would do in Penn State? He'd probably go win national championships.
And as much as I hate to say this, I have never been a person that thought Coach Tomlin was a great coach. I thought he was a good coach. Ooh. A good coach gets you to play to your potential. And right now, the players we have on that team, I have seen play. I know they can do it. Mm-hmm. I have seen them do it, and they're not playing up to their potential. And a great coach gets you to play beyond your potential. Mm-hmm. And I know the Steelers historically don't move on from coaches. But I think it's time that history be made, because right now, the only history we're making is being the worst Pittsburgh Steelers team statistically almost in the history of the organization.
But still, somehow they are around a playoff spot. The problem with the Steelers is not Mike Tomlin. It's that they've been in purgatory for 12 years, man. Like, at some point, you kind of got to suck and reset a little bit. That is the way. Drafting young talent at the top of the first round, that's the way. You never were able to recover from losing a Hall of Famer in Ben Roethlisberger because, well, you weren't bad enough to recover from losing Ben Roethlisberger. The other thing that they brought up, the Penn State job.
I love this.
Oh, I don't love it for him.
For Tomlin?
Do you know where Penn State is currently ranked in the 2026 recruiting rankings?
It's going to be all be about the portal anyway for them.
They are ranked lower than South Dakota State, than West Georgia, than McNeese,
they don't have a head
than
coach.
Towson, than Columbia,
Columbia,
than
man.
Montana.
Tell you what, man. Queens, great place to do college football.
Penn State currently has 2 committed players. They are ranked 150th in the nation.
What are the Buffs?
This is according to 247sports.com.
Which is the authority.
Colorado is at 99.
Oh
Top
my
100. Top 100, baby. Hey! Top
Dude.
100! Hey!
It's almost as if the portal didn't work out as well as everybody thought it would. Being a solely portal-based outfit. Maybe you should invest a little bit in high school recruitment.
Yeah, don't look now. My Syracuse Orange, top 30.
Of course they are. Fran will get players. now.
Fran will get players.
Fran gonna get players. And
Fran
you know
on
what?
that Kirby Smart deal.
Yep. Fran knows how to get players. He doesn't bring in the bag and call the player the bag. He brings the bag to the players and gets the player.
Puts it in the car seat next to them.
You betcha.
KJ, what's next?
I think
the other gift that keeps on giving in the AFC North has been the Cleveland Browns. Today, they decided to open the practice window for quarterback Deshaun Watson to return from the PUP list.
What up, D-Dub?
What's up? Deshaun is attempting to be activated for the first time since tearing his Achilles in October of 24 and then re-tearing it in January of 25. The designation opens a 21-day practice window for Watson, who will be limited in practice today and will conduct individual drills. Stefanski also said the next step for Watson could be scout team quarterback reps, and, quote, his activation obviously would mean Shedeur, Dylan, Deshaun all vying for playing time. So outside of injury, do you guys see a world where Deshaun suits up for the Browns ever again?
So does that mean he would be available in like week 17?
It's possible.
Right, so 21 days he's able to practice with them and then can be activated to an active roster?
Correct.
That's the way that I read this?
Well, correct, but within those 21 days, somewhere they have to make a decision. That 21st day is their obviously last
is
chance.
he allowed to play prior to those 21 days being up?
Yes, but once you activate him, obviously he's on your active roster through the end of the season.
I mean, it would behoove Cleveland to put Deshaun Watson back in because you're paying him guaranteed money, and he is, even though he sucks, he's the best quarterback in that room right now.
Deshaun Watson has made $184 million
Good for him.
from the Cleveland Browns organization.
Jeez.
And he is going to be elevated to potentially taking scout team reps for your Cleveland Browns.
Worst deal in NFL history.
By
It
far.
is worse than the Russell Wilson trade and sign. It is the worst deal in NFL history.
It's so weird when we saw the Cleveland Browns with Deshaun Watson still looming, still getting paid, and then they go out and acquire, it was Pickett, small hands Pickett, Kenny Pickett. They go out and draft both Dylan Gabriel and Shedeur, and they go out and get Joe Flacco. You just look at that. I looked at that quarterback situation, and I said, oh, they're all going to play this year. And I'm not going to be surprised if Deshaun Watson ends up playing in the very last game of the year.
No, if Stefanski knows what's good for him, the most talented quarterback in that room, I hate to say it, he's a scumbag, but it's Deshaun Watson, man. And you're already paying him. So it would behoove you to make sure that he's your starter somehow. He's going to come back and bite you with an injury or doing something stupid off the field, but we all know Stefanski doesn't want the starting quarterback to be Shedeur Sanders. Hell, he doesn't even want Dylan Gabriel to be the starter for this team, man. It doesn't work out well for Shedeur, and also this team's on a crash course for like a top 5 pick. They might trade up to number 1. They'll select the kid out of Indiana.
Deshaun Watson last season for the Cleveland Browns in 2024. 7 games he started. 1-6. 63% completion percentage, 5 touchdowns to 3 interceptions.
Oh, me saying he's the best quarterback in the Browns room is not a compliment.
And you got to let Shedeur show you that it's time, man. It's perfect timing right now. Hold up that wristwatch, man. It's time. We're going to see it. We're going to see it this week. Who they got again?
Cleveland has Tennessee.
Yep. Shedeur Sanders, man. He's going to take a stranglehold on that job.
KJ, one more.
I think
the finalists for the Pro Football Hall of Fame coaches and contributors category were announced earlier this morning. Unfortunately, Mike Shanahan and Dan Reeves will have to wait yet another year, as Robert Kraft and Bill Belichick are the two that pretty much highlight the 2026 class for the Pro Football Hall of Fame. And the other 3 finalists to go along with those guys are quarterback Ken Anderson, running back Roger Craig, and defensive end L.C. Greenwood. So that's essentially what they're up against. Obviously, once you get Bill Belichick out of the way, obviously their chances get greater moving forward. But if we're having an honest conversation here, guys, how long's too long in regards to guys vying for those senior spots?
It's already too long. It's already too long. And unfortunately...
Is Shanny too long already?
Shanny's way too long.
I mean, I think Dan Reeves is.
Shanahan should get in before Reeves. Shanahan was more successful. Shanahan gets in before Reeves. He's more successful, has a longer progeny of coaches. His fingerprints are still all over the league's best offenses today.
Did you say progeny?
Yes.
Oh, dude. That's awesome. I got better today. It's a descendant or the descendants of a person, animal, or plant offspring. It's spelled for all of you at home. Progeny, a progeny. Thank you, Alex. I just got better.
I try and educate here on the morning sprint sometimes. I can also say dumb things too.
Text me if you've ever heard the word progeny.
He deserves to get in before Reeves. Now, it sucks this year because you know who deserves to get in before Mike Shanahan? Bill Belichick does. He does. I'm sorry. He is the most successful head coach in the history of the game. Whether you think that is directly tied to Tom Brady or not, he has more bling on his hands. He gets to go in before you. It just sucks that Shanahan hasn't gone in earlier.
He doesn't need a yellow jacket. He's got a 27-year-old.
Does Jordan? Oh my God. Does Jordan Hudson? Is that her name? Jordan Hudson, right?
Something like that sounds right. Yeah,
I think that's her name. Does
she's,
Jordan?
Sorry, she's 24.
Man,
I was way off.
Does talk about progeny? Does she give the acceptance speech for him?
Probably.
Do you imagine she does that? She walks up into Canton and is, I would like to introduce to you my sugar daddy, the man who I will put in a grave myself.
All good.
All good.
All good.
Bill Belichick.
It's all good.
Colorado's most complete local appliance store is Mountain High Appliance. They bring you every single day here on the Morning Sprint NFL Notes. They have locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs, offering every major appliance line and brand, and you can find them at mountainhighappliance.com. You heard it here yet again. Mike Shanahan has to wait another year.
Yo, Broncos country. It's Raiders hate week, and there's no better way to start your football weekend off in Las Vegas and start off in style than huddle up with other Broncos fans at Overhang Bar at Circa Resort and Casino. They're going to have giveaways, including tickets to the game and signed jerseys. It's Friday, this Friday, December the 5th, from 7 to 8 p.m. Check it out at circalasvegas.com/huddle-up. It is the perfect place for you to kick it off, and the overhang bar is fun. I've actually been to this event, went to it last year. It was great to see other Broncos fans in a foreign environment. There'll be some Broncos fans from Las Vegas that you get to team up with. A lot of Broncos fans meeting in from California, all over the place. It's a great way to celebrate this incredible Broncos season, but also have a great time at the best place for me and my wife to hang out in Las Vegas. That's Circa Las Vegas, because it is the best place to watch football on the largest indoor sports book with the greatest screens and viewing experience, as well as an outdoor experience at Stadium Swim. So check out circalasvegas.com, and that's a /huddle-up today.
Nuggets look to stay hot on the road. A 7-game road winning streak is on the line, and they start a 3-game East Coast road trip tonight in Indiana. Starts at 4:30 p.m. with your pregame show powered by Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Visit ramoslaw.com. So a little 90-minute version of Kreckman and Lindahl today between 3 and 4:30. They'll walk you up to Nuggets and Pacers, see if they can get back on after losing a head-scratching game at home. Now, 4 straight losses at home, 7 straight wins on the road. Maybe come back to earth on both of those sides. I still think you beat the Pacers, despite the injuries that you have on the roster right now. Some people on the text line give me like a little bit of flack about saying Mike Shanahan, without a doubt, deserves to go into the Hall of Fame before Dan Reeves. And I don't know how you can make that argument. Like, Dan Reeves should have gotten in before he passed. Like, that should have happened. The fact that he did not get to enjoy that.
Oh, no. Are you going to go with the old theory that because he's dead, he shouldn't be in?
No.
Okay, I just want to make sure, like, just because he can't enjoy it, let's just
No. I'm certainly not saying that.
Because Vic Lombardi would certainly be texting you right now.
I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying it's a travesty that he didn't get in prior to passing.
Our resident ageism upholder. He wants to make sure that nobody's ageist here. Also, deadest. You don't want to be deadest.
It's also part of the reason why I think that, like, get Shanahan in before Shanahan's still 73 and he looks healthy. He's fine.
Shanny's rolling, man.
But you don't want a day to come up where
he needs to be in the freaking Hall of Fame.
He needs to be in.
He is a Hall of Fame head football coach. Is he not?
He has 2 Super Bowl victories. He has a better playoff winning percentage than Reeves did.
He's got a steakhouse.
He's got a steakhouse.
Come on.
He's
what
got
are we doing here?
Better regular season winning percentage than Dan Reeves did. And you know what? They had the same quarterback. And Mike Shanahan did with John Elway what Dan Reeves couldn't.
Mm-hmm.
Now, he had more time with John Elway and an older, more mature version of John Elway. You could also make the argument like a over-the-hill version of John Elway and still got it done. He is the more deserving of the 2 head coaches.
Plus, like, you can't have a steakhouse if you're not a Hall of Famer. Just doesn't exist.
Are there dudes that have steakhouses that aren't Hall of Famers?
I mean, Sonny Lubbock's got Lubbock Steakhouse. He's a Hall of Famer.
College football Hall of Famer.
You betcha. And also CSU Hall of Famer for.
Well, hold on. Where does the Hall of Fame line get drawn?
I mean, he's college football Hall of Famer.
Why? Hold on. Isn't
and it's
Scotty
in a college
Hastings
football town.
Isn't Scotty Hastings a college basketball Hall of Famer? Scotty, is he? I'm almost positive he is. Scotty was like fantastic at Arkansas. Tell me he's a college basketball Hall of Famer, please.
Kansas Sports Hall of Fame in 2009.
Yeah, okay, never mind. That's a shame. I was going to say, Scotty, where's your steakhouse?
I mean, but a K-Shop's pretty cool. Kansas Sports Hall of Fame. I want a K-Shop in my life.
Scotty, go open a steakhouse in Kansas.
Yes, open it in Topeka. I think that's where he's from.
Is there a place that you could open up a steakhouse?
No, sir.
Not for me either. KJ, you a Hall of Famer anywhere?
I'm not. I should be a Hall of Famer in my high school.
I got a long ways to go, but man, I'm hoping and praying that I can open up a steakhouse in 2052
in Highlands
Ridge, Colorado. A long ways to go.
The Kelseys and Mahomes have a steakhouse. They are not Hall of Famers, but they will be. Actually, there's a chance all 3 of them could be. Could Jason Kelsey get in as a center?
How many steakhouses do we have here in Colorado?
Shanahan's, Elway's.
Is that it?
Does Manning have one?
There's a Manning steakhouse.
But it's not
that's
his.
Awesome. I love it, and it's actually like one of the only semi-affordable steakhouses in the area, and it's right there off Broadway. Totally unrelated to Peyton, but I just like to say it anyway. Yeah, this is Peyton's. Yeah, hey babe, you want to go to Peyton's Steakhouse tonight? Let's go.
He invited us.
And then I read the story about him, like, oh yeah, it's family that has a very common last name named Manning. They started this in the 70s or something.
Vince Young has a steakhouse in Austin, Texas.
College football Hall of Famer. You betcha.
Michael Jordan has one. Mm-hmm. Hall of Famer.
Yep.
Wayne Gretzky has one. Hall of Famer.
Yep.
Arnold Palmer, Golf Hall of Famer.
Steakhouses.
Brett Favre, Hall of Famer. Comes with some foot cheese.
It sure does.
Oh, my God.
I would love to know if there is some throwaway athlete, some no-name guy who's got a steakhouse. If you guys know of one, some worthless steakhouse dude who was let's say he played like 12 years in the league, a great career, but was just an also-ran. One of the guys that you pull out of your back pocket when you're naming random baseball players from the 90s and 2000s.
All right. Tommy Henrik. A legendary Tommy Henrik Steakhouse.
Come on.
A legendary baseball player for the New York Yankees. It's a supper club. Yeah. I mean, this is going back to the 50s.
Tommy Hendrick is a 6-time World Series champion, a 5-time All-Star, not a Hall of Famer.
There we go.
There we go.
I found
Tommy Hendrick, born February 20th, 1913 in Miscellaneous, Ohio.
Ray Bork's got his own steakhouse.
Ray Bork is a Hall of Famer.
Tresca.
Yeah, you have to be a Hall of Famer to open up a steakhouse.
Ooh, is Gary Payton a Hall of Famer? It's not a steakhouse, though. It's Kingfish Cafe.
Gary
totally
Payton
different.
has to be a Hall of Famer.
Yeah, I think
the glove,
he was,
yeah.
There's
I think
no
he was
way he's
class
not
of
a Hall of
2012,
Famer.
I think.
The glove, you're right.
Tim
You're right.
Horton is not, that's not a steakhouse, but it is the greatest coffee and donut place in the world. Tim Horton's a Hall of Famer.
I did not know that.
NHL Hall of Famer.
I had no idea that Tim Horton was an NHLer. I had no clue.
Like all-time great Toronto Maple Leaf.
Yeah, there's tell you what, man. Mike Allstott's got one. Island Way Grill. But it's different. It's not in their namesake. Dicka's. I've been to Dicka's Steakhouse.
Ed McCaffrey has his mustard line. Stink has green chili.
He does.
But not Hall of Famers.
Mm-hmm.
You can't be a steakhouse. You can be a green chili guy.
You didn't know this was going to be on the conversation
No,
today,
I
did you?
sure
Well, I'm hoping.
didn't.
I'm hoping as I depart right now. Happy National Letter of Intent signing day to all the college football athletes. I get a chance to go be a part of that ceremony for 2 of mine, and I'm hoping that one of my 2 Division I players, Cannon Smith and Dakota Rich, will have a steakhouse in 30 years, and I get a free meal.
Free meal or like a cocktail.
Just can I get your well? I know it's just your high school coach for 1 year. Can I get a free well?
Whatever the well whiskey on the rocks, like the the ice in the troughs that you don't really use for drinks.
Mm-hmm.
That's the Mike Sanford.
It's pretty good though.
You dive your hands in there, your grubby mitts, throw it into a crappy cloudy glass.
Yep.
And take some whiskey out of the gun.
Just gun
and that's
me.
the Mike Sanford.
And that's the free thing I get from the Cannon Smith Steakhouse.
It's the number 2.
Oh,
Give me number 2.
It's a number 2.
It's a number 2.
It's going to do it for us today. For Coach Mike Sanford, KJ Granderson behind the glass. PhD's coming up next. So much to get into as they turn the page and look into Raider week. I'm sure DMac's going to have so much to say about the Rockies GM hire. I think it's fantastic. The Avs continue to be a wagon. Nuggets back in action tonight, starting at 4:30 on Altitude 92.5. We love you. Drive safe. Talk to you tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Happy National Signing Day for all of you high school athletes. Congratulations to all of you, and best of luck down the road.
Listen, whatever you think about Taylor Swift.
I can jam to it.
Do you know how to do the dance?
Earth, wind, sky, fire.
Oh, vibes. Shoot, I don't know it. But you know who does know it?
Scott Hastings.
No, Scott, there's no way. Scott's probably hearing this for the first time. And he's got like an 11-year-old girl, and he doesn't know this. Hi, Scott, by the way. I'm not trying to leave you out.
I try to keep the devil out of my house.
Okay. Parker Kelly. Keep the song here. Keep the song here. Parker Kelly dances to it. Josh Manson dances to it. Ross Colton has been drug into it. This is what the best hockey team on earth does. They dance to Taylor Swift. They dance. It's not that they just play the song.
I think they play a good song.
Scott, you can take it out with Parker Kelly and the crew. And whether you like it or you don't like it, this is the Avs song right now.
We jammed to Katy Perry during the Super Bowl season. I'm not gonna lie.
A little firework, little 4th of July
yeah,
fireworks.
We did. We were jamming
bag,
to it.
Like a little bag in the air, whatever that song was.
We got to find what's the smoke machine in the Broncos playing?
I don't know. That's a great question, but Sean will tell you he's got a smoke machine and a music machine, and he's got
this song right here doesn't give the vibe of smoke machine out to me.
I don't know even what to say, but the Avs are rolling, and this is their theme song that they literally dance to in the locker room after the games.
That's good.
Nathan McKinnon was funny after the game.
Yeah, I mean, it was all right. We're not going to score first every night. Yeah, it definitely wasn't our best. It was just kind of a boring game. A lot of whistles, a lot of icings, guys getting kicked out of draws. It was just one of those nights, just a muck. So.
It's just a boring game. Just kind of sucked. Nathan McKinnon, first star of the NHL. Hey, how's the game, Nate? I don't know. I was sick. I didn't feel good. Kind of sucked. We won, but that's just kind of boring. Just
stupid Canucks.
This is where the Avalanche are right now, fellas. Like this is where this team is.
That's the difference between the Avs and the Nuggets.
Oh,
the Avs are winning boring games, and the Nuggets, when they get into a game they think is boring, they've lost.
Right, that's a good point, man. They gotta let's turn that around tonight against a pretty. Boy, I'm scared to even tell you how Indiana actually is because they on paper they suck, but who knows?
You outscored teams 37-9. It's I guess it gets boring.
The Avalanche are literally. Here's what they're doing. And we'll see how many teams do this. Vancouver's not a good team. So the only way they have a chance, they feel, against the Avalanche, Adam Foote, by the way, their head coach, is to basically make the game as boring as possible. So they're not going to open things up. The Montreal did, and look what happened to them. They got absolutely clown hammered by the Avalanche. These bad teams against the Avs are just going to try to desperately hang in there the best they can, doing all sorts of boring things instead of like really playing a more fun brand of hockey and trying to beat the Avs at that game. But it doesn't matter for the Avs. The Avs can win, a tight game, low-scoring game, high-scoring game. Like, what do you need? An open game, a kind of a closed shutdown game, a physical game, fast-paced game.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if they can win a game in Italy when the ice is too short. You catch that story? That's a fun one.
That's crazy.
Yeah, that's weird. How's that happen?
I always thought the thing about the international hockey and Olympic hockey that we loved that the arena was so big. It was bigger than the NHL.
In fact, if you go down to World Arena down there in Colorado Springs, they have an Olympic-sized rink. That's because that used to be a training, saw Miracle and the whole thing, training in Colorado Springs. So they still have an Olympic-sized sheet. It's way bigger than an NHL sheet. I have no idea when that changed, and they can't even get the rink to the same size as the NHL sheet now. It's 3 feet shorter. It's not finished being built.
Not ideal. No.
The Olympics are like 2 months away. They're not done building the arena.
In honor, and I say this with respect, after the retiring of Danilo yesterday, do Italians really care about sports? I
don't know.
I went 3 summers ago to the Ryder Cup in Italy, outside Rome, and it was fantastic. The place was beautiful. Vic went there this summer and played that course. He said it's a goat track right now. It's falling apart. No one's taking care of it. He said there's a million courses in Colorado better than that course now that they played a Ryder Cup on just 3 years ago.
I just think the Olympics, although we all love it when it happens, and we'll all get into it and whatever, trust me, we will. But it might be the most corrupt sporting event in the world. Remember when they had it in Sochi, Russia, which was we found out later, they had the Winter Olympics in a summer resort?
They did that in, was that France? Or that happened somewhere like maybe 8 or 12 years ago also.
You're building, I mean, you're making a damn good argument just to have.
They had the Winter Olympics like in an ocean town.
Yeah.
That was in Japan, wasn't it?
That's right. That was
the
Japan.
Russian one.
Right.
The Russian one, they had no snow like a week before
snow.
The Olympics or something.
Yeah, and they had to Sochi. It was like however resorty you can get in Russia. Back when Russia was allowed to even be in the Olympics. So I don't know.
Do we, as far as the Winter Olympic Games, is somebody else out there who's more of a Winter Olympic aficionado? Do we not think that? And I guess you probably got to go. That's 20 years ago now, but we got to go back to maybe Salt Lake City putting on the best Winter Olympic Games.
I was at that one. That was a long time ago. It was fine. In all honesty, a lot of Winter Olympic sports, unless are you at the ladies' final for ice skating? Are you at the hockey final? Like, I mean, if you can be at one of those, but a lot of the Olympic stuff is, you have to be a jerk on this. It's kind of boring.
We had a preseason game when I was with the Atlanta Hawks in Lake Placid, New York.
I was there too. My dad took us there when we were little kids. That was pretty cool.
And we got to go up. And so this is early fall, when preseason games will be, or mid-fall. They took us up on top of the ski jump, right? You get the very top.
Mm-hmm.
I tell you what, I will say this, for all them people that get up on that big 180 or whatever it is and go down that thing, they are some brave people.
Oh, there's
that is steep and nasty looking.
The best thing about the Winter Olympics is that almost every single sport you're avoiding death at every turn.
It seems like it.
It is. Think about think about the Winter Olympic sports.
First off, let's be clear. The Olympics are not sports; they're events.
Oh, jeez, we're doing that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
They're events.
Okay.
So skiing's just an event.
Skiing's that one might be a sport. The far majority, though, I'm going to go with, they're just events.
Hockey's just an event?
Hockey's definitely a sport. Hockey's definitely a sport.
Okay.
You want to keep going, though? I mean, curling is an event. That is absolutely an event.
What's heptathlon?
That's an event.
When you ski and you shoot.
For sure an event.
Where
else you doing
like
that in the world?
Like you're skiing a 10K and having to slow your heart rate down to shoot a small target with a 22.
You know what that's like? It's like doing the boulder. It's an event.
Really?
It's an event that you do once a year.
Okay.
Yeah. How about speed skating?
Oh, that's for sure an event. I mean, once a year we're going to get together in the world and people are going to skate fast. Where do you even learn to skate fast in the world?
All right, USA.
Yeah.
America. That breakdown.
Well, then hold on. Let's be fair now.
World
Sports brought to you by Greenwood Village in Tyler, Polumbus.
Let's be fair. What's the 200-meter race then?
That's an event.
All right, Tyler.
Yeah. That's
you kind of got to be fair. Speed skating's not a race.
I'm just going to roll with Tyler on all of this.
Yeah.
Fine. Every event in the Winter Olympics includes death as a possible outcome.
Name the last time someone died.
Yeah,
that's what I
don't know. The possibility. You're going to argue everything today.
No,
everything
I'm just saying. Name the last time someone died.
Okay,
you
all right,
said maintains the possibility.
You got to be careful, Tyler. You may be putting a jinx out there for this year.
Let me back up.
Yeah, you know what? I will knock on wood on that one.
Every winter event at the Olympics is highly dangerous.
Oh, okay. Okay.
How am I doing?
Don't they have in the Olympics, or are these just the X Games where they do those snowmobile races?
That's X Games. They don't do that in the Olympics.
No, I thought they brought that to the Olympics.
Okay, fine. Cool.
I did. I thought they brought that a few years ago.
I just laugh because everything is coming off like a big hill, using something that's incredibly sharp, being on ice of some sort.
Now, the luge is pretty dangerous. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, no kidding. The luge, you just don't have a choice. Everybody's going to go relatively fast down the sled with ice.
The four-man bobsled, if you're sitting in that second, third, or fourth seat, you ain't got no control. None. If that guy screws up front, you're in trouble.
Yeah, let's be honest. What do guys 2 and 3 do in the bobsled?
All right, here we go.
I mean, 1 and 4, I understand their job.
Push. And the four-man
guys
sled, they
2
push.
and 3, okay, we pushed for 10 yards and we jumped in the sled. How hard is that?
Not hard.
Okay.
Yeah, nobody's saying it is hard. No.
Although I follow this one lady who's an Olympic. I think she's the 4 or the pusher, like in the 2-man.
Yeah, that's the athlete.
Dude,
that's
their weight training, Tyler. Their weight training they do for that stuff
I'm sure.
is unbelievable.
I'm sure.
All right, Alex Ryanemi, Good Raj. A guy died in Vancouver in 2010 in luge. Phone drop from the country of Georgia.
That was like 15 years ago.
I'm just saying.
Yeah, there was that bad wreck. You're right. I remember that now. You're right.
All right. Anyways, the Avs
stopped the ice. They had somebody else on the track.
The bigger point is the Avs beat the Canucks 3-1.
And I didn't even realize Footy was there in Vancouver. Is Vancouver got to be our second favorite team to follow now?
You can if you want. They're terrible. You can follow the Canucks if you want because of Footer.
Well, it's probably how Footy got the job.
Do you like Footy better than Patrick Roy? We play the Islanders here in a couple days. Actually, tomorrow, I think.
They're two of my favorites.
Well, I'll root for the Islanders. He was just here. He got a video tribute at Ball Arena, as did Foot did last night. So they got their props. Everybody, yay, Adam.
Well, Foot's got his 52's up in the rafters.
It sure is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it should be.
All right, got anything else there? You guys want to throw in any more 2 cents on hockey? We good?
Go Jamaica, bobsled.
Scott, how you doing there in Indiana? The Nuggets going to bounce back here tonight?
Well, let's see. I hope so.
How's Jamal doing?
I saw him walking out of breakfast today, but that's all I can tell you.
All right. Well,
how was he walking, Scott?
He didn't have a boot on, and he seemed to be walking fine. But,
okay.
There's walking fine, and then there's putting a
if he was walking fine, he could play.
Trying to. Well, there you go.
All right. Well, we'll find out if he's good enough. So no clue. I was asking more specifically about an injury report. I thought that actually came out closer to the game. Is that not happening?
I don't think that comes out till.
We got a little time on that.
There's one at 12:30 and then like at 2:30 in there or something like that.
Well, I don't know. I'm asking you, basketball dude.
Here's the difference between you and me.
Yeah.
I wait till the game and whoever has their uniform on, it comes out on the floor, and then I get to talk about them.
All right. Okay. Dude, are you all right? Are you okay?
No, I got a nut lodged down in my throat.
I'm sorry? You have a what?
In fact, I don't know if it was a nut or a nougat.
Uh-huh.
You guys know the difference between a nut and a nougat?
Might be a good time to take a break, and we will. The Raiders and the Broncos this weekend, by the numbers. First peek at what's ahead and who the real enemy is here as the football season rolls on. The real enemy has identified themselves, and you'll hear it coming up.
Hey, you're out there in need of a new vehicle, brand new, pre-owned, doesn't matter. Go check out my friends over at Phil Longford, the best dealership in Colorado. You're going to love your experience. I've been a customer for life ever since I bought my first car my rookie year. I think relationships matter. That's why I keep going back to the one dealership that I know and I trust, Phil Longford. I love that it's one-stop shopping over at Phil Long. You don't have to drive all over the state. Just go to Phil Long Ford. They've got over 8,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right this minute. So whether you're looking for a new vehicle or a pre-owned vehicle, the vehicle of your dreams is already at Phil Long Ford, and they've already got the best prices over at Phil Long Ford. They've got an award-winning service department, so once you buy that new vehicle, keep it serviced over at Phil Long Ford. You're going to have a beautiful ride for a very long time. Let them know that your friend Tyler sent you on over, and feel free to shop online at phillongford.com.
Hey, congratulations to Matthew Pettit from Brighton. Matt won the second chance drawing during Avs Ticket Tuesday and is going to see the Avs host the Panthers next week. Way to go there, Matt. If you missed out this week, come back next week. Every Tuesday, your chance to win Avs tickets. Avs Ticket Tuesday, powered by Matthews Fine Watches and Jewelry. We will have Nuggets tickets to give away on Nuggets Ticket Thursday tomorrow. Time to check the injury report, powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. Not sure exactly what's going on in terms of who's out there or not. Jeff Legwold will join us at 1:45, so we'll have a better clue. The Broncos, I'm sure, are inside. And the big question, I suppose, is Nate Atkins. When will he come back, if at all? Other than that, the Broncos seem to be relatively healthy. Jonah Ellis is a little bit of a concern as well. But overall, the Broncos are in pretty good shape as they get ready to face the Raiders. You guys get the kids to school today? Not school today? What's going on with the snow and the kids with the school?
School for us.
School? No problems, huh? That's pretty okay. It was pretty gnarly out there. It still is kind of nasty out there.
Is it still coming down?
Yeah, and it's cold. So it's like the sun hasn't come out. The snow's continuing. Pretty icy. I'm going to guess most people are just working from home, or if you're out there driving around and you need to be, we appreciate you listening. I don't get how they do the school with you guys, with how that works anymore, because I've seen conditions that are way less than this.
Well, I was on to the warden today when she and Junior were driving to school. They had a late start on Wednesdays anyway. She goes, I'm surprised this wasn't pushed back even later. She said the ride was pretty gnarly to get there.
I don't know what it's like for you guys. Down in Parker, I swear, I was talking to Dan about this before the show. It's like a weather phenomenon. We always just get more snow than everybody else. It was pretty solid, but I woke up and I was shocked by the amount of snow that was out there.
Me too. And it's still coming down, so all right. By the way, this might be the longest stretch that there's no action at Ball Arena for the entire year. There's not another event. I believe it's the Nuggets that will come back, and that's not till I don't know, like
Monday,
8 days from now or something like that.
No, next Tuesday.
Tuesday,
a week from yesterday. Yeah.
So, because guess what is at Ball Arena for 3 wonderful days?
Ice capades.
Disney on Ice.
Disney on Ice. Yep. Love it.
Ice on Ice.
Yeah. Been to it many a time.
I was just going to ask.
It's very good.
I'm out of the Disney on,
it's good.
Well, I'm out of the Disney on Ice era. That's over for me, but I've been through that era many a time.
When do you graduate from that era? What age?
Oh, that's a good question. I'm gonna go with 3rd, 4th grade.
Yeah. Okay.
Really?
Yeah.
We went I think 2 years ago, and that would have been 4th grade.
What, thank you for agreeing.
Yeah, that would have been 4th grade.
Yeah.
But I saw this year's a good one. I thought this year would be kind of fun to go down to.
I want to go to the one at the Gaylord though. That one I'm looking to get tickets for. It's a little bit pricey. Pretty pricey.
What? We did that
at the Gaylord?
last year.
You're kidding. I can't believe it.
Yeah.
Well,
it's that ice thing. They freeze all this ice and put on a show. It's kind of cool though.
We have the
cold as snot in there, by the way, when you're walking through it.
We kind of have alternating Nuggets Avs here for a little bit, which is good. And then we get there's a back-to-back there for the Avs. Early afternoon games over the weekend. Nuggets don't have that. In fact, you guys have a weird road trip. It's really just a 3-game road trip, isn't it? Although you have your 4th game on the road, but you're back home before you go to Sacramento. So I don't know how you feel about that, but it's 4 games.
Well, it's been the whole part of the season. You come back and not this excuse, but you look on 3 of those 4. I think home losses were home for 1 game and then leave.
Well,
and it's just like no rhythm or anything else that can go on, and so it continues. And that Sacramento game was that cup game. You didn't qualify for the cup game, so they got to stick games in there for you.
Well, the strange part of all of that, of course, is the Nuggets are 7-0 on the road in their last 7 games. They're 7-0 and 0-4 at home. And in all honesty, you should go 8-0 after tonight too. You should. Who knows? But you don't take anything for granted. We're starting to take the Avalanche for granted here a little bit. Are we taking the Broncos for granted in this game against the Raiders?
I don't think so.
You are.
I am for sure. But I'm curious what you guys think.
Well,
first.
I mean, first off, I predicted a much closer game than what you and I were talking about yesterday. So I don't know if that means that we're in different ballparks here, but I don't think I'm not afraid of the team taking the game for granted. I'll put it that way. I heard the show in front of us talking about whether this is a trap game, and Raj is like 10 out of 10. I think Coach agreed with them. I don't think this team's going to do that. I'd be shocked. I was concerned about the Commanders game feeling like a trap game because that was coming off the bye week. That was coming off a very emotional win. That had a bad recipe for me. This team, man, they seem dialed in. I mean, not that it means anything, but I was doing the shop at the jock deal last night for the Broncos, and they paired us up with a bunch of the guys. I got to meet a bunch of the current players, and those guys they're locked in right now, man. I mean, and trust me when I tell you, they're focused on that number one. That's all they can think about. They were talking about the Patriots game. They were talking about all kinds of different scenarios going on.
That's awesome. Who were you hanging out with? Like anybody in particular?
Yeah. I mean, there were guys like Frank Crum was there. Justin Strnad was there. Franklin was there.
Nice.
What's wrong with me? Big David Malcolm Roach was there.
Very cool.
Oh, we only got a 3-hour show.
That sounds awesome that they were there. How did that go over with the kid? Where was it? Like at a Walmart or something?
Yeah, it was at a Walmart. So Walmart owners own it, but they've been doing this for years and years. It's a fun event, man. Take a kid out there. They get $150 each, and they got to budget it so they can get anything they want in the whole store. But you get $150, and you got to add up the math on each item that they're picking up, and they learn a little bit along the way.
I think a trap game may come earlier in the season when you have another bigger game after it. I don't think like we're looking past the Raiders to get to Jacksonville.
Like the first time you played the Raiders, short week, big, a nice emotional win in Houston, short week, and you got Kansas City waiting for you. That last time you played the Raiders was the definition of a trap game. Who you got after these guys? Who you got to follow?
I can look it up, but I believe it's Jacksonville, and then you got the Packers, and then you got Christmas or a short week and Christmas, and then you got the Chargers. How am I doing on that?
Well,
I think I got it.
Yeah. Here's the funny thing. Somebody put up the Chiefs schedules. I think the Chiefs can win their last 5 games. And guess what that does if they win their last 5, right? That gives them 11.
Are you nervous about the Chiefs? And by the way, I got that mixed up. It's Green Bay first and then Jacksonville. So Green Bay, Jacksonville, Kansas City on Christmas, and the Chargers. Chargers, by the way, are okay. They're okay. They're not next level. They're okay though.
They're obviously a good football team. They got 8 wins. But I agree with you, especially with Justin Herbert getting banged up now. And gosh, I guess they're saying the dude's going to play with getting surgery on his left wrist. He has to get surgery, right?
Yeah, I think he already did.
Yeah, that's what I heard. I heard he was having surgery.
Watching that game today, I rewatched the Raiders and the Chargers. Trey Lance is their backup quarterback. I think they could have beat the Raiders with Trey Lance just fine. I'm actually. It was a bit of a head scratcher why Harbaugh put in Herbert. I guess he must feel a little desperate about it. And the Raiders actually kept that game somewhat close. Their defense is okay. The Raiders' defense is okay. Their offense, Tyler, Scott, I can't believe how bad and limited their offense is. It is bizarre. I'll tell you this, Brock Bowers, that guy, he's awesome. That dude is pretty awesome. But the Broncos figured out how to shut him down, didn't they?
Yeah, they sacked Geno 7 times that game, didn't they?
The Browns sacked Geno 10 times. The Chargers were all over him like white on rice. It was unbelievable. The Broncos defense, here's where I think this game boils down to. This is one thing you just can't fake. Pass rush and pass protection. It is what it is. And Geno Smith does not run around like Marcus Mariota. Not at all. They just fired Chip Kelly to bring in Greg Olsen. How many teams has Greg Olsen, Tyler, worked for? 1,000?
All of them.
Right? They just have nothing innovative, nothing interesting. They don't want to even put the ball down the field. They have no dangerous weapons as receivers. None. Zero. They got Brock Bowers. And they got Genty, who's just kind of okay, and he's probably a better receiver of the ball than a runner. Correct me if I'm wrong on any of this stuff, but it is possibly the worst offense. Maybe Tennessee's worse than them. Okay, maybe they are. But they only score 14.9 points per game. They are terrible.
That's not a good team, man. I mean, they fired Chip Kelly. Now there's all the reports that are coming out, which obviously has come from Chip Kelly's camp, but Chip Kelly wasn't allowed to run his offense. So Pete Carroll was telling him how to run his offense. Okay, whatever. Geno Smith is going to be one of those quarterbacks that statistically looks pretty dang good. And I've fallen into the trap over the years of probably overhyping Geno Smith and thinking that he's a better quarterback than he is. But you're right, the pass rush that this Broncos team has got right now, I don't see a realistic path that the Broncos drop this game.
I don't. And here's another thing too that Tyler, his those last 2 years in Seattle, he was a good quarterback.
Yeah, he is.
He played really well. Which then you go the Raiders and it's the same head coach. You think, well, they'll be all right. They'll just do the same thing. Now it shows you the difference between Jimmys and Joes, right? Seattle must have had just enough of the Jimmys to keep the quarterback upright, where the Raiders have a bunch of Joes and they ain't getting the job done.
They are so bad, guys. Listen, it's still an NFL team. I'm not saying they can't put a drive together here or there. You know, things happen. Brock Bowers is pretty special. That is true.
I'll tell you this. I do think style points matter to a degree in this game.
I agree.
I mean, I don't think you have to win by 3 touchdowns or anything like that. But if you barely sneak out another win the way that you won every single game this year, if that's what you do again in this game, talk about giving you are just going to amplify all the conversation out there that this isn't good enough for the playoffs. And
you know what? Good. I bottom line is W. I don't want you to play bad and get lucky to win. And I would say, you know, other than maybe the Giants game where they were bad for 3 quarters, but then boy, I tell you what, put up that fourth quarter. Spread the film out a little bit and say, hey, here's how the Broncos played against the Giants. And just show that fourth quarter, you're going, oh, doggone, these guys were really good that day, weren't they? No, they were good for 1 quarter. So the bottom line is they got to win right now. They got to keep winning right now because I don't think New England's going to lose, maybe one more game, maybe. So if you want that one, you got to win however you do. But I will say this, and you're 100% right, Tyler. The noise and the hate on the Broncos 10-2 record is huge nationally. They are getting crushed by everybody. Yeah. And it's funny. All they can do is win close games. Well, listen, they've got 2 losses, and they were by 1 or what was it 2 and 3? Right? They've got 2 losses by a total of 5 points.
Well,
maybe that's just who they are. They play close games.
The real enemy did reveal itself. And now this is coming from, mom's basement. But it's somewhere in Scituate or Hull or Quincy or up on the North Shore, maybe Andover, perhaps in the city of West Roxbury. But we're starting to hear the echoes of the true enemy, and that is from Patriots land. And boy, we haven't heard these voices in a long time, have we? It has been a minute between hearing Broncos and Patriots smack talk. But I present for your listening pleasure the words from Boston.
Oh, don't even get me started on the Broncos, who just...
You're wrong, Evan. You're wrong, and you
Boston Cream. They barely just beat Marcus Mariota. In overtime, he had a wide-open receiver in the flat, and if he gets the ball 3 inches higher over Nick Bonino's head, they just got upset by the Commanders, who are 3-8 with their backup quarterback.
Preach.
Evan, and I'm supposed to be terrified of this team. I just saw Bo Nix throw an interception to old man Bobby Wagner, where the ball went right to him. I have a question.
Put your PFF tablet down and look at the history.
Oh, yeah, dude.
That's a good line.
Dude. Sick.
Wow.
I don't watch any of the games, my man.
Good stuff.
Come
Good
on.
stuff.
You guys are getting me fired up today.
There we go.
I came in fired up because that's probably the main reason. But I'm so sick and tired of hearing about the Broncos, man.
Oh, yeah. I think they're good.
I love the guy at the end. Oh, I think they're good.
I think they're okay.
I think they're good.
Well, but that's a guy doing to his audience, right? That's all New England people.
Don't you just hate
so
people
he can
from
do
New
that,
England,
and he
Scott?
can say he can watch games, but he ain't saying, I understand New England's had the easiest schedule of all 32 teams in the NFL. I'm sorry, but these guys are barely winning.
That is it. That is the narrative on the Broncos right now, fellas. There you go.
Yep, that's true though.
And they've got a noontime showing of The Departed for the 4,000th time, and their mother's going to make them a good chicken salad sandwich later on. But
I like a good chicken salad sandwich.
Oh, I love it. I like it a little dry. Too much mayo ruins it, in all honesty. And
They
really,
haven't learned an ounce of humility out there yet.
no, they are so arrogant, man. It's embarrassing being from there, in all honesty. Like, when I look at the sports fans from Boston, I'm just like, oh, my God. I cannot believe I'm one of them, or used to be, and know so many people like that. They are the most entitled, arrogant, jerky sports fan base, period. They're it. They're worse than the Cubs fans. They're worse than the Philly fans. They are the worst. The Boston fans.
Good. I hope we face off against them. I hope we got a collision course.
I do too.
It would be a blast. You know why it'd be so great?
I agree.
Because it feels it's new, it's old, it's all of the above. You know, like you got two new young quarterbacks, but it's an old rivalry.
Mm-hmm.
Last time we were good, we went through this exact same phase. Now they had to come to us, so that'd be pretty cool. We got to get them to come to us. That's going to be a key part of this thing.
I'm on the same page with you, my friend, and I'm glad to hear that you're hanging out with guys and they feel that motivation. They want that number one seed. And we should be rooting like hell after the bye week for the Bills to beat the Patriots. By the way, because of the AFC common opponents, if the Broncos do win this, they do win that tiebreaker, period, the end. So beating the Raiders, there is a little bit of motivation here because there is a tiebreaker that will go your way if you can beat the Raiders, period, the end. You'll wrap that up against the Patriots. So that one loss that they have to the Raiders could really hurt them, but you got to take care of business against a bad team. And the Raiders are a really bad team. So
you know what? You said it's a winning percentage against a common opponent. If it remains the only common opponent, even if you lost, you'd have a 50% win ratio, and they still have 0.
Yeah, I'll get the specifics of it because it got a little confusing to me. Here it is. Broncos cannot clinch a playoff spot with win against the Raiders. They can clinch something of importance. A win Sunday assures Denver of winning any two-way tiebreakers with the Patriots based on common opponents. Titans, Bengals, Jets, Raiders, Giants. So there's that. And that is the separator right now if those two teams are tied. So that does exist. There's an important tie-breaking sort of scenario with a win against the Raiders.
And do they have the Jets again?
Yes, they do. They have Miami, they have the Jets, and then they end their season with Miami. Their only really tester is the Bills in 2 weeks. Other than that, they probably should cruise. And if they can,
they got Jacksonville too, right?
Oh man,
thought they did.
What do they got? Buffalo, Baltimore.
And
we'll see with Baltimore. Is that in Baltimore? It is in Baltimore. So that obviously could be tough.
That's 2 losses right there.
Well, hey, that would be great. I'll tell you, if those are 2 losses, that means the Broncos could actually lose another game and still get the number 1 seed.
Yeah.
Well, that would be good because I'm still not real happy about or real excited about that game in Kansas City on Christmas Day.
Nope, that one sucks. That would be so impressive of a win. It's almost too much to ask to actually win that one, to be honest with you. But who knows what Kansas City will be playing for. So, Tyler, here we go. 10 years later, huh? Patriots?
Yeah, man. I mean, that's why it's so fun to me.
Let's go.
It's the new rivalry, but it's the old rivalry. It's new young quarterbacks, but it's the same old deal.
We have some.
Hey, by the way, do you guys happen to remember John Elway's record against New England when he was going up against Bledsoe quite often?
I do not. Do you got it handy?
10-0. 10-0.
10-0. Love it. I think the Broncos are the only team that Tom Brady has a losing record against, career-wise. I believe it's something like that.
I think it's either 6-7 or 7-7. 6-7 or I think it's 6-7.
I know this. Do you know the Raiders have lost 10 division games in a row? Longest streak in the NFL going on right now.
Cool.
Did that surpass Denver's when they lost like 2 years in a row to everybody in the division?
Can Pete Carroll be one and done?
I don't know how he stays, Tyler.
Yeah.
I have no idea how he keeps his job.
How he stays is they're paying about 15 head coaches at the same time right now.
Whatever they're okay, I'll go with that. The only reason Pete Carroll would stay as their head coach is for financial reasons.
Right.
That's it.
Yeah.
He set this all up. It's a disaster. Like Patrick Graham, their defensive coordinator, they actually inherited him. He was there under a previous regime, and the defense is the only thing that's decent about the Raiders. That's it. They do have some good defensive players, and they have some good defensive moments. But that's got nothing to do with Pete Carroll. He just kept the guy that was there already. No, it is so bad. And if you're going to Vegas this weekend, boy, you should have a blast. You should have a good time there. I think it's going to be a Broncos home game. All right, that being said, let's catch up with the Nuggets. The morning show had Gallo on, Scott, and Chris Paul. Wow. Okay. Wow. We'll get to all that coming up next. Tonight, 4:30 pregame, 5 o'clock. We'll throw the ball up there in Indiana with the Nuggets trying to get back. It's a road game, so they should be great. So you can hear all that action right here on 92.5. You can watch it on Altitude TV. Scott on the call with Chris Marlowe, and Kaz, of course, on the radio call. So we look forward to that. It's all powered by Ramos Law, a medical doctor and attorney. Visit ramoslaw.com. I'm reading about this Chris Paul situation. Tyler,
wow.
Whoa. Like, they hated each other, apparently.
So they just got fed up with them complaining? Is that what it was?
This latest report from Sham says they weren't talking for weeks, Chris Paul and Ty Lue. So Chris Paul was just a grumbly Gus. We got this from Lou Williams on a podcast about the situation.
From what I've gathered, that brought an end to this abruptly was there was a few scenarios and, which CP was holding people accountable from players to staff, from coaching staff up to the front office. And, from what I understand, there was a situation where he even addressed the team and apologized and said, look, my criticisms are coming from a good place. I want us to be a good team. I want us to get this thing right. And he was just holding guys accountable. Now how some of that talk was taken or interpreted, that's up for the players and the coaching staff that was involved and how they felt about it. And then down the line, there was another scenario where, he was critical of front office as well. And I think that was the one that broke the camel's back. That was the straw that broke the camel's back when he had, some criticisms for the front office as well. I think that's what brought this to a head.
Wasn't it 5 seconds ago that Steve Ballmer was trying to buy out Ball Arena for Game 7 with the Clippers going against the Nuggets in the playoffs?
Yeah, no kidding.
Holy cow, does time go quickly. They're 5-16. They're 2-8 in their last 10. Scott at 15.5 games behind Oklahoma City. They're only 3 games out of that 10th spot. So, I mean, their season's not over. But it's a horrific start, obviously, for the Clippers. And now they just dump Chris Paul? Okay, Scott, should the Nuggets go pick up Chris Paul? Didn't you say that depth at point guard was a weakness for the Nuggets? Didn't I just hear you say that?
Yep.
Okay.
But the problem is, and let me give you a couple stats I read today also. Last year, when he was in San Antonio with Wemby, and he was brought along right to help nurture Wemby, if you will, through his second year in the league, and then Wemby ended up missing 40 games, 36 games, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And he had told me, I talked to him in the layup line once. He said, "Man, I don't know how long I can do this. My family's back in L.A. I'm away all the time." He said, "This may be it." And like I said, I think if anybody else would have offered him, I'm not sure he would have come back this year, but it was in L.A., so he's back in his home. He's living in his home and doing all that. But he was one of 7 guys that played all 82 games last year at 39.
Forget all that.
So keep
the family, all that family stuff. Put that aside. Would he be a good fit for the Nuggets?
But I'm setting this all up because now you're asking him to go away from his family again to come to Denver. I think that would be a feather against you. And I have not seen him play enough this year to see. And listen, Tyler, I don't know. You could tell me here. We've seen guys play. We're watching a 41-year-old play tight end. But I've seen 32-year-old tight ends look like they're about 50, right? And so you don't know when that year. LeBron James looked okay last year. He don't look like LeBron James this year, does he? Yeah. So I don't know, and I've not seen enough of him this year. I would like somebody a little more quick. Now, if you got me Chris Paul about 4 years ago, 3 years ago even.
All right, because I'm just checking, because you just said, wouldn't it be great to have a guy like Reggie Jackson back on the team?
Yeah, but I was thinking Reggie for more in the locker room and then in case of emergency. I don't know if Chris Paul I don't know if he could play right now because right now it's in case of emergency, so he would have to play. if you're going younger, I'd like a quicker guy. I'd like a quicker downhill can beat you off the dribble guy, and I don't know if Chris can do that anymore.
Well, I don't know how many options are out there, but it seems like something that they should explore to me. I mean, especially with Jamal, I don't know how serious this deal is. I don't know how much time he's going to be missing. Is it going to be something he's going to be dealing with the whole season? You already had a backup point guard issue. It feels to me now. Look, do I love bringing in a guy that just got released because for quote unquote locker room reasons they didn't like his behavior? No. But I also have a hard time believing that he wouldn't come to the Nuggets and be like, oh, my gosh, am I happy to be here?
Well, first of all, he hasn't been released. Right? I mean, they just basically said go home. Kind of like what Houston did to Melo 5-6 years ago. We're not going to play you anymore. Stay home. We'll still pay you. Here's your checks. So they haven't – there's not been a talk of a buyout yet. They haven't just outright cut him.
Shams is reporting. I'll just read here from this ESPN article. The sides had multiple conversations before Paul was informed he would no longer be part of the team in a stunning overnight move Wednesday.
Yeah.
You're saying he's still on the team? Because I'm reading here on ESPN, he's gone.
I'm saying on legal matters, he's on the roster. And I'll repeat, just like if you remember Melo, Houston a few years ago told Melo to go home. You ain't playing for us no more. And he just never showed up, stayed on the books, but they didn't release him, didn't cut him, didn't trade him, and he just didn't play and never showed up in the games or practices.
All right, I'll continue reading. Frank, who I'm going to assume is his agent, text.
No, it's something. Frank is the general manager.
Okay, sorry. Frank texted a statement to ESPN confirming that Paul will no longer be with the team.
Yeah, but that is interesting. The verbiage in that, to Scott's point, it doesn't say he's been waived. It doesn't say that he's been released. It just says he's not going to be with the team.
Yeah.
Okay.
My take is right now he is not with the team. And then an article I also read on today. Now they'll get down to, will they outright cut him?
Yeah.
Will they just keep him here, pay him, and say, go bye-bye, we don't want to let anybody else have him? Or will they negotiate a buyout? I think he was making $13 million. Does that sound right?
I think it's actually only like $3 million. I don't think it was that
$3
much.
million?
Yeah. The ESPN headline says Chris Paul, Clippers parted ways. What's next? Buyout, trade, or retirement?
Okay, so they're going to, in the next day or two, they're going to hash out whatever this is going to be, and he's not going to be on the team. Tyler's point still is very appropriate. How long is Jamal going to be out for? How long is CB and AG going to be gone? Like, I get it, but you had a game the other night where Jalen Pickett didn't even get into the game.
Yep. Colin Gillespie's looking good in Phoenix, by the way.
I agree. I wish Colin was still here. That's too bad he's not.
I would assume what the front office has done or will do, they'll at least call, talk to his agent, say, if we were to get something done, would he be interested to come in here? Not saying we're going to, but would there be interest? Or is Paul, tired of traveling and being away from his family all the time? That would be the conversation. And then, so he's making, 3.6, and what is it? A quarter of the season is done, so you'd only be worth having to pay 3/4 of what's left. Then you go to the thing and go, okay, would you take this guy for him?
Let me boil this down real quick because we got to take a break. Scott, you personally, knowing the Nuggets as you do, would you want Chris Paul on this team to fill out that particular role?
The Chris Paul I know and like, yes. The Chris Paul I'm not sure can play, no.
And who is Chris Paul today? Who is Chris Paul today?
I don't know, man. My feeling is he's done.
All right, so your answer
is no. My feeling
is
he's emotionally done.
Okay.
He's going to give him one more shot in L.A. because he's home. And these guys are, listen, go back and look at the most games Kawhi Leonard's played in however many years.
Oh, what a disaster.
And I mean, that's been bad. You get Frank, who trades for Beal and owing him all that money, and he got hip surgeries out for the whole season. And it's a messed up, organization being run by a billionaire.
All right, we do need to take a break. Well, we'll get back to this topic as we will revisit the Broncos and the Raiders. A great win for the Avalanche last night. Jeff Legwold will join us. No dumb questions on the way, too. It's PhD on 92.5. I got another one for you. Just happening during the commercial break. And there were rumblings about it, but Scott?
Yes, sir?
Giannis wants out.
Pretty amazing.
Yeah, I saw that when we were just talking.
Literally, that was, just happening.
Well, it broke. I read an article this morning, and it broke, said Giannis actually did ask to be traded before the season. So I went, ooh, all of a sudden that's getting out. So then I saw this Giannis on Shams thing popped up to it. Now they're talking to him now. So I figured they're trying to do a little damage control.
I got a big question.
And now
for
that
you.
everybody knows, let's go ahead and make it official.
I got a big hold on to that big question. But here is Windhorse talking about it.
The Bucks called the Knicks and asked for an offer for Giannis. Okay,
and
because Giannis said I want to be a Knick. So people were like, "Oh my God, he deleted a photo from May where he had a Bucks logo on it." Guys, he asked to be traded already.
Yeah. So when's it going to happen?
Well, that's the thing. So what appears is that Giannis committed himself for the season to the Bucks. That's what appeared happened. Everything he said in his mood. But the Bucks are not good. This year, when he hasn't played, they're 1-5. And when he has played, they're 9-8. So they've been 500 when he's played, and when he hasn't played, they've been getting raced. What you're asking me is his viewpoint, would his viewpoint change? I don't know. Like I know that he asked for a trade, and then he said, okay, I'm going to be a Buck this year. I know that a lot of people in the league don't think he'll be a Buck next year.
Okay. Well, he wants to go to New York, I guess. Does New York also have to take like 7 of his brothers on the roster too? Or are they?
Maybe.
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 I just asked about Chris Paul. Scott, Tyler, would you make a move to get Giannis?
So what are we talking about? What all you got to give up to go get Giannis?
Oh, you got to give some stuff up to get Giannis.
I mean, you got to give up some stuff that hurts. You got to give up somebody that you love.
Chris Paul, you don't have to give up anything. Just have to pay for him. You don't have to give up a damn thing.
Yeah.
But you would.
Okay, fine. Whatever. But what are we talking about? We're talking about Zeke and Pickett or, Hunter Tyson and, some Wendy's coupons. Who knows?
For Chris
Paul. You try to create an extra. You got to try to create an open roster spot. So you'd like to get 2 for 1.
Okay.
For Giannis.
You're
giving up.
Oh, for
Aaron Gordon. You're giving up. Gosh. Do you have enough to get Giannis? Like do you have enough realistically to get him?
Listen,
what could you package together that would be worth Giannis?
Scott?
Giannis's cap hit is $54 million.
Okay, so you got to come up with $54 million.
Yeah.
You can do that.
Close to.
You can do that. You got guys to do that. You got Christian Brown. You got AG. You got Cam Johnson. You got guys.
I mean, AG's worth about half that.
Okay.
So AG's about $23 million.
You got Jamal.
Jamal?
Oh, you got guys.
Jamal and Aaron Gordon? Is that what you're saying?
You get Giannis.
He's never had an all-star teammate, has he?
He had Damian Lillard.
He's talking about
Jokic.
Jokic.
I'm talking about Jokic.
Talking about Jokic.
Yeah.
You're talking about putting Giannis in the dunker spot.
I
man.
don't think. Look,
You're
if
talking
you
about
told me you could give up Aaron Gordon and some change, yeah. If you're telling me Aaron Gordon and Jamal Murray, now that's hurting a lot.
Yeah, you could. Yeah,
throw Cam Johnson into the mix with whoever you're.
It'd probably Joker, Cam Johnson, and Zeke Najee, and you could match the contract. Close enough, I think.
Joker. What are you talking
I don't
about?
mean Joker. Gordon, Cam Johnson, and Zeke Najee.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So let's stick on that.
All
Aaron
right.
Gordon, Cam Johnson, Zeke.
Yep.
Would I trade that for Giannis? I think anybody that says no to that is just saying no emotionally because they emotionally love Aaron Gordon so much.
Scott? You already have a replacement for Cam. It's Hardaway Jr., okay? And Peyton Watson, frankly. So you're good there.
I don't know. Here's my only concern with Cam. Or not Cam, but with Giannis. And we've seen that even Cam and Gordon have come here and said, okay, we understand this ain't our team.
Mm-hmm.
Giannis, that guy?
I don't know, man. It's a better question for you than for me.
Well, I don't know either. But then again, it's his team in Milwaukee, and he sure doesn't like it, does he?
Yeah, he's probably just sick of being in Milwaukee, and they've already won a championship, and he's had like 6 of his brothers on the roster, and he's probably just looking for a change. I mean, I give the guy credit. How long could you live in Milwaukee for, in all honesty? Once you're making like $60 million a year, it probably gets old fast. The Laverne and Shirley Museum. Hey, listen, he did it there, okay? I mean, your amount of and the team stinks, okay? They're not very good. It's a kind of a combination.
Well, hold on. The team stinks, and you're making $54 million. What are you doing?
I gotcha, but what am I? Hey, this is the conversation happening literally right now. We are staring right at it. Giannis wants out, and they're in conversations. Chris Paul is not going to be with the Clippers that long, one way or the other. The Nuggets just lost 4 games in a row at home. They're 7-0 in their last 7 on the road. They're damn close. So what are we doing here? Are we making moves that will make a difference, or are we just rolling like we did last year? What are we doing here, folks? And if we're just standing pat because we love our guys, okay, cool. But it's hard for me to believe you're not going to be better defensively in offense. Offense is not an issue. Let me back up. Are you better defensively with Giannis on your team?
Yes.
What's the biggest problem the Nuggets currently have?
Their 2 best defensive players are hurt.
Okay. I don't know what else to say here. What are we doing?
I mean, I already yes. I feel you. But I was interested in Chris Paul too.
I'm still interested in Chris Paul. I'm not going to write that off. Listen, if Jalen Pickett was the man, he'd be playing. He's not. And I respect David Adelman saying, I don't want to put him in a bad spot and throw him in a game he's not warmed up for. Okay. I don't think you're really hemming and hawing if you really trust him. It's really not that big of a deal whether he's been warmed up or not. You can be fair to him by putting him in the game. But I respect what Adelman's saying. I'm not disagreeing with them. I'm just pointing out what you said, Scott, and what has recently happened, that we don't really have a guy there. Now, Giannis is a whole different deal. Giannis is a whole different deal, guys. That is a intimidating defensive presence on a team that's fine offensively. They're scoring more than 130 points without Aaron Gordon and without Christian Brown, fellas. They are. Guess what they're not doing? Playing any kind of defense at home. That's what they're not doing. Or are we just going to sit here and just watch him go to the Knicks? Like, that's it? Okay, the Knicks get him because that's where he wants to go? Oh, isn't that cute? Oh, wow, all right. Okay.
Well, he probably does. He has to have a no-trade clause, right? So he – I don't know why he wouldn't approve the Nuggets. That's not what I'm trying to insinuate. But if the Knicks is the one spot that he wants to go, he probably does have some say in
Well,
this.
the first
he
thing
probably wants to go to New York because it's closer to Greece and Europe, and his brand can flourish in New York.
I don't know. Planes go everywhere.
Yeah.
Maybe not the brand. I don't know. The brand with Joker, that seems a pretty good brand to me.
The brand is your Giannis. You're a worldwide brand already. The brand, I think his brand is pretty well established. He's one of the greatest players on earth.
Shams just tweeted that the Knicks emerged as the only team that Giannis has expressed interest in.
Okay, but what options? What do you think? The Nuggets have been aggressively pursuing him? I doubt it. This is breaking now. So okay. Again, do you just sit here and watch the Knicks do this deal, or do you get involved with this? Yes or no?
I'll bet you the Knicks are hesitant.
Well, it's a big commitment. You're gonna. Who are they losing?
Here's what no one talks about. Giannis is great. I'm not going to talk bad about Giannis, the player, but now Giannis playing in the system. Does he fit your system? It seems like in their offense, he gets the ball one-on-one, face up, and he tries to beat everybody to the basket. Would he be willing to just play defense, run the floor, get tons of breakout dunks, even more than he probably does, play that low post area with Joker up top and high, roam in the background? Would he be willing to do that more? Which, by the way, if he's down there, you don't think those corner threes are going to be even more wide open?
Oh, my God.
So,
Spencer Jones Palooza.
If he wants to play here, I mean, you got to think about it.
I would hate giving up Aaron Gordon. Of course. That would suck.
You got to make tough decisions, though.
Of course you do. Scott, is this team better with Giannis or with Aaron Gordon?
A healthy Aaron Gordon, I think it's because he fits the system. You're fine. But he's not been healthy in a year and a half. Well, since the end of last year and the start of this year.
It's been a rough run, unfortunately, because we all love AG.
It feels like everybody's banged up, like getting some fresh blood in, maybe a pretty good idea.
Hey, he's already missed 6 games. What you heard that thing from Windhorst? They're 1-5 when he doesn't play. So in the first 20 games, he's already missed 6 games.
If the answer, hey Scott, if the answer is no, the answer is no. If the answer is no, we're good. The answer is no, we're good.
I would love to sit down in this I will grant you, Darren, where analytic departments can help you a little bit.
Sure, of course.
I would like to break down the number in the half court. Where does he get his scores? He's a notorious, historically horrible 3-point shooter. So he's not better than Gordon from there. Could he run that dunker spot? Yeah. Is he willing to stay in that dunker spot and be part of the offense down there? I don't know.
Yeah, but is the question offense or defense?
But no. The question is compatibility and keeping him happy. And is he all right, I'll ask you then. He going to be happy being the ultimate defensive player and just stand there blocking shots and rebound?
Don't know. I don't know much about Giannis, to be quite honest with you. I don't really know him. I know he's a hard worker. I know he seems to be a great guy, as far as I can tell. I know he's one of the top 10 players in the world. If not an MVP candidate, maybe top 5 players in the world. I know all of those things.
You know what would be great to do is if nothing will happen for a while, and we can get to that All-Star game, and then we pay close attention and see how Joker and Giannis work in that All-Star game.
Oh, my God. You think this is going to get to the All-Star game? I don't know if this is going to get till 5 o'clock.
The All-Star game that nobody tries in?
Oh, it ain't going to happen today.
Okay.
That's too big of a nut. That's too big of a nut because now when you're talking about New York is going to have to blow up its team that went to the Eastern Conference Finals last year, didn't they lose last year to Indiana in the Eastern Conference Finals?
Well, today must be an interesting day for Ben Tenzer and John Wallace, huh? Today must be an interesting day for those two.
I'll tell you what.
Gotta have a cup of coffee, don't you?
I don't know if either one's on the trip, but sometimes they'll fly in on their own.
Yeah.
I will ask, and I doubt if they'll, or if they do tell me, I don't know if they'll tell me so I can tell you, but I will ask what it would take for a team to get him, and would you guys ever have any interest in that?
That would be great. By the way, Josh Kroenke said, I am going to be more involved with the team. He said that. And we having a conversation with Josh Kroenke today about Chris Paul and Giannis?
Well, I guarantee you, John and Ben are. If there's interest, they've talked today. Yeah.
Yeah. All right, Nuggets fans, just an average Wednesday, no big deal, right? Just 2 of the better known names in the NBA might be available on the same exact day. That's all.
Yeah,
boring day.
And yeah, neither one's far from his prime, though. Let's be honest.
Who you got to be better than right now? Jalen Pickett? Who you got to be better than, Scott, to get on the court? We got Strother hurt, CB hurt, we got AG hurt, and I don't know about Jamal. I'm just, okay. I mean, how good does Chris Paul have to be at this point? So that's the truth on that. All right. We'll follow it. We got Jeff Legwold coming up, no dumb questions, and another peek into the Broncos here and the Raiders is PhD on 92.5. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. The holidays are meant to be joyful, but if you're a man dealing with erectile dysfunction, the season of love and joy can be a little bit of a bummer, right? If ED is putting a strain on your relationship, this is the year to turn things around. Show your partner you care by giving the gift of treating your ED and restoring your relationship. It's the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Call the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and give your partner the best gift this season. A renewed and restored relationship. The visit is $99. You get the consult, a T, and a PSA test. If advised, a test dose. If it doesn't work in the office, that visit is free. They've got 5 locations to serve you and an expert staff. You could be having sex the day after your appointment. So check them out up and down I-25, Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, great location there, and Colorado Springs. Call today, 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
You guys watching the new one, by the way?
Which one's that?
New Stranger Things?
Oh, Is that worth? I haven't watched one damn episode of that show.
Oh, you've never watched that?
Is that worth going back? And,
Yeah, I think so.
You think so?
I think that's on the list that you got to watch.
Okay.
Yeah.
Real quick.
But they did one of those.
I can't get through the first episode of the first season.
Really?
Is it zombie stuff or not?
No, it's not zombie. It's like demon world stuff. Yeah.
Look up Camp Hero.
What's that?
Well, it's supposedly. You want to hear your latest conspiracy theory? Supposedly was the inspiration for Stranger Things, because there was a camp in New York somewhere, Mantoc or something like that in New York, where they were doing experiments on kids for psychic ability and stuff.
Oh, okay.
And there was a whole bunch of stuff happened, and a couple escaped, and they closed the camp down, and yeah.
Well, they released 4 episodes of the most recent season, and now you got to wait another month to get the next 4 episodes.
But see if it's because it's like year 5 though of this, right?
Yeah, but there was also
Yeah,
like
it's
a
the last
5.
season.
There was also like a 5-year break in between the last season.
But from my point of view, I haven't seen anything.
It's a big commitment, but I think it's
Take
worth
it on?
I'd say it's worth taking on.
All right.
They released 4 at Thanksgiving. They're releasing 2 at Christmas, I was told, and then in New Year's they're going to have a 2-hour movie in the theaters.
All right, well, because I feel like a dope that I'm so far behind on something that's so.
I mean, I wouldn't put it in my all-time favorite shows.
No. I got you, but it's worth consuming. I get it.
Yeah.
I just finished. I told you that stupid show I always hate watching, and I got to the end of that one. It was so dumb. I mean, it got so ridiculous. You had to believe that a woman with a baby got in an accident with a couple with the baby. One baby died, the guy lived, and he switched the babies from his dead baby to the living baby. Like I'm literally laughing out loud when I'm seeing how this mystery thing is going. And then the wife decides to off him because he's allergic to soy by making out with him after she ate soy and hiding his EpiPen.
What better way to kill a dude than making out with him?
Spoiler alert for a show nobody will
Scott,
ever watch.
I got another one for you though. The Age of Disclosure. Have you seen that? It was like the movie documentary about the UFOs.
Oh gosh.
Oh, I haven't. Huh?
Oh yeah, pretty solid. I started it last night.
All right, let me give you a before he gets to no dumb questions, which we clearly are barreling down. In the game with the Raiders and the Chargers, there was a moment where Herbert, he got hurt on the first series, and Trey Lance went in for like half of the next series, and Harbaugh was just like, "Hey Justin, I know you're wearing a big goofy glove that you look like you're a character from Hamburger Helper, and you got your fingers taped up, and you have to hand the ball off, Tyler, with your right hand." Think about that for a second. Yeah. Like it's almost being like a left-handed third baseman. It's so opposite from what you're used to. I can't even believe Harbaugh had this happen. Anyways, Herbert completes a big third down, and they were unbelievable against the Raiders on third down, by the way. Another area where the Broncos are going to clean up. Herbert screams like, "Ah!" And he does it right in Max Crosby's ear. Crosby's just like puts 2 hands on him, shoves him in the chest, and Herbert flops like LeBron. Like it was like the biggest flop of all time, and he drew the penalty, and there you go. Here is Max Crosby talking about that.
Herbert looked at you, made a decision. He knew he was going to yell, and then he had to pay the consequences.
Yeah, they're going to get special treatment when it comes to that type of stuff. If it was a lineman and he flopped like that, they probably wouldn't call it. You know what I mean? But if you're going to talk, and I'm running away, and I hear him. There's nobody around. Like they singled in the camera like this. There's nobody around. He's screaming in my ear like on purpose.
Yes.
And of course, I'm pissed off, and I gave him like a little love tap, and he flopped like crazy. He did a good job. I shouldn't have even reacted in general, so that's on me. But I respect him, bro.
All right, what is that?
Talk about talk about people you should not talk trash to as a quarterback. Premier edge rushers. Talk trash to defensive backs, whatever. But why would you talk trash to an edge rusher who's trying to decapitate you?
It's a good question because you're saying there could be retribution a little bit later.
Yes.
All right.
Yeah. We get down 20 and you're still in the game. I'm gonna late hit you and not even think about it.
Yeah. This 15 yards means nothing. We're not winning this game. So what?
That doesn't seem like good survival instincts.
Okay. All right. I see your point there. Like we ain't gonna win this game anyway. What do I care?
Yeah.
Might cost me $1 or $2, right? But so what? That's pretty funny. I was going to ask you, like, who's smarter in that situation? Well, all right, my bigger question is, when you hear that and see that from Max Crosby and the Raiders can be triggered like that, is that something the Broncos can actually use to their advantage?
Well, that's very commonplace on losing football teams, right? Like you lose your composure, you lose your cool, you're frustrated, you're mad at your coaches, you're mad at the play calling, just all of the above, and that's when undisciplined things come out. So hopefully, play to the whistle. Don't do anything stupid, but play to the whistle and try to get them to do something stupid in response. Generally speaking, it's the second guy that gets caught, by the way.
Well, this one was...
You should send that line to Pamela Pumpkin. Lose your composure, lose your control.
The hell are you talking about?
Who's Pamela Pumpkin?
If you never... This Pamela Pumpkin, this is the Pamela Pumpkin Halloween dance. Have you ever seen that?
No.
Have you guys ever seen those videos? Have you never seen those videos?
Pamela Pumpkin?
Yeah.
Scott, I have a 25 and a 23-year-old sons. When am I going to come...
You also... Your nose lives in the internet.
All right, and my algorithm is going to pick up Pamela Pumpkin? Tyler's looking it up right now.
It is now. I'm looking up Pamela Pumpkin now.
I mean...
Dance the Witch's Brew.
I might have
Dance the Witch's Brew. You
can get Pamela Pumpkin's Halloween workout.
Yeah, that's what it is. Is Dan going to play that for you?
Pumpkin's Halloween workout. Woo! This is Alan.
Woo!
All right,
that's Alan.
Shake off the Skittles, shake off the Reese's, shake off those candy corns. Now ride the witch's broom.
Ride the witch's broom.
Ride the witch's
Ride
broom.
the witch's broom.
Ride the witch's broom.
What are we watching here?
I don't know, but I think I usually watch videos like that for about 35 seconds and then just turn over.
Well, there is a nice little shot of the backside that you might look at.
Like I said, maybe 33 seconds.
And you get Satan in the crotch a little bit later in the thing. It's kind of funny.
I'll take your word for it. All right, Pamela.
And it was viral about a year or so ago, and everybody in the world was doing one.
What do you think about flopping football players? Football players who flop.
I wish I was smart enough to know how to do it.
Okay.
I mean, yeah.
But you played a man's position, Tyler. You couldn't have done it.
Yeah, how would that have gone over?
Offensive linemen are flopping nowadays, and it's actually the funniest flops of all time.
Really?
Oh, yeah. You haven't seen these big old offensive linemen flopping?
I guess
it's absolutely hilarious. They take a little nick to the chest, and they just launch themselves backwards.
Okay. Boy, I would think that would break a million different codes in the offensive line room.
And I don't see them ever getting a call either.
Right, because it looks so stupid.
They're like, you're too big to get knocked over.
Herbert's flop was fantastic, though. I mean, it was just everything you'd want in a flop. It was high quality. It's another reason, though, why this Raiders team is so bad. We're just going to pile up why they suck, and I guess the game will be whatever the game will be. I think the Broncos are going to destroy them. And I thought they were going to destroy him on a short week, and it was 10-7.
I just don't think that's their DNA. That's why I don't think they're going to destroy him. I do not think that's what this team...
Oh, it's not the Broncos' DNA?
No, it's not. Their DNA is not blowing out football teams.
Interesting.
Because what do you say the one thing they're okay at?
Defense.
Yeah, and would you say...
I mean, they're okay.
Denver's offense has been stellar, or has Denver's offense just been okay?
I think what Tyler, you're saying, is they don't really click in until there's a significant sense of urgency.
That's fair.
They don't have a killer instinct early.
I mean, they're
like a survival team.
I think you're adding on to my take, and I would agree with it.
That's interesting. Well, that would sort of support people that are saying the Broncos' 10-2 record is not great, not real.
It's hard to use the Commanders game as an example of having killer instinct because that was not a very good football team record-wise, but I respect the hell out of the head coach, and I think he had a great game plan. I actually do think they more or less came out with the killer instinct in that game. They played start to finish. They didn't dominate the game by any means. They snuck it out on a 2-point conversion, but I like the way that they started the football game against the Commanders in comparison to other games.
Other than they needed to get a touchdown on one of those first two drives.
True.
By the way, the Chargers did...
And then it's different.
The Chargers did struggle putting the Raiders away. It was tied at halftime. But what happened was once the Raiders got down, like their come from behind, it doesn't exist. They don't have it at all because they just can't get the ball down the field. They can't do it. You can get 26 yards out of Brock Bowers, which is pretty cool for a tight end. 40 yards is unlikely. And that Raiders defense is stout, but holy cow, Tyler Scott, defenses get tired. And then the Chargers are a bunch of backups with their running backs, by the way, because Hampton's out. And it's a bunch of, like, who's that guy that is running for, like, 59 yards against the Raiders defense? So I think you just wear them out. And then mentally, because they're down by 10, Max Crosby, who's their best defensive player, I think, does dumb stuff because you yelled in his ear.
He doesn't. I mean, he's not necessarily known for doing dumb things. I guess that was a dumb thing, but...
Dumb moment in that game, and the game was still relatively close.
Hey, squirrel moment here, I'm sorry. But did you guys see the numbers for the Thanksgiving games?
I did.
Oh, my gosh.
Highest viewed. Cowboys-Chiefs particularly.
57.2 million people watched that game.
Yep.
47.7 million people watched the Lions-Packers game.
Yeah.
Now, I'm very curious about the Black Friday game because... I do this for a living. I didn't know there was a Black Friday game on.
The Bears game.
I didn't even know that was going on. All of a sudden, I'm looking at Twitter and I'm seeing updates, and I'm like, there's an NFL game on in the middle of the day on Friday?
Yeah, that was a quirky one, for
sure.
Like,
okay, cool. I'll turn it on and watch it, but I wasn't prepared for that.
That was a good game, too.
They could have just the whole broadcast Amazon commercials.
Oh, by the way, the Red Zone, our beloved Red Zone, they're sneaking more commercials in there.
Oh, you knew they would.
Yeah. I mean, and they're sneaking them in when it's like, I
don't like
a little bit more obvious.
I've been trying the Red Zone more this season than I ever have before.
Mm-hmm.
And I do not like when they put 3 games up there. You can't see anything.
What does your head explode when they go Octobox then?
Well, I guess.
But you really can't tell.
But
You're right
when
about
they put 3 games up there, I'm like, this is stupid. You can't see the game.
I actually do agree with you on that. It's impossible.
90% of your screen is being unutilized.
I would rather them just rewind and cut to the next one, like, hey, this just happened. I'd rather see that than the 3 games at the same time. It's impossible to follow. You're right about that. And they go Octobox as much as like, oh my God, Octobox. It's like,
oh, cool.
You can't see anything. you can barely see when it's
There's
3.
a kaleidoscope on my screen. Fun.
I think they just do it because that's just kind of, the jazz of it. That's the whole fun of it. But yeah, the NFL is more popular than ever. Ain't no doubt about it.
Jeez, 57 million people.
57 million. Yeah. It's a monster, the NFL. And your Denver Broncos are barreling down the path with a reunion with the New England Patriots. That's what it's looking like right now. This game with the Raiders. Are you kidding me? There's not going to be any wins.
So what do they win? What's your prediction?
30-10.
Ooh.
Oh my God.
And you know what? The Raiders will be lucky to get 10 points.
You know what I'll do? I'll double up my coffee bet that you owe me that you apparently are just not paying.
No, well,
apparently you've just decided I'm not going to pay a bet.
No need to pay a bet if you don't lose it.
Okay, right.
Especially
Interesting.
since the Rockies made another big move.
Yeah, I was actually waiting for you to bring that one up.
Are you asking me about something?
No.
No, I'd read somewhere they did.
All right. You can enlighten us if you want.
It'd be nice to get a guy from like a winning organization, but then again, if you're not going to spend the money that winning organization, does he really know what or does he just know how to buy fancy things? I mean, everybody can buy a really good car if you've got $150,000 laying around, can't you?
I would think.
Yeah.
I don't think you're buying jalopies at $150,000.
Yeah. No Yugos in the garage if you're
at a buck $50
to spend $150. In fact, that may be low now. Let's do a $300,000.
So just for the record, you're really not asking me anything here, are you?
No, I'm just saying if you're going,
fair enough.
If you're a smart organization, go after a winning organization's people. Isn't that what they do in coaching? Don't they, when they hire a head coach, they go after somebody who has a fantastic offense or a fantastic defense? So wouldn't you, as a sports organization, go after somebody's front office that was been great, maybe have won back-to-back World Series?
Sounds like the way of the world, yeah. Not
Seems
for some,
like
though.
You'd be smart to do that.
I'm just waiting for a question.
What time does my coffee arrive?
Answer my question!
Jeff Legwold will join us coming up next. Jeff Legwold, brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW Local 68. Start with the job, end with the career. Jeff, can you just take us through a snowy day out there at Dove Valley? What's going on?
Well, they're inside today, so they're not. They only have to walk across in the snow, so they've avoided the elements.
Which speaks of, when's that big old monstrosity going to be finished? They'll be able to next year. They won't have to work walking outside, will they?
Yeah, no, they won't. They won't have to do anything outside. They don't want to do next year when the Palace is open.
When is that opening?
They say May, but I don't know. I don't know. Completion of the entire thing, like tearing down the current building and putting the hill back so people can watch practice and all that. I have no idea when that's supposed to be done.
Jeff, Broncos signed Elijah Moore, which is an interesting football player. He's still young. I think he's only 25. Drafted pretty high when he was originally selected. Should we expect anything from Elijah Moore, or is this just a transactional move as a player becomes available?
Tyler, I think it's intriguing to me that they've had a receiver on the practice squad, already that Peyton has a lot of experience with, and they still ended up signing Elijah Moore. And having watched him play previously in his career, it still feels like if he plays, he's taking snaps from Marvin Mims. So I don't know. And that's just my gut after seeing him play through the years. So it is a quizzical move to me. He was out there looking pretty comfortable, today already. So I am intrigued to see what the plan is here. If they have elevations, they're going to make with him, or what the plan is. But I'm certain Peyton will be asked today, and he'll say something on the order of, they're always looking for good players. But it did surprise me, given they've invested an awful lot of time in A.T. Perry, for example, on the practice squad, and that at this point in the season, they're still out looking for receiver help.
Speaking of Marvin Mims, does it feel surprising to you that it doesn't feel like Sean is schematically finding ways to get Marvin Mims the ball like he was last year?
I am, because, you see it in practice. Last week even, there was a moment in one of the practices where, Sean's going through a route with Marvin one-on-one, very specific, items on the route, on the play, what he wants it to look like. At one point he even had Marvin run the route by himself with no one else doing anything on the rep. And then you don't see the play in the game. And that kind of stuff still surprises me. It's been the biggest riddle of his tenure so far with the team is they keep saying they like Marvin Mims, and Mims keeps showing every time he touches the ball. He has the potential for explosiveness in the offense that they don't have a lot of places. And, even the advanced metrics for him, he has like the biggest separation, at the catch point among receivers in the league. And yet, here we are talking about why they don't get him the ball more.
Well, that'll be curious, but they do have some games they can remedy that coming up. So hopefully he gets more involved. That being said, and I know it's availability, but it sure seems like if you could use help at a skill position, that running back, as far as running from the line of scrimmage, might be one of those areas. Just no hope there.
I don't know. I don't see many folks out in the market that they could get that could have an immediate impact. But they are. They're light in numbers and light in players. I mean, you think about it, Harvey's the big back, and he's 205 pounds. And, that's kind of where they're at right now. And I think they showed Sunday night when push comes to shove, they're going to check out of runs and go to passes. And they did it plenty against the Commanders. So, and I think they'll get a lot of those similar looks moving forward here, because until they show they commit and are willing to try to move the ball in the run game. I think people are going to lean on covering other things.
What do you see when you look at the Raiders?
Well, what everybody else sees. I mean, they have sort of this select group of very, very, very talented players, and not much of it's come together. And I think the most amazing stat I've seen just studying the Raiders, and I looked at a couple of their games this morning, and Genty, you use a premium pick on a running back, and he's averaging like 0.4 yards before contact. And that's an amazing number to me. Like he's barely touching the ball and someone's tackling him. So
that's crazy.
I think that they have trouble up and down the roster. I've known their GM, John Spytek, from when he was here, and he's a good football guy, but they really seem up against it right now if ownership is not fully on board with what they're doing and all of that. And I know a lot of people in the league that wonder, will they even make a move on Pete Carroll at the end of the year, even though it's only been one season?
Oh, I have no idea how he keeps that job, Jeff, watching them too and seeing what's going on there. But
it's just an odd team. You got an elite pass rusher, and you've got players at other positions. People, personnel guys I talk to say, I'd like that guy, and they just can't seem to pull it together for quite a while now.
Is that system style? I mean, if they come back and look and they say this is a system, then it's got to be, they got to change the head coach, don't they? But Tyler brought up the point a while ago. They sure are paying a lot of head coaches, it seems like.
Yeah, and owners get tired of that too, and then that impacts whether you make a move or not. That maybe you probably should have, at that point, but you don't. So you end up doing things at the wrong time. But like I say, I think Spytek's a good football guy. It's just, is the owner going to give you resources and the freedom and make the tough decisions you're going to need to make?
Do you think style points matter in this game, or are you okay if the Broncos beat the Raiders in the fourth quarter?
Well, I guess I've always been the, winning first, and if it's pretty, that's better. But, I've always been sort of no one's going to ask you, I mean, Tyler, people don't look at your ring and ask you how many close games you played, do it? I mean, they just look at your ring and say, holy crap, you won a Super Bowl ring.
Mm-hmm.
And I think you'd like them to be better to sort of test their, where they measure up against the other teams you're going to play if you really want to win the big prize. And to me, that's the sort of the level of picture people should look at. How are they going to compete? But they've proven they can win this way. I mean, they just keep on winning this way. And I know I've never covered a team that trailed in every victory it had 10 wins into a season.
Yeah, that's crazy. Even in Tebow's year, even in the 2-pass game, they actually did not trail in that game. So, I mean, they were.
And they didn't win 10. They didn't win 10.
No, that's right. They only won 8. That's true. They backed in, really. They lost their last 3 games with Tebow. I think people kind of forget that sometimes.
They led their 2 losses, didn't they?
I mean, it's unbelievable. The team has 10 wins at this point in the year, and they've trailed in all 10 of them.
I'll give you another one that's pretty crazy, Jeff. The Broncos are -3, as are the Raiders. In giveaway, takeaway, Broncos are 10-2, and the Raiders are 2-10. That's pretty amazing, don't you think?
Yeah, well, one team has the best advanced defensive metrics in the league and leading the league in sacks, and has Pastercan and Nick Bonito, and but offensively, you'd like to see a little more efficiency. I don't know that they're ever going to just blow the light bulbs out of the scoreboard, but you'd like them not to be in 31st in 3 and outs, and that's where they're at right now.
All right, Jeff. Appreciate it, and we'll talk to you later. Talk to you next week.
Take care, fellas.
All right, it's Jeff Legwold, brought to you by IBEW Local 68. Start with the job, end with the career. You guys got a vibe? You want to throw it out there? What you're feeling?
Let me just say this right here. I do have a vibe, but let me just say this. -3 in takeaway.
Yeah.
Giveaway, takeaway.
Mm-hmm.
And 31st in on 3 and outs.
Yeah.
And you're 10-2.
Yeah.
That's unbelievable.
Oh,
there's got to be,
crazy.
as he said, other advanced metrics that are just off the chart positive. If you're the next to the worst team as far as the number of 3 and outs you have, and you're -3 in takeovers, and you're 10-2.
I can tell you. I can tell you what they are. Their offensive line, by all standards, is exceptional. They're first in sacks allowed. Being offensive line.
Then how are you 31st in 3 and outs?
I don't know, but your punter's been fantastic. So when you are going 3 and out, you're keeping yourself in good shape, basically, and you're not losing yards either. Like, not really. The penalties do hurt. The penalties are what is the yin to that yang. But the other numbers are stunningly good defensively.
Well, penalties are probably the single biggest reason why you've got as many 3 and outs as you've got.
You're probably right, because it's not sacks, that's for sure. So essentially, your where are they third down percentage? 16th, kind of in the middle. Red zone, they're 15th. They're very mid. Everything with their offense right now is just middle of the pack. Points per game, they're 13th. Not bad, though, like 23.7. The Raiders are 31st. 14.9. I'm going to guess Carolina's behind them. It's just a guess. But it's what the Broncos are doing defensively. Like, if you can be spectacular in one area and you're just sort of in the middle in others, you're probably going to be fine no matter what's going on. And that's who the Broncos are. They're very much in the middle, 6-7, sort of offense. But defensively, Tyler, first in sacks, first in red zone, first in third down, first in yards per play, fourth in points per game. Rushing defense, 5th. Passing defense, 9th. I mean, this is it's unbelievable what they've been doing. And
that's how you win.
And they just gave up a bunch of points to the Commanders. That 26 points to the Commanders, which you probably wouldn't have predicted that.
What did you score in that Dallas game? That was like the one game where you just laser showed somebody. Did they score 34 or something like that?
I'm going to say style points do kind of count in this one, guys.
Oh, they do.
The goal is to win the Super Bowl at this point. So I think style points count. We'll get to the big question of the day
17-9.
Oh, God.
Earth, wind, sky, and fire. Come on, this song makes you feel a little good, doesn't it?
It's a good song.
It makes me feel a little good.
Land on the sea, in the sky. Hands, eyes. I'm doing the dance. Can you tell? You win nothing. Do you know what Ophelia she is talking about? This whole song is about something very specific.
You know what? I don't, but I bet you Scott does.
Scott, do you know what this is written
Well,
about?
there was a famous Shakespearean play, Ophelia.
Keep going. What's the name of that play? You're right. Do you know the name of it? You're damn close. Midsummer Night's Eve. What? No.
No. Ophelia. Was that the one that also had Uric in it?
I don't think so.
I do not know the name of the play.
Dan, you know this, right?
Dan, do you know the Shakespearean play that this song is about?
Is it Lawrence of
Arabia? You think Shakespeare wrote a play called Lawrence of Arabia?
I was going to say Lawrence of Ophelia.
It is Hamlet. Scott got it. Hamlet.
He looked it up.
Yeah, he probably did.
But is it Hamlet?
It is Hamlet.
No, actually, I give him credit for even knowing.
Wasn't it Hamlet also when he grabbed the skull of his dead friend and he said, "Oh, Uric,
you might be well." You may be right on that. Hamlet. The whole thing about Hamlet is he went insane. Basically, he was seeing ghosts and Ophelia. I believe was Hamlet's daughter. I think Hamlet actually
was
Ophelia.
his daughter or his mother?
No. It was definitely younger sort of love. Younger love, like younger person.
They don't teach Shakespeare on TV these days.
Well,
because that's why we have uneducated, ignorant youth.
Hamlet has literally been done in movies like 100 times, though.
Oh, those are old movies.
It was just recently done in the past 5 years.
No way.
It was.
Who?
And they have a bunch of movies that are basically loosely based on a lot of Shakespearean plays.
That is correct. Ophelia, by the way, the fate of Ophelia.
Who is Ophelia?
She drowns in a pond.
Okay.
So when she says, "I want to,"
pool or a pond, pond would be good for you.
Pond would be good for you. Yeah.
Wait. So what's the meaning of the song?
I don't want the fate of Ophelia.
I don't want to drown.
I don't want to drown in a pond.
I don't want to drown in a pond either. I agree with you, Tay-Tay.
See, that's it. Nate
and she died in a pond of grief after Hamlet had killed her dad.
There you go.
That was messed up by Hamlet.
Yeah, no, Shakespeare's things are pretty dark, some of them. Like, it gets,
Here it says on AI, Ophelia is often portrayed as a symbol of innocence and fragility.
Yeah.
Who is a victim, of course, patriarchal society around her.
Correct. She's weak.
Woke AI.
And she
WAI.
drowns herself. Now, you know what she also was, Ophelia, ironically, a huge hockey fan. Here's Nate McKinnon on last night's game.
Yeah, I mean, it was all right. We're not going to score first every night. Yeah, it definitely wasn't our best. It was just kind of a boring game. A lot of whistles, a lot of icings, guys getting kicked over the off. It was just one of those nights, just a muck. So that's what happens, though. They're
that's what happens.
Trying to play stingy, obviously trying to check hard. So, we did what we had to do. I thought we drew a lot of calls we didn't get. So that's the way it goes.
I know why you're laughing. I think I know why you're laughing. The Broncos are winning every game by 4 or less points. Like, the Nuggets have lost 4 games in a row, and we're talking about, hey, Giannis, hey, Chris Paul, whatever. And then Nate McKinnon's like,
yeah, we just casually went out there, beat him 3-1.
Yeah, whatever.
We mainly sleptwalked.
Well, and again, I said this in the first segment that to me, this is just opposite, but maybe an issue of the Nuggets in that I think they get in games where they get bored and they get up on this team that's going to be easy, and instead of finding a way to win it and mucking it up, as McKinnon said, they just kind of lay down a little bit and said, let's just get through this thing so we can get out of here. And they lose games.
It does go to show, as good as the Nuggets are, and we all think they're really good, they're not quite as good as they think they are right now, and the Avs are. How's that?
Well, there's a difference.
Well, also dealing with injuries.
Sure, however you want to put it. I mean, the Nuggets they have the potential to be great, and the Avs are already, and they're just great. Period.
Oh, who? Give me your top 4 players of the Avs in order of how good they are.
McKinnon,
1, 2.
McKinnon,
So
Makar. Who's 3? That's a fun one.
Not still Val?
No, he just got. It could
he was
be
on the third line last night.
He got put on the. Not. He's not right now. I mean, he could be. Probably Wedgwood. In all honesty, who had back.
Probably your starting goaltender, Blackwood.
Black maybe
Taves, Wedgwood.
No,
Natchez.
Natchez is more important. But I'm struggling right now because now we're defining who's important. If we're just going right now, in all honesty, right now, it's probably Gabe at number 4. He's been that good of late. He's been that good and that important. So much so that you realize Gabe was put down to the third line. But the line he's got going with Colton and Nelson right now, I mean, it's unbelievable. And Gabe is now on power play 1, and he's Gabe, right? He's Gabe. And look at the life that Gabe is bringing to Nate. So not everything is defined defined just by stats, right? Like we're talking about sometimes bigger intangibles than just numbers, correct?
Chemistry and how they vibe with each other. I think it's huge. I think it's monster.
So
listen. Yeah. We can be all upset the Broncos are winning close games, but guess what they're doing right now? They're vibing with each other. They got a great vibe with each other, man.
Okay, all right. Well, I know you're about to get off to the arena. We have pregame at 4:30 here with the game at 5 o'clock. We got a couple of East Coast games actually coming down the pipe. What do you think's going on
I
with
hate the East Coast, by the way. Ooh.
Yeah, again, we're really struggling that Indiana is on East Coast time.
Not all of Indiana.
No, that's true. But Indianapolis is where Scott is.
Yeah.
Which is, and Detroit's
Doesn't
on East Coast.
seem like that should be on Eastern. But they're on Eastern time now because they don't change their clocks ever.
I think when you leave,
they're like Arizona.
When you leave Indianapolis, you leave Eastern time zone, right? I think so.
If you go west.
Yeah, if you're going west.
Yeah, but we go here, Atlanta, Charlotte. So the only good thing is they'll stay in one time zone the whole trip.
All right, what are you hoping for the before we lose you? What are you hoping for the Nuggets here tonight? And what do you think about Jamal?
Well,
if you had to guess about Jamal,
it goes back to him. If you have to, well, he's last thing I saw was questionable.
Okay.
If he doesn't go tonight, it'd be like you're going to lose 60% of your starting lineup. So
that's tough.
Give me 60% of the Denver's defense is going to miss the game against the Raiders, even the Raiders, or 60% of their offense. What are you going to do?
Well, they still win because that's how bad the Raiders are. But I mean, it's.
Well, I don't know.
The question is like, what 60% are we losing? Now,
well, if Murray doesn't play, you're losing probably your second, third, and fourth best players.
Yeah, that's right.
So you're losing Makar, Natchez, Landeskog.
Well, Scott, in all honesty, I think it's a very similar sort of situation because I can make the argument that the Indiana Pacers are the Las Vegas Raiders of the NBA right now. I mean, they are terrible. They are not good.
Well, but you also, again, for them, they were in the NBA Finals last year.
I got you.
And the best player and the guy that got you there is out with a torn Achilles.
I got you.
And then three really good just mainstays.
Bad luck for them. But again, on paper, even without Jamal, kind of got to get this one, don't you?
Well, listen, I think you got to stack up wins. I mean, it doesn't look like Oklahoma City is going to go anywhere. So, I mean, you might want to stack up some wins when you can. And listen, I think all three of these teams on this road trip are winnable.
I do too.
And I think you got to go with the mindset of winning all three.
Yeah. What you got to figure out is what is going wrong defensively at home. Why are you a little bit more focused on the road?
Chris Dempsey had a stat. That came out. The first 11 games, they're averaging defensively like 111 points a game. They're a top 5 team defensively, and then you lose Christian Brown, and then you lose Aaron Gordon, and that 111 per game you've allowed has jumped up to 126. So if you're looking at importance of what's going on with your defense, it kind of starts there. Because and what Well, you weren't there, but you mentioned it the other day, Adam, and what are you talking about? Physicality.
Yeah.
Well, and Peyton Watson's been great, but is he more physical than Aaron Gordon?
No, of course not.
No. So,
all right.
And, I just think that's a big part of it. I think you can get by with injuries for a while, but eventually it catches up. And, even a great offensive team, somebody's going to drop a pass once. Somebody's going to miss a jump shot once. And that's all you need, right?
Are Vic and Demps going to be okay on the pregame and postgame today? They're going to get along all right? Is everything going to be cool? Copacetic?
Yeah, as long as he's not as big a wave rider as you, but he's a wave rider too, Vic is. He gets on that emotional roller coaster.
Hey, can I tell you something? I appreciate that you guys have good heated debates and we can have some back and forth like that. I like that, man. I think that's cool. I got no problems with that.
I think it's good.
Yeah, I do too. And I get it.
Well, why do you think Tyler and I always call you dummy?
Because that's how you honestly feel. That's different.
Yeah, but it's good to have a dumb take on the show.
And insulting.
It makes it interesting.
If anybody doesn't watch our show or listen to our show, you got to listen for the subtle lines underneath the break. Like I had a really good one a while ago on Tyler, like in that first hour. You got to pay attention late.
Can I give you one little thing before you take
off?
What was
I don't remember. What was the one you had on me?
You say, but you kept going. You go, listen, I got a lot of problems. And I said, it's only a 3-hour show.
Oh, is that what that was? I heard you say that, but I literally was trying well, why did he just say that? Yeah. Okay.
Because you dropped in. You're giving it a good take, and you go, listen, I got a lot of issues. And I went, man, it's only a 3-hour show.
Okay, fair enough.
George Karl, real quick.
Oh, what'd you think of that tweet, by the way?
I thought it was interesting hearing the way that Gallo was talking about George Karl. He seemed to have love for him.
Yes. Yeah, a lot of people have love for George, including me, including Scott, and everybody who knows George has love for George. I don't know where Carmelo is, but I love George. I think he's an awesome dude, and he's overcome so many things. But I do have an eye roll moment when you throw in a plug for yourself to have your name put up in a banner at an arena. Like, you really need somebody else to be plugging for you on that, Scott, as much as we love
George.
That was
I thought it was a very generous first 68 words of the 80 word text, right?
Gallo should be retired. Malone should be retired.
And Gallo's name should be up there. And he's right. He made a great point because he was that great bridge in between Melo and Joker. Right?
I know,
he was traded from Melo.
You spoil the whole tweet when you end it with, and so should I.
And so should I, yeah. That like I said, your last 8 words of your 80-word text, probably were unneeded, and would have everybody would have gone, you know what? Because it's funny when I was reading that, I was going, he's probably right. Danilo needs to be honored. So does Melo, for sure.
Yeah.
And I was saying, George came in there. We just talked about George the other day. His first 40 games, he was 32-8.
Yeah, I got you. It was great.
Just couldn't get out of the first round.
Don't forget me.
Yeah, you just can't throw in and
don't forget me.
Just don't forget about me.
Yeah. You want to see Kevin Durant and the Rockets at Ball Arena? We have your tickets all day tomorrow. It's a Nuggets ticket Thursday. Ooh. We have keywords on the 20s all day for your chance to win. Scott, you look handsome as hell. So go get them on TV, and we'll talk.
Sexy.
Are you traveling tomorrow? I'm assuming you are.
Travel tomorrow. Game Wednesday.
So are we going to catch up with you tomorrow, or are you going to be Atlanta?
If I get into town in time, I will plug in. Hopefully, it'll be one of my favorite shows that Tyler likes when I come in for the last 30 minutes. He always digs those.
You know what's great though, Scott? You checked that box. Worked.
Yeah, that's right. Didn't have to take an off day there, did I?
Worked. All right, let's take a break. Scott, have a great call.
See you, boys.
Let's Football Go comes up next. I've got a nut lodged down in my throat. Thank you, Mountain High Appliance.
At least there weren't two.
Just scraping off this microphone.
Thank you, Dan.
It's Mountain High Appliance. Dan, let's football go.
All right, guys, let's hear from Garrett Bowles. He was on with Ryan Fitzpatrick and Andrew Whitworth. Now, I believe this interview is from a couple weeks ago, but I just saw it recently. They released it a couple of days ago. But here is Garrett Bowles, about a minute of him talking about certain things about Broncos quarterback Bo Nix. What makes this guy special?
He has no fear. And it's like when he gets in the zone, it's like, come on, guys, let's go. Like, we're going to go freaking win. And we win. And he makes these throws that are like, what's going on? And our receivers are catching the ball. And then I don't know what it is. Like, we could be down by 40 points in the fourth quarter and win. Like, I truly believe that. And he's so calm and so composed, and nothing phases him. Like, he throws a pick, that doesn't bother him. He gets sacked, nothing bothers him. Like, he misses a throw, nothing bothers him. And like, to have a quarterback like that, like, that's a dangerous quarterback. And when nothing can phase him, he can get hit as hard. I mean, I've seen him take licks, and he just bounces up like nothing happens. And I think that one fears the other team, and that makes the defensive coordinator extremely mad, because this guy has some just serious balls. And, you know, I think just having a young guy that has, you know, that swagger and that attitude, it just feeds into the locker room. And yeah, does he have his quirkiness? For sure. But I love his quirkiness. You know, I love who he is. And, you know, he combs his hair, and like, I love all that about him. You know what I mean? That's just who he is. But he knows who he is. And I feel like, you know, as a quarterback and the leader of an organization, when you know who you are as a person, and the guys in the building know who you are, like, you have to respect that.
What do you make of those comments, and what do you guys think?
There's a lot to take in there.
Actually, no, I'm mainly just curious about what the quirkiness is.
I totally agree.
He said he combs his hair still.
He combs his hair. What else?
He does comb his hair. He does still go with the frosted tip, spiky hair.
What are the other Bo Nix quirkiness moments of criticism from Garrett Bowles?
Yeah.
What else is he talking about?
I don't know.
And Bowlesy loves everybody.
Does he do frosted tips? I think he does.
Okay. He might.
I mean, that could be a quirky thing.
That could be a quirky thing.
Yeah.
My wife was looking at Jackson Dart and was like, why is he wearing that chain? It's a quirky thing. I'd say that chain's a quirky thing.
That looks like an expensive chain. I don't know how much chains are going for these days, but that looks expensive to me.
You're wearing a house on your neck. That's kind of quirky, though.
Yeah.
All right. It's quirky. Yeah, I mean, and I don't mean to be nitpicky here, but, you know, technically if you're down by 32 in the fourth quarter, you can win. I don't know about 40, but I get the point. I think it's genuine, but I'm listening to that, and Tyler, it's as if I was listening to Chris Cooper talk about Tim Tebow. I mean, almost identical sort of words from one offensive lineman about a quarterback. Like, I don't know how it's happening, but this guy is getting it done. Now, Bo is obviously just a ton better.
Well, the one thing that is very real with Bo Nix is the confidence, the belief in himself, right? And I think that is contagious, right? I mean, but you got to believe it, right? Like guys got to actually believe it. That was the thing with Tebow, is the guys didn't actually believe it. They didn't. And I'm not trying to be a jerk. I'm just telling you, I know guys that are on the line and they're like, I don't know how we're doing this, dude. Like, and it wasn't like, hey, we're getting it done. It was like, dude, I don't know how we're doing this. Like we're winning games, but I don't know how it's happening.
Well, how about this, though? Do you think those guys, though, at least, even if they didn't know how it was getting done, they did believe with Tebow, at least we have a chance. After a while, we're like, well, I don't know how it's happening, but we got a shot with this guy.
Not really.
So they were getting it done and the guys weren't believing they had a shot and it was still happening? That's pretty amazing.
If you want my honest opinion, yeah, I think that it was closer to that. Yeah.
Because I remember the days with Kyle Orton, man, and you might have loved Kyle Orton. Kyle was very popular with his teammates. I know that. But there wasn't like a vibe of like, we can pull things out of the fire with Kyle Orton. We really like Kyle, but
I would agree with all that. I mean, Kyle was loved in the locker room. He was one of the guys. He fit in like he was an offensive lineman at heart.
Yeah.
You know, that's who he was. But I also agree, it's not like you were looking at Kyle like, oh, we got a fourth quarter comeback on the horizon. You know who I felt that way about, maybe similar to Bo Nix? Freaking Rex Grossman.
Okay.
Rex Grossman.
All right.
This dude just had the ability to toss 3 interceptions, walk into a huddle, toss the play call out, give some one-liner, and you're like, all right, I'm in. The dude's about to toss a touchdown. Like, I don't know how he's going to do it. He's tossed 3 interceptions already, but a touchdown's about to come.
All right, next story. Yeah, the press conference, Sean. We'll see. We'll see what Sean's got to say if he comes up here in the next few minutes. We'll bring it to you live.
All right, the Pittsburgh Steelers, fellas, are sitting at 6-6. They're currently the 9 seed in the AFC playoff picture. Here's Ben Roethlisberger talking about the possible future of their head coach, Mike Tomlin.
I know it's being talked about around here a lot. Maybe it's time. Maybe it's a clean house time. Maybe it is. Maybe it's time. And I like Coach Tomlin. I have a lot of respect for Coach Tomlin. But maybe it's best for him too. Sure. Maybe a fresh start for him is what's best. Whether that's in the pros, whether maybe go be Penn State's head coach. You know what he would do at Penn State? He'd probably go win national championships.
Okay, 1, do you guys think this is Mike Tomlin's last year coaching the Pittsburgh Steelers? And 2, we heard him mention Penn State College. Do you guys think Mike Tomlin would be able to get a head coaching gig in the NFL next season?
Yeah, probably. I mean, I'm laughing that Ben Roethlisberger is so casually saying, hey, why don't you move to the middle of nowhere, Pennsylvania, and State College and figure that one out?
By the way, is Penn State about to become irrelevant as a football team?
No.
What
do you mean?
Dude.
What do you mean?
I mean, who the hell are they going to hire? Nobody wants the job. Have you seen their recruiting class? They're ranked like number 500 in America. Like they're below like team like Marshall. They're below schools like that in their recruiting class.
Well, I get it because they just blew out their guy and blah 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 blah.
But it's Penn State.
I know, man. But they bounced back after their the sex scandal. So you bounce back from that. Are they going to be irrelevant? They'll bounce back. They're Penn State. I can't believe I know as much about Penn State as I do, but my sister-in-law went there. My wife is from Central Pennsylvania. I thought they were a dead duck after all the stuff with Paterno and all that. Tyler, there's just something about football in Pennsylvania. They'll be fine.
Okay.
They will. They'll bounce back.
Yeah, I do think it's Mike Tomlin's last year coaching the Steelers. This is it. It's come to a conclusion. They've carried this thing on as long as they possibly can. And honestly, Mike is a good coach. He's a good enough coach that the team hasn't been bad enough that they've been able to get a quarterback. The problem is that Mike actually is a pretty good coach, and he coaches his team to the playoffs every year, and they win 9 games, and then they have no shot at getting a quarterback.
Yeah, it's desperate measures. You're trying to resuscitate Justin Fields, perhaps.
James Harrison was calling to fire him also, by the way.
Yeah, you can't. Part of the problem Mike Tomlin has, a lot of guys do. You can't identify and develop a quarterback, and you don't have a good quarterback philosophy, and you were spoiled. You had Ben Roethlisberger. It happens. When you have a Hall of Fame quarterback, Tyler, getting a quarterback and developing one, you can go soft on that, and the Steelers have. They haven't realized how important it is. They got unlucky, too. They did, because when they took a swing at a first-round quarterback, it was in, like, the worst quarterback class of all time with Kenny Pickett. Kenny Pickett wasn't good, and neither was that quarterback class. He was the only quarterback taken. Can you imagine a draft, Tyler, these days where there's one quarterback taken in the first round and he's taken at 15? I mean, that might never happen again. Mm-hmm. And that was their year they took a swing at a quarterback. So you're probably right about all of it. It's probably time to move on from Tomlin. I just think it's kind of a low-class move by Roethlisberger to just be so like, he could go just down the street and coach Penn State.
Well, it's pretty amazing to hear guys like James Harrison and Ben Roethlisberger say it's time to fire him.
Yeah, it's all. Mike Shanahan's not going to get into the Hall of Fame this year. Saw that, right? I don't know, if I'm ruining a story here, but Belichick's getting in, Shanny's not this year.
Yeah, unfortunately, we knew that was going to happen.
I do wonder, with coaches that are so responsible for the success in your career, do you owe them a little something? Even after you're done, even when you're on
what? What do you mean by that?
Well, when I hear with Roethlisberger and Harrison.
Oh, yes, I think you do.
And I just think it's a low-class move by both of those guys.
I totally agree.
Okay.
Ben, you were with that dude for a long time, buddy.
Yeah, look what that guy did for you.
You had a lot of success with that man.
Like, I wouldn't blame you at all, because I know
I would never, ever, even if Mike Shanahan was coaching today and had one win,
right,
I would never get in front of a microphone and say, fire Mike Shanahan.
Okay.
Ever.
That was my point.
I owe the man too much. Could I be honest about the situation, all of that? Yeah, but when you literally start talking about firing a man, it's different.
I'm right there with you. So I think it's more of a reflection on Roethlisberger and Harrison than a reflection on Mike Tomlin. Whether or not they should move on from him or not, why don't you just keep your mouth shut about it and let other people talk? Because guess who else is talking about Tomlin, Tyler? I mean, literally everybody. That is a very big conversation out there. Doesn't have to come from you two, guys. Next story, Dan.
All right, guys, the Carolina Panthers must decide by early May whether to pick up Bryce Young's fifth-year option for 2027.
Wow.
With the cost projected around $26.5 million, team personnel still believe in the second-year quarterback despite inconsistent weekly performances. Actually, I think the article got this wrong. He's in his third year. So he's orchestrated 4 fourth-quarter comebacks and 5 game-winning drives this season. He's thrown for 2,337 yards, 18 touchdowns, 9 interceptions. He's got a 45.6 QBR that ranks 23rd in the NFL. If you guys were running the Panthers, are you still believing in Bryce Young, or are you trying to find an exit strategy?
I'm really believing in Bryce Young because Ted McMillan may be a top 10 receiver in the league. Maybe. But he's had one hell of a year. So the core that you have there, Tyler, to me, is pretty appetizing for Carolina. And now they're in a spot where they wouldn't be drafting all that high. So, yeah, I listen, you dance with the girl you brought, so I would say yes.
Well, Bryce Young's got 18 touchdowns. Bo Nix has 19 touchdowns. Bryce Young has 9 interceptions. Bo Nix has 9 interceptions.
There you go.
Now, Bo is throwing for 400 yards more. That's really not that much. I mean, I know
really.
It's a little bit, but that's a couple games. Like for Bryce Young, you can make that up at any point in the season, right?
Sure.
Bryce Young, completion percentage 63.4, Bo Nix 61.6. Are we talking about giving up on Bo Nix?
Hell no.
Of course not.
Just the opposite.
Of course not. So, of course, they're not going to give up on Bryce Young.
Yeah, if you're asking about the money, listen, you got to pay these guys at some point. So I think he's had a remarkable year. I think you should be ecstatic to sort of say, hey, let's roll with Bryce Young at this point.
Who do you guys think ends up having a better career, Bryce Young or C.J. Stroud? The first and second overall picks in that draft.
That's a good question. I bet
because it looked like it was C.J. Stroud running away with it his rookie year.
And
it's still going to be C.J. Stroud.
We do this all the time. We make judgments way too early on guys.
You do.
No, everybody does. Everybody does. How many people are writing off Sam Darnold and Baker Mayfield? I mean, everybody?
Yeah.
Millions of people?
Good point.
So,
you know what? I'll say this. The one quarterback that I've ridden the DMac wave on more times than I wish to admit, being high, low, I'm done, the dude's a baller, Baker Mayfield. I've ridden a wave with that guy.
Yeah. We wait for Sean's presser. I think I got – oh, here he comes.
What do you know?
All right, let's hear a little bit from Sean.
First base day on Vegas. Any questions? Yeah. Well, look, we had some exposure to him, some experience with some guys on our staff. You're always paying attention to that wire, and if someone comes across it that you feel like either can help now or maybe in the future, I think it was more of us looking at a talented player. Yeah, I think it's always funny, and it comes from a lot of the experienced older coaches. But there was always this thing about October, then there was this thing about November, and it's obviously important. We've got 5 real good games ahead of us, and as coaches, we try to break the season down. I used to do the quarters. And anymore, it's really the next opponent and the differences with this opponent, the venue, the turf, the surface, crowd noise, like all of those outside things before we even get to the scheme. And so, we didn't play our best game, nearly our best game offensively. It was tough film to watch. But, I think when you get at this stage of the season, clearly these games are important.
Coach, since the last time you played the Raiders, they have 2 new coordinators now. How different do those things all look for them?
Yeah, so, no, good question. On offense, look, just having worked against Pete for so many years, there's a certain amount of stress you put on your defense when you're throwing it maybe too, and he wants to establish a running game, and all of that goes into complementary football, time of possession, those type of things. So, it's one thing I think you can look. Now, I don't, you're still preparing for what you saw last week, what you've been seeing, and then from a kicking game standpoint, the same way. You dive into as much film as you can, and you get your team ready.
All right, Sean. Oof, the word salad sometimes.
That was an elaborate press conference.
Holy cow. Dude. I want the information. I want to hear what's going on. It's just like, yeesh. They're inside, can you tell? The 2 coordinators they did replace, Tom McMahon, who used to be the special teams guy here, blew him out. And they blew out Chip Kelly and replaced him with Greg Olson. Do you know what Greg Olson's real first name is, though? Greg is short for something.
I'm going to say it's not short for Gregory.
It's not Gregory.
Robert.
Gregor.
Gregor.
I think Gregor.
That adds up. You said it like it wouldn't make sense.
Well, it's not like it's his name is Greg. His real name is Timothy. But like who is named Gregor?
So I missed it by one letter. I threw one extra letter.
I got you, but there's a big difference between let's call him Gregory and let's call him Gregor. Dude, I'm looking at you, Mr. Viking. That sounds like it's right out of the Viking handbook. We're gonna name our little kid Gregor.
He's got long hair, doesn't he?
I don't know. He's got a beard. He's got a beard and he's got a resume with like 500 teams.
Have you seen what Pete Carroll's son looks like, by the way?
I have not.
You should look him up.
Really?
Look him up.
It's
interesting.
He's got a little Seattle influence.
Well, it's not the Pete Carroll vibe.
Okay. Was he a fatso?
Well, I mean, he's an offensive line coach.
Oh, that's interesting. I was not aware of that.
Long hair, big beard.
They're a mess, okay? They are a mess. Sean's being nice right there. But they're a mess.
What do you expect him to say?
I don't know, man. I think style points matter here. I'm not worried about them beating the Raiders whatsoever. And I think you got to put your foot on somebody's throat, Tyler. In your Super Bowl journey, there needs to be moments that,
Did we ever put our foot on anyone's throat?
2015?
Help me out. I actually don't remember.
Oh, God.
I was talking to guys about this last night, and I was like, listen, the formula can work. It can work. We're living proof. This formula can work. You don't have to blow people out.
No, you don't.
But I think there's a difference. I also think there's a difference in blowing teams out and being in control against a bad football team. Yeah. So you predicted, 30-10?
Yeah.
Okay. To me, that's a blowout. Me, I'm like 10 points, that's still in control. So if you wanted to call it 20-10, that feels more appropriate for what this football team is.
Yeah, they
and you could still be in control.
Oh, I got something. Hold on a second.
Whoa, where's he going? Hold on. DMac, he's leaving the office here. I get social anxiety about being by myself.
I just remembered.
Oh, I don't want that now. That is such BS. No, that is absolute BS, and I do not accept it. I do not accept that.
I'm not. This isn't a bet or anything. I just felt like on a snowy day that I should do something nice for my coworkers.
No, I do not accept it.
Oh, okay.
You can give it to KJ back there. You can give it to Dan Tanner. But I will not accept a coffee payoff with 17 minutes left to go in the show.
Dan, would you like a coffee?
Give it to Dan.
Oh, yeah.
Give it to Dan, but you still owe me one.
Oh, I don't think so.
That does not count. Let's go to the people. That does not count.
I wish we had time.
You
I wish we had
cannot
time.
pay off a coffee bet with the shortest segment in the show left. That's all we got left. The shortest segment in the entire show.
I don't remember there being a time frame.
Thank you, Dan.
Really,
Thank you,
Dan?
Dan.
Really?
Thank
Really?
you, Dan.
Yeah, okay, Dan. Okay. Because I need so much caffeine to get through this next segment. I mean, how am I going to manage to survive the next segment?
I don't know. I don't know what you're going to do.
No, that is such BS.
You want to take it to the people?
Like, I feel like you're doing it intentionally.
We got 15 minutes. You want to put up a
We
a
don't
poll?
really have 15 minutes.
Do you want to take it
though.
to the people?
Like technically it's 15 minutes on the clock. DMac, you want to explain how this actually works, though?
No, I got to take a break.
How many minutes do you and I still have to speak in the microphone?
It's a PhD on 92.5.
Yeah.
Well, now that you've accepted the coffee.
I literally only accepted this coffee because it took me half a week of complaining. I know that I'm not going to get another payoff.
That's for sure.
And because I sort of, even though it angers me, I sort of respect the pettiness and how you paid it off.
All right. You want to hear about the Rockies then? I got nothing to lose at this point.
That's true.
That deal's broken. I still am not going to bring them up. I swear I'm not going to put a bet on it or anything. But trust me. Even this one I'll keep to like short. They hired a general manager, Burns, who's worked with the Dodgers. Everybody loves the hire, Tyler. Literally everybody loves it. I'm curious what Nate Kreckman will think about it, and I don't want to, bore anybody that much. But
Is he like Burns in The Simpsons?
Mr. Burns?
Yeah.
He's a little bit younger than Mr. Burns.
What? Tell me some interesting fact about Burns.
He was a player development guy with the Dodgers for the past X amount of years. I forget how many years, but quite a bit. Like and the
why does everybody respect him?
Because the Dodgers have what baseball considers the best developmental minor league system in baseball.
Okay.
So, and now he's taken a step. I didn't even think they would name like a GM, but they have. He is the GM. John Burns? I think it is. Something like that.
Wow, some rocky guy you are.
I got it here. Josh Burns.
It's Mr. Burns to you.
Josh Burns. Mile long, 3 inches deep. So, yeah. So, it's rounding into shape there with the 20th and Blake.
I like Scott's better, 1 inch deep, 3 miles wide.
The thing is that you won't know if this is a good hire or not for about 3 years.
Well, that's true.
So we'll see how it goes.
Well, that was a fun conversation.
That's it, and I'm done with it. That's it. We'll see the result of this decision 3 years from now, and have fun. Pete Carroll. That has come up a couple times on the show today. Like, what will happen with Pete Carroll at the end of this year?
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know how many coaches the Raiders are currently paying off, but it's got to be a few, right?
Well, it's Antonio Pierce. It's John Gruden.
They're still on the hook with Gruden these days.
Oh, yeah.
Is that right? Wow. That's crazy. You got to think of your other coaches, too. I mean...
Well, right. Coaches that they fired that you committed to.
Chip Kelly, you're paying him, right? I think you're paying him. Wasn't there a little like, what's happening here with Chip Kelly?
Chip Kelly was the highest paid offensive coordinator in the NFL.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on. How do we forget one? Can you think of the one we forgot?
Josh McDaniels.
Josh McDaniels.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, they're currently paying John Gruden, Josh McDaniels,
Antonio Pierce,
and Pete Carroll.
Jeez.
So if you pay Pete Carroll, you fire Pete Carroll after 1 year, you're going to be paying 5 head coaches at one time.
You probably cannot do that. What a disaster organization they are. What a mess. Well, fine by me. I don't care. I hate the Raiders. They can lose every single game as far as I'm concerned. I do not need the Raiders to be good to make me feel better about the Broncos. I don't care. They can suck forever as far as I'm concerned. So fine. So keep Pete Carroll. But I'll just tell you this, like paying some attention to the Raiders and looking at them, they're so out of touch, Tyler, with just the way football is these days and how it operates and what they're doing. And they got Gregor Olsen, who, he's 62. And I'm not trying to age people out here. But there's just, when you look at their offense, there is just like nothing interesting with what they're doing at all. Ashton Genty must be incredibly frustrated. Brock Bowers is really talented. Geno's probably not as bad as he has been there with the Raiders. He probably isn't.
No, I mean, I think Geno he's one of those quarterbacks that he's good enough to keep for a long time and bad enough that you want to move on from him at every time.
Yeah.
And, how does that add up for a new situation with the new team and new offensive coordinator? Apparently not well.
By the way, I got one more for you on the football tip here before Nate and Andy stroll in.
What's that?
Did you see Deshaun Watson is like back?
Sort of. He's eligible to practice.
He is eligible to return. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that doesn't mean he's on the 53.
No, it does not. It activates
the window that he can practice.
21 days.
Yeah.
So Shedeur probably has 21 days.
No, they're not going to play Deshaun.
You don't think so? You don't think they'll roll him up for a couple games, see what he's got?
Well, maybe if Shedeur is just bad and they're like, okay, we'll give this thing one last crack. We're already committed to him. Maybe we'll see some miracle.
I don't think they like Shedeur that much anyway. I think Sean Payton is right about something. It's going to be the hardest thing for Shedeur to correct. I actually do jibe with Sean on if you got sacked a lot in college, you're probably going to get sacked a lot in the NFL. Like, that is a worrisome sort of thing. And listen, the Browns have all sorts of issues. It's not all Shedeur. He's only started 2 games. And Shedeur did beat the Raiders, too.
Mm-hmm.
So did 10 sacks.
Mm-hmm.
I think Shedeur has a very limited amount of time here.
I don't know how it's possible. Myles Garrett is the best version of himself that he's ever been.
Isn't it crazy?
I was watching him go up against Trent Williams, and you guys know how I feel about Trent Williams. And Trent's on the tail end, for sure. But he made Trent look stupid on a handful of plays. Absolutely stupid. I mean, Myles Garrett was like inventing new moves in the middle of the game that I've never actually seen executed on a football field.
Do you think he gave the whole, I want to get out of here, and then they paid him and he shut up and was happy? Do you think he's got any sort of man?
I bet he's got regret. Yeah,
right?
Because he was going to get paid no matter where he went.
Exactly. Why didn't he just stick with that and just get himself out of there?
I don't know. He should have.
That was a lot of guaranteed money. That gets
But you don't think he was going to get that anywhere?
No, I think he could have. It's just when that gets flashed up in front of a football player's face. You were a football player. Like, how much, and I mean no disrespect, you were never offered 9 figures guaranteed.
No.
But, even on a year-to-year basis, you had to have concerns of just am I going to make it?
But when you already have, all right, fair enough. But when you already have a lot of money, I mean a lot of money.
I don't know if he has his money. I have no idea.
No, D-Mac, I know where you're going, but it doesn't matter how much money you've got. When $90 million, whatever it is, gets tossed in front of you, and it's real, and it's tangible, and the only thing you have to do is sign on the dotted line, and that's about to be in your bank account.
Cha-ching.
Yeah.
It's pretty good.
So
yeah.
It's pretty good.
You can accept losing. There is a price tag where losing is acceptable.
I think so.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I think it very much exists in sports. I really think it does.
All right, so none of us should feel bad for Myles Garrett then, because there's a price tag that's worth losing, and he signed it.
Yeah, but
and he got it.
I do. Okay, this is where we got to talk out of both sides of our mouth, though, right? Because the financial security is awesome, but the Barry Sanders track, the Calvin Johnson track, the Joe Thomas track, there are just guys that are all-time greats that are, on a garbage franchise. And a part of the structure of the NFL, especially the modern CBA, is it is hard to leave a team. It is hard. That team has so much leverage on you between franchise tags and 50-year options and everything else of you look ahead, but then you also think, I could have a ligament snap tomorrow, and then what am I going to get in all of this? So, sometimes you just got drafted and become an all-time great on an absolute crap franchise.
Why would Max Crosby want to stay on the Raiders?
It's a great question.
Because he's got a tattoo.
He also he's
okay.
He's beloved in the community. He's Mr. Raider. He'll
be beloved in any community.
But that's one of those organizations that
and it's Vegas.
You guys think of all the old legendary Al Davis Raiders, the Marcus Allens of the world, the Howie Longs of the world. Those guys become Raider lifers, and Crosby is that guy. And he was on a team where he looked in the other side of his locker room, and Derek Carr and Darren Waller couldn't stand each other, and the whole thing was breaking off into fractions fractions of factions. And then Max Crosby is just sitting there just going, okay, well, I'm Mr. Raider over here. This is a pretty good life.
Let me give you a couple quick hitters before we blow out here. It's KKSE FM HD1 Broomfield Denver Boulder. You want Giannis?
Yes, I do.
For
everybody except for Jokic. I'll trade everybody on the roster,
really? Seriously,
except for Jokic for Giannis. Of course.
Okay.
Who would you say no to?
Jamal Murray. What's the two-man game without Jamal Murray and Jokic?
You'll find it with somebody else.
So you
are talking about
somebody else
adding one of the greatest forwards that has ever played the game, an MVP, an NBA champion, of course.
So no sentimental feelings about AG.
I love AG. He's not Giannis.
No, but you got to be willing to make emotional decisions. Like you got to separate as a fan.
Yeah.
I can't do it. I love AG. He's Mr. Mile High. No. You make tough business decisions that has nothing to do with emotion.
Nate, for the record, Tyler and I agree.
Yeah, that guy's an all-time great.
Yeah, we actually we're on the same page.
No, he's like Aaron Gordon is Hall of very good. Aaron Gordon, I believe he should have his number retired. I don't know which number, but he'll have his number retired here in Denver for being Mr. Nugget, for being what he was on the first championship team. But that guy, right? That's an immortal. That's one of the greatest basketball players that has ever lived.
I will say, and it's a small hesitation. At the end of the day, of course, I would still do it. But small hesitation. Aaron Gordon's three-point shooting this year, I would hate to give that up.
It's great. It's really good. It's really special. I love Aaron Gordon.
You want Chris Paul?
No.
Because?
He's old and slow. I'm good.
Who's our backup point guard?
Have you guys looked
Who's our backup point guard?
Kind of Bruce Brown.
Bruce Brown.
Yeah. Honestly, I would play Jalen Pickett over Chris Paul right now.
Why isn't he playing?
Because he's stuck behind Bruce Brown. Did you look at if you go digging into some of Chris Paul's numbers, like his per 36, because he's barely playing, so you can't really register his per game stuff. If you look at his composite stuff, he capital S sucks, and he can't move. Like this team already can't stay in front of any opposing guards. The last thing you need to do is put that Roomba out on the floor. So I'm good on Chris Paul. I'm all right there.
Why was it so much more convincing when Nate said no than when Scott said no?
That story is so bizarre, by the way.
Is it though?
Is it
bizarre?
They sent him away in the middle of the night.
And they're just sick of him.
You guys didn't have a better plan for
He's
all
also
of that?
Mr. Clipper. It's like
right.
Like what's the Bronco equivalent of sending Von Miller away in the middle of the night?
Yeah. That Clipper thing has gone south, by the way. It
Oh,
started
can you believe
in the
it?
offseason with the whole Kawhi mess. And
shocker, when you put together a geriatric team, it's going to fall apart.
Yeah, Harden. Did you see Harden played 20 minutes the other night? He was a minus 39. I don't think he played in the second half.
Yeah,
that thing is
but
bad.
It was 5 seconds ago that it was Game 7 here at Ball Arena against them.
Isn't that wild how
It's
quick
wild.
it goes? It is crazy. That team was good last year.
Game 7,
They
dude.
were really good.
Steve Ballmer was trying to pack Ball Arena with a bunch of fake fans.
This is how passionate people feel about AG though. And this is a real
they
text.
love him.
It's not fake.
Good. Yeah.
You guys are out of your effing mind. I would never trade AG for anybody in the blanking game. Really? There's nobody in the NBA you would trade Aaron
If
Gordon
the Thunder
for.
just called up and said you can have Shea tomorrow.
Okay, nope.
For AG and Jamal?
No, I love AG. He took his shirt off and he walked downtown.
He had a parade by himself. By the way, have you seen what Michael Porter Jr. is doing recently with the Nets?
You know what? I have mysteriously been ignoring the Brooklyn Nets.
He's lighting it up.
He's just gunning away.
He is gunning
Good for MPJ.
away.
Good for him.
He's having
man.
his little revenge. He is killing it.
That's
but they're
good.
not a good team.
Yeah, in honor
They're not doing
in
anything.
honor of our partner Scott, 4-16.
Yeah, that exactly.
Well,
but he gets to do literally whatever he wants whenever he wants.
Exactly. And that's what I said when the trade went down. Of he's gonna love this. He can shoot every time he touches the ball.
It's hysterical, like watching the Nets Michael Porter Jr. highlights.
Right. That's what's funny about being on a crap team. Somebody's got to score.
That's right.
Somebody has to. It might as well be you.
And they're looking at him like, please.
Oh, he's a championship player.
Yeah.
Michael Porter's a good NBA player. He's a championship level player.
So now we get back to the question, the price of losing.
Mm-hmm.
Is there money worth losing? Is there playing time or flexibility in how you play worth losing?
Well, if you're Michael Porter, so he's got 2 years left on that deal in Brooklyn. So it's run its course in Denver because of a bad, their salary sheet was a mess, and Porter's the obvious one that has to go away. You can go off to Brooklyn. You can establish your podcasting empire, as toxic as it may be, and you can go out there and you can gun for a couple of years, and then you get a chance to kind of rewrite your story. He's still young.
I do think that there's playing time worth losing. And
especially in that
I'm
sport.
not sure it applies to Michael Porter Jr.
But in that sport.
But if you're asking me, would I rather ride the bench on a championship team or go play the sport I love somewhere else? I want to play, man. I want to freaking play. That's what I want to do. But Michael Porter Jr. is not trading playing time.
Right.
He's trading freedom. He's trading
remember when
style of play.
Jeremy Grant wanted out of here, and it was financial, sure, but also like he just wanted shots. Guys want shots.
Yeah, you're right about Michael Porter Jr., but it's more like how he was being played. And like he wouldn't touch the ball in the fourth quarter. He would sometimes just be sitting on the bench in the last 5 minutes.
Yeah.
You know, that's never going to happen to him with the Brooklyn Nets. I mean, ever. But they're not going to be playing games that matter as much. That's not going to happen either.
It's low leverage stuff. What is your guys' current panic meter on the Nuggets? Where are you at, DMac?
It's low.
Yeah.
I mean, until they start. Like, losing tonight would kind of suck.
Yeah, you don't want to lose this
because
one.
you've won 7 road games in a row.
And you're playing the Pacers.
The Pacers are terrible.
Yeah.
Even without Jamal tonight, I think you still beat them.
He's still listed as questionable, right?
Yeah, he wasn't ruled out. Not yet. So I guess that's good. But don't forget, CB came back and played and then was out for 6 weeks.
Right.
Aaron Gordon came back and played. And then, no, we got to shut him down.
This feels like a good spot to use caution.
So even if Jamal comes back, I'm still let's see. Because at what point is it just better to shut it down for a month to 6 weeks and just be 100% healthy?
Yeah.
So I am nervous about it. I guess my concern meter is a little bit around a 5 or a 6 if Jamal is out for a month.
The record is fine. The home losses are a bit concerning.
That's weird.
The record's fine, though, right?
I agree.
I mean, okay, you got a weird year that Oklahoma City is like perfect.
I mean, a part of it too is okay. So looking back on that game the other night against Dallas, like the defense sucks and the defense is bad right now, and we know that. Okay. Yeah, but they shot 29% in the fourth quarter of that game. Like if they just would have made shots, even with garbage defense, they win that game.
Yeah, it's weird because offensively you don't think there's any issues.
Right. And there really isn't. Like it's one of the best offenses in the entire NBA. They look like a fatigued team that was too happy to just settle for jumpers.
A little bit of a red flag though is that Jokic came out and said we're not that good.
Right.
That's a little concerning, don't you think?
I was
that Jokic would say it.
Well, I don't think Nikola Jokic is ever satisfied. But I also think it was probably early on in the season he was reading the tea leaves of, okay, we've been really healthy. And everybody else in this league is really banged up. And we're probably getting a little fat on this, and we're getting away with some things that I can see will be a problem. And then when you lose 2 starters and then you knock it down to 3, and as weird as the schedule has gotten, we've probably seen that come to fruition.
Here is what's going on. There is now a noticeable separation between the Nuggets and the Avs. Like there wasn't there for a while. It was like, oh my God, they're both so great. They're both going to be bum. Nate McKinnon was like sick, bored, and they still won.
Yeah.
Wedgwood goes out. Who cares? We're just being cautious, and we're still winning.
Wait, are you saying Jokic is bitter because the Avs are winning and he's losing?
No, I'm not saying
I was going to say,
I'm just saying there's a separation between who is hurtling down a championship path a little bit stronger than the other.
Yeah, the Avalanche are a freaking wagon. And everybody else in the NHL is just like tired, and everyone in the NHL is the same this year. Basically, it's like the Avalanche and the Stars are awesome, and everyone else in the NHL is the same, but the Avalanche are playing like a team right now, and I thought we saw it last night. The Avalanche are playing like a team that are pissed off they didn't win a title last year. They're pissed off they haven't won a title the last couple of years. And it's like, okay, we're just going to show up and care every single night. Not every team can show up and care every night. The Avalanche are right now.
Well, what's helping a lot is that Gabe has shaken off the rust.
He looks good.
Yeah.
Yeah, when he's assisting one-timers to McKinnon, the world is healed.
Yeah.
That
and I
was
mean, to the degree McChushin comes back and we're just going to put him on the
his
third line.
pass to Brock Nelson last night was sick, too. Oh, God. Yeah, I turned away from Carolina, Kentucky for a little while last night to watch some hockey. You know I did. Yeah,
you got that going for you.
I dug into it. Absolutely.
Is your boy Andy here today, or
he is not?
Oh,
Andy is Andy's on the voice IR right
Again?
now. Yeah,
Oh, dear.
he's battling.
I'm sorry to hear that.
He's battling. Hey, you know what? Short radio show today. We're getting booted out because of basketball being played at Gainbridge Fieldhouse. So as a result, Andy will he will sit this one out today in an effort to get that voice right. You know, we got a big 3A title game to call on Saturday.
You do.
My guys got to be ready to rock for that.
By the way, as the coffee there, the Rockies. Everybody loves Josh Burns.
Wait, what did Josh Burns do?
He's the new GM of the Rockies.
When did that happen?
Are you serious?
Did I not see this?
Oh, boy. Are you kidding me? Are you being serious or not?
I spent all day looking up.
Are you being serious?
Looking up 3A high school football and Chris Paul stuff.
Oh, wow.
They got a GM?
Josh Burns, who used to be he actually was.
He was in Boston.
He's been in a bunch of places.
Yeah.
Was he he's been in the entire NL West, including the Rockies. But most recently, he has spent time
Was he a catcher here?
I mean, there could be other guys named Josh Burns, I suppose.
Okay.
I haven't gone through his full Wikipedia page. But, yeah. Wow. I'm a little surprised, Nate. Sorry, I did not mean to pull an okie doke on you.
No. I'm excited to learn all of this. I was so indifferent to it all.
Yeah, I was surprised they even hired a GM at all, but he's getting a lot of credit from all areas as a guy who
is a builder of men.
Sort of. I mean, the Dodgers have a
constructor of rosters.
Dodgers have a pretty good minor league system.
That they certainly do.
Maybe considered the best in baseball, and he was the architect.
Okay.
Accordingly, supposedly. So, yeah, and from all corners, everybody is saying this is a good hire. I don't know much about the dude myself, nor do I think the results of a good GM can be felt probably for 3 to 5 years.
Sure.
So, yeah, it's certainly not going to make a difference next year. It's going to take a significant amount of time. But so far, the reviews on him are pretty good.
I am doing everything I can to just, live in this Rockies thing with patience.
Okay.
Because really, like, it's...
What choice do you have?
It's so far away.
And they more or less...
It is so painfully far away.
I hate the hiring of Warren Schaefer. I hate it.
Mm-hmm.
I hate it. However, all that being said, they really literally have done virtually everything people critical of the Rockies have asked them to do. So to be fair...
They hired outside the organization. Yes, it was a weird search. It didn't follow convention, but nothing the Rockies have ever done has followed convention.
They're never going to sell the team, so that's a ridiculous stance to have in the first place. It was always going to be handed down to members in the family.
Yeah.
And if you thought otherwise, you're a moron. But what we needed to have was autonomy from baseball people. And as far as I can tell, that's what you got.
I hope.
And I'm not a big fan of the Warren Schaefer hire, but clearly he's going to be put in a position just to do what they want him to Moneyball do.
The question of the separation of powers between the ownership suite and what the front office is doing, that's remains to be seen. That is we will
see.
We will get that answer like low over the years with what these guys are doing. That's one where I'm like, okay, I will believe it when I see it, but let's see this thing start to get constructed. Let's see what you're putting together. I mean, a part of it too is, and this is not surprising to me, I don't expect them to be active at all this offseason.
I wouldn't either.
Going into the CBA negotiations, I don't think Dick Monfort wants to do a thing.
And don't forget, there's likely to be a lockout coming up after next season anyway. And Monfort's one of the guys pushing for revenue sharing. Or a salary cap sort of deal, which does go with revenue sharing. And it's just...
They have revenue sharing. They don't use that revenue on anything good.
And Warren Schaefer, by the time this team gets good anyways, he ain't going to be the guy. They'll move on to somebody else by the time that happens.
Maybe. This is the other thing about Warren Schaefer is I really do want to give a blank slate there of like, okay, I think being an interim coach, manager, anything is inherently weird versus when it's yours and you have the input and you have decision-making power and it's like you are, especially with a young rebuilding organization, again, are you growing with the thing?
The number one reason I'm against Warren Schaefer is because of the process, and you interviewed one dude. That's not a good process.
Well, we knew he was going to, yeah.
Well, unfortunately, yes. Yeah. And that's why I hate it, because it was exactly what we thought it was going to be, and that's bad. And they had done a lot of other things, I think, right. Although they clearly should have fired Schmidt when they fired Bud Black, and they should have started this whole process,
of course,
in June.
This is one of the things with the Rockies. In all seriousness, is we cannot change the very flawed process by which we got to this place. What we have to hope for is, okay, can this thing start to course correct now with new people in place that don't have fealty to, hopefully not too much fealty to ownership, respect for ownership, certainly, but also like hopefully a sense of like, hey, ownership, get the hell out of the way for a minute, please.
Hey, hour 14. Till pregame.
Let's get there. We can do it. We can do it.
All right, brother.
Darren McKee, everybody. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. Mark Springer on the other side of the glass. So much to dive into. 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. We're going to hear from Sean Payton in just a moment. Keep it here. Hey guys, it's Nate Kreckman for my friends over at Roller Auction. It is the holiday season, and what an unconventional and cool way to do your holiday shopping with Roller Auction. Go and check out the auctions that they have available to be able to bid right now. Their Planet Open Box auction is going on right now. That is open until tomorrow. But guys, go ahead and click on this thing and then just start scrolling through and checking out the array of merchandise that is available. I'm looking at headphones that are available for well below market price right now. These are Bluetooth noise-canceling headphones. Some great stuff. In fact, they got a pair of Sonys that are the same that I use right here on the radio, which I highly recommend, by the way. I love these things. My voice sounds fantastic in them. So go to Roller Auction's website and check it out right now. Roller.bid/altitude. That's roller.bid/altitude. Sign up to bid right there, and you're entered to win Avalanche tickets. They will play the St. Louis Blues on December 31st, New Year's Eve. You want to be there? Roller.bid/altitude. Catered suite tickets. You can win them right there. And then, like I said, man, do your holiday shopping at Roller Auction's website. That is roller.bid. We have the Nuggets and Pacers coming up tonight right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. I'm Nate Kreckman. This is the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. Mark Springer is here with us on the other side of the glass as we have got a sprint our way to 4:30 today. Sean Payton wrapping things up at the podium just a few minutes ago. Sean Payton, how did they play offensively last week in that game against the Manders? Here is the Broncos head coach just a few minutes ago.
We didn't play our best game, nearly our best game offensively. It was tough film to watch. But, I think when you get at this stage of the season, clearly these games are important.
I'm a little confused. Wasn't that one of their better games offensively?
It was, actually.
What does he say about the film these other weeks?
Yeah. He goes and talks to Colin Cowherd and Chase Daniel and says, I'm drafting a quarterback.
This guy sucks. I got to get him out of here. He had some interesting comments today about R.J. Harvey and kind of alluded to, okay, there's a skill set in there that is going to take off and go. Whew, man, I hope so. These are his yards per carry last 4 games. Now, only 2 of them really was he the starting back, that being Kansas City and Washington. But his yards per carry last 4 games, 2.5, 2.3, 2.7, 2.7.
Yeah.
Sub 4 yards per carry so far
he's scoring
on the
touchdowns
season.
at the goal line. He's doing that.
Interesting comments from Legwold about that, actually, where he kind of talked about R.J. Harvey trying to do too much instead of simply taking the hole when it's available to him.
Well, you could see a couple times on Sunday night he wants to bounce it to the outside.
Doesn't work in the NFL, man. Nope. Doesn't work in the NFL. Those linebackers, even the Manders and 97-year-old Bobby Wagner, even that guy, he's going to play the correct angle and he's going to cut you off. So that's going to be really hard to do. Even Frankie Louvu in his 9th year in the league is going to be tough to do that against. So he needs to take what's available to him. I think down on the goal line, honestly, I just think he stops thinking because, well, there's no home run to hit.
Mm-hmm.
You simply have to get across the goal line, and he is effective in that way. He's also 220 pounds. He's a powerful back. Look, he's a good football player. We can all see it. Like I think we saw it when he was in college, and I think that we can see it right now. He just has to play, and now he gets an opportunity to be able to do so. The thing is like they need him to get a lot better really, really, really fast because they've got 5 games left.
Yeah, I mean, he's got the speed. He's got massive quads.
Yep. Oh, he's got.
He's not a big. Like he's big. He's got stocky. He's stocky.
Square-shaped running back.
Yeah,
he's one of those square-shaped running backs.
He's got speed, but he was never a between the tackles guy. But that was Sean's guy.
You can become that in the NFL.
They trade back into that position because they knew that they could get RJ where they traded back to get him.
Well, also Spring, he's a joker.
Yeah, and see that's the thing. He's more of that pass catching. Yeah. Swiss Army knife type, that secondary type.
Multiple receptions in the last 4 games. He's 13 catches over the last 4 games. He's got a reception in every single game. So far this year, he's got 4 receiving touchdowns on the year. By the way, 4 rushing touchdowns. Quite honestly, like if you got to play R.J. Harvey as your fantasy RB2, you could do a hell of a lot worse than that because he does score touchdowns. But this is his opportunity to kind of grow as a runner, and we got to hope that it happens rather quickly because I just I don't think Jaleel McLaughlin or Tyler Bidet.
Jaleel had a couple good runs. He had one where he was a little patient late in that game, picked up 9-ish yards, but we're talking about 9 yards, and it's good. Don't get me wrong. Who's gonna go between the tackles and get you 20 plus?
Hopefully it's going to be R.J. Harvey relatively quickly, in relatively short order. I mean, another good element to all of this is an opportunity to, 24 carries over the last 2 games, an opportunity to find a rhythm, maybe get a greater focus from the coaching staff in film sessions, get a little bit more attention from your starting quarterback now that you are the guy and give him an opportunity to be able to get this thing going. They're going to have to, this team's going to have a good run game. This team cannot be a, like a Kansas City has been the last couple of years, where it's just like eventually we'll just completely ignore our running backs and we'll drop our quarterback back, 55 times. That just is not a recipe for success.
Yeah, well,
with this football team.
Here's the interesting thing is, like, okay, you get the Raiders this weekend, and it's funny, like, that Raiders defense is kind of similar to the Commanders defense. Like, it's not great by any means. Yet they could only score 10 points against the Raiders, more successful against the Commanders. But then the Packers after that's big boy. That's big boy.
Last 4 games of the year, it gets real. By the way, and something that Cosminder pointed out today in The Athletic is, like, we're all assuming the Broncos just go and beat the Raiders, right? Because the Raiders are a freaking mess, all right? I'm also in that boat. Don't get me wrong. I just think the Broncos go win this game.
Yeah, this is on the back of their defense. That's the thing. On the back of their defense alone.
I think this is a game they win by 10 points. It should be able to be a game that they win by 10 points. I think Denver can go and do that. This is a critical game, though. And the reason why that's the case is this is an AFC opponent. Right now, the Broncos and the Patriots, they're not going to have a head-to-head tiebreaker because they don't play this season. They're both 6-2 against AFC opponents here this season. So that tiebreak is going to be critical. The Broncos have to continue to win the winnable games against AFC opponents in order to give themselves a shot at a 1 seed and, a world where they wouldn't have to go on the road in an AFC championship situation. So, the Broncos are, they're 99% to make the playoffs. They are, 50%, over 50%, I believe, right now by the probability model that The Athletic uses to win the division. Like, they're in a great spot. Go win this game. This just, don't stub your toe. Don't have something stupid happen. And they were dangerously close to something stupid happening last week on the road against the Manders. Just don't do it this week against the Raiders.
Okay, assuming they win against the Raiders, which they probably do.
Yeah.
And obviously it helps their chances to get the 1 seed. You want the 1 seed. You want the bye. You want home field. You want all of that.
All those things are real cool.
But, okay, then the Packers come to town with, what's his name?
Michael Parsons.
It's pretty good.
He's pretty good.
That defense overall is pretty good. That's the type of defense that they really haven't seen, since... Have they even seen a defense like that this season?
Houston.
And they got the luxury of Davis Mills being on the other side.
Sure. You knock C.J. Stroud out of that game, but that's one of the best pass rushes in the NFL. That Houston defense is a monster.
It's very good.
Yeah.
It's very good. But let's say they struggle in that game, and it's a reality check. Even if they get the 1 seed, even if the Patriots falter a little bit, is that not still a reality check of where you really are?
Well,
seeding aside, advantages aside.
Right. And actually, in terms of seeding, that's kind of the game you can afford to lose because it's an NFC opponent.
It is.
Yeah. You can
But if you drop that at home, that is a sign of potentially things to come, that perhaps you are, to use the F word, a degree of fraud.
I think we have to change a letter in there. Actually,
Okay.
it's multiple letters, but it's a word that rhymes with fraud.
Maud Flanders.
R.I.P.
I know, right? I can't believe that T-shirt gun got her.
It was heartbreaking. Oh, man. It was a hell of a thing when Maud Flanders died. No footlongs. They make me uncomfortable. So the word is flawed.
Okay.
The word is flawed. It rhymes.
Mm-hmm. No, it does rhyme.
Got to change several letters, but it
it's
rhymes.
astute. Okay, I'm here.
Yeah. The Broncos are not a fraud. The Broncos are flawed.
Okay.
So is everybody else in the AFC. Everybody else in the AFC right now is a flawed team. I think the closest team in the NFL to not having flaws or having the fewest flaws is the LA Rams.
Mm-hmm.
That is a real complete team. That's a juggernaut. They're number 1 in the power rankings for a very good reason. They had 2 weird turnovers early on in Carolina last week, and they still almost came back and won that game. Like that's a really good football team. I think almost everybody else in the league has a degree of flaw in this very season. And, in the Broncos case, it is a painfully inconsistent offense. All right. That's what jumps off the page. You can make up for that by having the best defense in the entire NFL, or in the very least, a top 3 defense in the NFL. Certainly probably the most effective and best pass rush in the entire NFL. So the Broncos are they're in excellent shape, and a part of it is whether it was good fortune or whatever, or they were just playing teams that were more flawed than they were. Like every single time they eked out a victory in the last 4 weeks, with their last 4 wins being by a grand total of 10 points. Every single one of those victories is in service to getting yourself home field advantage, setting you up in a place where it is better to be able to win with your defense, winning football games on the margins, which they are going to have to do because they're not just going to run up and down the field on anybody. They're not going to win any track meets or anything else like that, but they can win cold weather football games. They can win with their defense. They can win by taking care of the football. And that is what you have set yourself up to be able to do right now. I honestly believe this. This team could win the Super Bowl, and this team could lose in the wild card round, okay? Mm-hmm. And neither outcome would stun me with this football team, but also with the way that they win and the strengths of what they do, they are set up really well right now. They're set up really in the only way that this kind of football team will work.
Because of their defense.
Yes.
Like they could...
And an offense that doesn't kill them with bonehead mistakes.
True.
And I know
even though that Knicks pick to Bobby Wagner was like,
and it resulted in a field goal, and it was bad, but also you have a defense that always, they bow up in the red zone and they generally keep teams out of the end zone, so they are able to do that very, very well. And guess what? Like Mariota made the even, you could argue, dumber mistake earlier in the game in the deeper red zone than Denver was when they made. Well, Denver wasn't even in the red zone, but where Washington did, because you erased points clean off the board. One of the things that I firmly believe about playing the Broncos is you have to cash in at nearly every opportunity. Indianapolis, even though they kicked 5 field goals in that game, they cashed in. You just have to put points on the board and just keep pace with those guys. The Giants, the weird late interception in that game, and it was like, okay, you started handing them points, and that's how the lead erased, because the Broncos, they do not kill themselves with bad mistakes. They win games on the margins. That's a testament to Sean Payton. That is where they have the right coach to coach this kind of football team, because to his credit, he is not trying to shoehorn any other kind of philosophy into the team that he currently has. That's why they're 10-2.
Well, he knows. He knows that the defense carries this team. It's funny, he thought, and he wanted to load up the defense. I mean, he signed off on the Jahdae Barron pick, which is a great pick. He's a great player.
He, by the way, like I went back and looked at it. He almost had an interception in overtime that just ended the game.
He did.
That throw to Zach Ertz.
Right over the middle. Yeah, I thought he had it. I thought he jumped it and dove and caught that ball.
He broke on that thing, and oof.
He's a great player.
I love that kid. I think he's going to be really, really good. And if anybody questions, was it smart to draft a corner in the first round when you're already loaded right there? Guess what? You had 3 games without the defensive player of the year, and you didn't lose a single one of them.
Yeah, I don't know if he necessarily forecasted that this would be one of those seasons where an elite defense could outright win you a Super Bowl, but that's what it's turned into. So stacking up, loading up the defense, it gives you a real chance.
It's the strength of their football team. It's where they're largely spending their money right now.
It's everything.
Yes.
It's the whole reason I give them a shot to win the freaking Super Bowl. Because this offense is not a Super Bowl winning offense. It's good, but it ain't that.
I think that people, I get it. Like you want to buy a quarterback's jersey. You want points. You want to love the quarterback. I get all of that. Like I understand Broncos fans, like Bo Nix is your guy, and that's cool. I think Bo Nix is a fun guy to have as your guy. A maddening guy to have as your guy, but a fun guy because, he's not multiple mushrooms, but he is a fun football player because you kind of don't know what you're going to get game to game, quarter to quarter, drive to drive, hell, throw to throw.
Yeah.
You don't really know what you're going to get, but it can be kind of fun that way. Those are fun guys to get behind. I firmly believe that as a football fan.
Well, when people doubt you, and people are going to doubt him,
Right.
then when he makes a good play, like the almost knee hit the ground on your side throw to Cortland Sutton, then it's like, haha, told you so.
Right, so good, yeah.
But then he throws the pick to Bobby Wagner, and then it's like, well,
yeah, he you saw the fourth quarter the other night, but then he goes out and he puts together the drive that they have in
which
overtime.
was an excellent drive.
Now, it was aided by the fact that Washington didn't tackle anybody when they got to overtime, but like, hey, you can only play the defense that's directly in front of you. But when I say that this team can win it with their defense doing it single-handedly, that is what is going on right here, and this is the time of year where that kind of stuff can rise to the top. And this is a season in the NFL where really, like, Stafford's been great, Drake May has been great, Patrick Mahomes has been great on a lousy team. By the way, did you see the Josh Simmons news today? Just more bad offensive line news for the Chiefs. But Mahomes has been very good on a lousy team. I mean, Burrow was excellent when he came back and played Baltimore the other night. He looked like vintage Burrow, but also he hasn't played most of this season. Josh Allen has had turnover problems with his inaccuracy. Like, this has really been a year in the NFL where the quarterback play has just been a little bit subpar. This is the kind of season where what the Broncos are doing can rise to the top. Now, it's also possible that you can just go to the postseason with this kind of football team, and somehow the Ravens get in, somehow the Bills get in, the Chiefs even longer shot, but somehow they get in, and just the Hall of Fame quarterbacks take over in the playoffs. Wouldn't be the first time that it ever happened, but every one of those teams is again, here's that word, deeply, deeply flawed right now.
Well, what he did, they draft Barron, they load up on the defense is elite, and then it was, okay, I can take RJ Harvey, I can take Pat Bryant on more unheralded prospects, and I can work my Sean Payton magic like I did in New Orleans.
They're fit guys.
Whether it's Marcus Colston or Alvin Kamara in the third round. Well, guess what? Pat Bryant, there's something there.
Good football player.
So I think RJ, as it to come full circle to what you said earlier, RJ is the test. Do they need to? Would you be pro more designed Bo Nix runs?
I think they're entering the time of the year where that is becoming more of a necessity. There
was an opportunity late in the game. It was it third or fourth down? It must have been third. Either way, they go 5 wide, and I'm thinking, here's time for quarterback draw. Design quarterback draw. Instead, Bo threw a little slant that the Commanders snuffed out, batted it down, but the lane was there.
There's also,
if Bo wanted to take off and run.
There's matchup issues why he hasn't been as effective running the ball this year. Teams they're just zoning the hell out of the Broncos, and it's just harder for quarterbacks to make hay with their design runs are ineffective because everybody on the defense is looking at you. His one big run the other day when he had that hole up the middle, that was Dan Quinn called zero blitz. I mean, they sent everybody, and Bo just saw the C's part and was like, okay, I will take the free yardage. Thank you very much for that. There just hasn't been as much of that this season. The book on Bo Nix has been sit back in zone, play coverage, and teams with better pass rushes than Washington. And by the way, one of those teams is the Raiders because Max Crosby is an absolute friggin' beast. They can give him problems. And that's what they're going to see the rest of the way. They're going to see it in Green Bay, and that's a pretty good front. So there's the quality of pass rusher, I think, really impacts what he can do. And yet, 10-2, okay? And yet, 9-game win streak, and yet they figured out a way to be able to survive it all. Nuggets Pacers coming up tonight right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Pregame starts at 4:30, powered by Ramos Law. Medical doctor and attorney. Visit ramoslaw.com. And now, another segment of the Kreckman and Lindahl show here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. If I do too much Ray Clay voice, I'm going to end up sounding like Andy, so I can't do too much of that. Is this the Alan Parsons Project here, Spring?
The Alan Parsons Project.
Yes, it is time once again for another edition of Insights to Excellence here on the Kreckman and Lindahl show. He was back last night. Was he back?
Was he? I was going to say.
Was he back? Same interview.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a letdown, man.
Same jacket. Tarico, same Navy sport coat and handkerchief. I definitely went back and I did the forensic examination on it. It's still all from the same session.
I'm paying you what for this?
And it was 4.5 minutes. It was longer last night. It was like a minute and a half longer. Insights to Excellence, NBA on NBC, Mike Tirico with Michael Jordan. It followed very much the same theme of the first two episodes, which was Michael Jordan takes a crap all over the modern NBA. Michael Jordan goes on NBC and tells that network, which paid a fortune for that product, your product sucks. So it's always a questionable choice that they make on that one. But here we go. This was about Michael's love of the game. MJ's love of the game. And in fact, he loved the game so much that he had a clause in his contract for how much he loved the game. Honestly, this episode was mostly just redundant old man yelling at clouds, but I thought this first answer was quite interesting. This is last night, NBA on NBC, Michael Jordan and his love of the game clause.
Your love of the game is still there. I can feel it from you, sure. Right? How did that love of the game fuel your career?
It was the basis of my career. My love of the game within my contract, which, I'm pretty sure most contracts now, I'm actually positive now, don't have that clause within the contract. Where
you had a clause in your contract.
Love of the game contract, right. That if I was driving with you down the street and I see a basketball game on the side of the road, I can go play in that basketball game. And if I get hurt, my contract is still guaranteed. I love the game so much that I would never let someone take the opportunity for me to play the game away from me. As opposed to now where you don't have it, players probably don't play. Now, they get individual attention with their trainer.
Sure.
To go out and shoot 100 shots or 1,000 shots. I found it to my benefit was go play basketball, man. That's what you did. That's what you grew up doing. Larry Bird took a whole summer to work on his left hand, right? He did it by playing basketball.
Okay. So in Michael Jordan's current worldview of basketball, they don't play basketball?
In the offseason, in their free time?
Because, and he had a clause that if he was driving down the street and he saw a pickup game,
yeah,
at any playground, which first off, how often was Mike doing this? How often was Mike, 18 scotches deep, just getting off the golf course, driving down the road and just being like, oh, some fat guys on their lunch break out behind the loading dock. I need to go and work these chumps. Well, what is he talking about?
That didn't happen.
It didn't happen.
I'll take things that didn't happen for 100, Alex.
I need to be able to stop off and this old garbage playground with like cracked asphalt and potholes and rocks on it. I need to be able to go out there and just ball because I love the game. I have a clause in my contract that I have a love of the game. I have to say this. If current NBA contracts forbid that kind of behavior, I think that's smart.
Well, people learned
yes
that you don't want to get injured doing unnecessary things in your off time. Now that being said, I'm pretty sure some of these guys, like Kevin Durant, I know is played at like Rucker Park or what have you.
I saw footage of the Nuggets and like the entire team, sans Jokic, who was still in Serbia recovering from international basketball. They were all playing pickup basketball this year.
Sure.
Like it was well documented this summer with the runs that they were playing that Aaron Gordon had helped to organize, and he and Jamal got all the guys together and they went out and played. So number one, they are playing basketball. Number two, if Michael did have this clause, I have to assume it was completely for gambling purposes. I have to believe it was just because Mike would go out there and go like, it's we're playing to 21, but you have 20. If you get a bucket on me, but otherwise I'm just going to run you. So Mike was using this so he could bet on pickup basketball games.
TD on the text line says, a man has a right to jump in on a $26,000 roadside game of horse. But if you're agreeing to that as the local player, why would you sign up for plus 50,000 odds? You're losing to Michael Jordan. Just give him your money.
The other part I want to point out is, like, again, like in Michael's worldview, like nobody works on their game. MJ shot 40% from three once in his career, once in a season. Last year, 38 dudes were 40% or better from three. I think they're working on their game, Mike. I believe that they're not all just sitting around designing logos for their shoes and tweeting workout vids with their train, which, by the way, like, again, and I grew up with it in the 90s. They made a big deal out of, Michael's he's doing weight training. This is one of the things that's separating Michael is he's actually getting in the gym and lifting weights in the off season. Okay, so they made a big deal out of that back in the 90s of just like, oh man, Michael's working on his body. Look out. That's all these guys do anymore.
Yeah. You think you know how many jump shots Steph Curry takes per year?
Right.
I mean, that he doesn't just wake up out of bed and shoot like that. Look at what Jokic, look at his body type, what it was early in his career to now. You don't think that man hasn't put in hours of effort, but Jokic doesn't showcase it.
Aaron Gordon has turned into a dead-eye three-point shooter. I'm pretty sure he did it with work. They all work. And again, like, if the organizations are just like, we don't want you guys playing crappy playground pickup basketball, well, that's because they're paying these guys $40-50 million a year. Like, again, I know Mike made like $20 million his last couple of years with the Bulls. Not exactly the same thing, Mike. Not exactly the same thing.
Yeah. Here's the question. Does he really love the game, or does he love himself?
I don't even know if he loves the game so much as he hates the other people that play the game. That's where Michael's love of the game comes from, is him hating everybody else that is in the game.
See, here's what was disappointing about this insight to excellence is it was a rehash of episode 1. But I want to hear him comment on the current players.
Well,
specific players.
Right.
Even if it's negative, even if he's going to do the thing we all expect him to do, I still want to hear him break down what is going on right now. What are your thoughts on player XYZ? Give me something new.
He gave us like a 4-second anecdote on Anthony Edwards, but there was no insight in it whatsoever on this one. Like, yeah, what do you think of Ant? What do you think of Shea? What do you think of the other guards that are in the game today?
Sure.
Like, I'm dying to know what he thinks of Nikola Jokic. I would love to hear his thoughts on the start that Oklahoma City is off to. How does that compare to the 95-96 team? But you know what? He can't provide any of all this because the interview was from a single session that was taped 2 months ago.
That's true.
And they continue to rehash from it.
You're right.
Insights.
I was under the illusion this was taped this week. I am so wrong.
And this is where I give Mike all the credit in the world is, man, he has taken NBC for a ride.
Yeah,
and
he
well
has.
done. Cash that check, my friend. But apparently Mike had to pull off and take some chumps out.
Slam the brakes.
It's like, dude, you were in a casino until 6 o'clock in the morning. What do we think? And then you went directly to the golf course. We know what you did in your off season, and you were still the greatest basketball player that ever lived, and you're an absolute freak, and we love you for it, and we love all of your bitterness for it. But man, this guy
What if it was like a bunch of sixth graders?
Never change, Mike. Never.
He was just like,
change.
I gotta get in on this.
God bless that man. Hey, join DMac tomorrow night for a Thursday night football viewing party. Get a do and a brew. Watch Dallas and Detroit. Enter to win cool prizes, including a Steve Atwater autographed helmet. See you at number 38 tomorrow night at 6.
Far side hash marks. Nichushkin turns on his forehand. Malinsky lets it go. Tip. Rebound. Score! The Mac attack is back, Jack. Landiskog in front. Brock Nelson. He scores! Can you smell what the Brock is cooking? Gabe Landiskog. He peels around McKinnon. A one-timer. He scores! Won't miss from there. Nathan McKinnon, his second goal of the game.
Gabe Landiskog with 2 just absolute dime passes last night. Patiently went to the corner, flipped it back to McKinnon for that one-timer. The pass to Brock Nelson was just absolutely gorgeous. Great finish by Brock last night. Avalanche beat the Canucks 3-1 as they still have lost only 1 game in regulation this entire year. I can't... Spring, I know you live and die with this stuff every single night on between the pipes. In all seriousness, like I can't find a weakness with this team.
The power play, but even that is going to get going because now Landeskog's back on power play 1, and Landeskog is starting to look like his old self, and he is a menace net front. So, and that's where he is on the power play. So it's going to get going simply because Gabe's back out there.
I was going to say, am I going to be really worried about in the long term about a power play on a team with Nathan McKinnon, Valeri Nichushkin, Gabe Landeskog, Cale Makar, Marty Natchez? Am I in the long term? Am I going to be that worried about that? I don't think I am.
My issue was their setup, which they have now changed, and with Landeskog back out there, it's just a matter of time. It's just a matter of time.
Hey, Sam Mayday Malinsky.
It's a good player.
They got something there.
Yeah.
That dude is good.
He is.
That's your third pairing guy.
Yeah. He keeps getting shots through from the point for tips, rebounds. That 1 through 6 D-men, it's as good in the league. If 1 through 6, that's as deep and good as there is in the league. When Malinsky Gerard is your third D pair, that's pretty good.
It's the schedule's compacted because of the upcoming Olympic break. We know that. Like most everybody else in the NHL is just kind of the same right now. There's just kind of mediocrity ruling in that league. The Avalanche, in addition to just being the most talented team, I also think they're playing like the more motivated team night in and night out. Like they look like they have a chip on their shoulder. Winning the President's Trophy doesn't guarantee anything for you, but I feel like this is a team that like they take the ice on a nightly basis with something to prove.
Well, McKinnon and Makar know that they're in their prime and that they haven't won a cup in 3 years, and they know they need another. Like they have, because Chicago and that great core had multiple. The Penguins' great core had multiple.
You have to do it.
This is that type of core. They want to do it for Landeskog and the 3 years that he missed.
Nathan McKinnon is on pace for 69 goals.
He
is.
He's going to win. He's going to win. I can't imagine he doesn't win the Hart at this rate.
He's already up to 22 on the year. 30, what do you have, 32 last year? Kind of a down goal scoring year for him, although his assist total was off the charts. But this year it's cranked right back up.
Mm-hmm. I mean, losing the Dallas series in 7 also motivated them. And then I do think knowing that Dallas is right on your tails.
It's a collision course.
I think that's motivating them too.
Yeah.
Knowing that every night they have to stay ahead of the Dallas Stars because they want home ice. They do not want a Game 7 in Dallas this time around.
Those are the 2 best teams in hockey.
Absolutely.
They are. And the Avalanche are right now. They are the best team in hockey. This thing is just really, really, really fun. Let's do the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. Let's go.
All right, Sean Payton talking to the media today. The Broncos signed a wide receiver to their practice squad. Elijah Moore, former Brown, former Jet. He's only like 25 years old. He's a former second-round pick, but he's been in the league for a hot minute. Sean Payton today, why'd you sign Elijah Moore?
Well, look, we had some exposure to him, some experience with some guys on our staff. You're always paying attention to that wire, and if someone comes across it that you feel like either can help now or maybe in the future, I think it was more of us looking at a talented player.
Depth. It's depth at this time of year. And it makes all the sense in the world. Again, like it's a little newsy kind of note with this football team. They don't have many other injuries that we're tracking all that closely. DJ Jones at least wasn't on the field for the viewing portion of practice. Have we gotten an official injury report today, by the way? Is that in my email inbox? I don't see it at the moment.
Here we go. 6 minutes ago.
Okay.
Nate Atkins out or did not practice.
Did not practice.
DJ Jones did not practice.
Did not practice.
Cornerback Reese Taylor full. Jonah Ellis full. I don't know who Reese Taylor is.
He had a special teams tackle the other night.
He did. Okay, J.L. Skinner had a really nice special teams play.
J.L. Skinner's a good special teams player.
Speaking of, and look, here's the thing with Elijah Moore, and I don't know if he's much of a special teams guy, but Lil Jordan Humphrey, Sean's boy, had a chance to down a cross-shot punt at the 1, and he screwed it up. Like Lil Jordan was there. The play was there for him. And I also had a play where they designed, the only receiver on the field was Lil Jordan Humphrey. And they ran a bootleg with the design for Lil Jordan to run a drag across the field. Whole play kind of got messed up, but man, he loves Lil Jordan Humphrey.
He blocks. He does. This is one thing that, people. I discovered this back with George Karl's fascination of Anthony Carter.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, which infamously. Coaches love the guys that take their coaching. It's kind of a simple thing, but like if you play your way into I am the mold of a football player that coach likes, and I listen to everything that he says, and I may not be the most talented guy on the field. In this case, Lil Jordan Humphrey is not the most talented guy on the field, but you'll have a job forever. Adam Troutman will have a job forever. Malcolm Roach has gotten himself paid, but that's, again, these are guys that will just have jobs forever. You've just got to be in with a guy. And guess what? Like, you could do a hell of a lot worse than being in with Sean Payton, and the Broncos could be doing a hell of a lot worse than having the track record of Sean Payton and all the winning that he did in New Orleans. So, Lil Jordan, I don't think wows anybody with what he is physically, but Sean Payton is, he's going with him every single time out. There's one other piece of Sean Payton audio that I want to play. And this was Sean Payton went off on a tangent of story time about Bill Belichick today. By the way, I just saw Bill had his press conference today at UNC. Says his new recruiting class is going to be the foundation of everything that he is building. National signing day today, early signing today in college football. And then Sean started talking about Mike Shanahan and a little bit more about Bill Belichick. I want to hear this audio.
Now back to his candidacy, and it's funny you mentioned that. I didn't realize the coaches didn't have to wait 5 years. And so there's a few planes right out here on the runway. One of them is Belichick and the other one's Shanahan, and there's Holmgren, and it's just a matter of when they take off. But and I'll be honest with you, I miss him not being in the league. I miss him not being in the league, and I wouldn't be surprised, and I would be somewhat hopeful that he ends up back in the league. That we'd all be better for it. He's something.
Future Raiders head coach after they fired Pete Carroll this year.
Giants.
Could be future Giants head coach. Can finally fulfill his destiny.
Okay, I do think that Tom Brady was by and large the reason for his success, but he's a great coach. There's no
Tom Brady never won a Super Bowl without a top 10 defense. Tom Brady never won a Super Bowl without a top 10 defense in New England or in Tampa.
Well, what did Belichick? He hitched his wagon to Mac Jones. The years in New England without Brady were not great. I mean, but my point is, though, he is more served for the NFL than college. Because you can regiment the way you want to in the NFL. In college, and especially with this NIL landscape, there's just too many wild cards for him to deal with. There's no structure that suits him. The NFL structure suits him.
I would say in this juncture, there's probably more similarity between the two games in terms of program and roster construction, simply because college football is now professional football. The weird thing about Belichick, and where I think he has failed more than anything else, is his insistence on the nepotism of it all, of, the only people that I'm going to hire are the people that I maintain, that I keep around me, that do not question me. Like, that to me is where Belichick has fallen off more than anything else. And we saw this at the end of New England, the weird year where he brought in Matt Patricia and Joe Judge to be his co-offensive coordinators. Like, what the hell are you doing right now? Like, you have to at some point recognize, like, I have got to bring in people that are actually good at doing these jobs. And anytime Josh McDaniels ever wandered away from him, like, it got really weird and messy. Of course, he insists on, bringing his kid in, bringing Steve in to be his defensive coordinator. Like, dude, you got to cast a wider net right now, because the game continues to evolve, and if you just keep the people that are inside the little Belichick bubble, the Mike Lombardis of the world around you, like, what?
Now, his guys are weird.
What are you doing?
But Sean does it too, whether it's Darren Rizzi, Joe Lombardi, the players we just mentioned in the last story. Granted, they're not as weird. Like, the Belichick guys are just freaking weird, man. Those are some weird dudes. But in the NFL, in college football, it's NIL. It's how many dollars do I have allocated to this recruit, and then can I even recruit him away from another school? In the NFL, it's the draft, and where you are selected, you must go play there. Yeah. And then there's a salary cap, a clear salary cap with free agent dollars. It's an easier, it kind of actually is nowadays an easier way to build a roster.
I have no doubt.
Yeah.
Yeah. I have no doubt about that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that will suit Bill. That would suit Bill.
Yeah.
I don't know though, man. Those last couple years in New England though were weird.
They were. Those were bad football teams. Like, and again, further evidence of it. Mac Jones goes to play for Kyle Shanahan, and you're like, oh yeah, no, Mac Jones is a fully functional NFL quarterback.
There's that too.
You go win football games with that guy, and when Mac Jones had Josh McDaniels his rookie year, it was like, oh, you got something right there. Okay, I see what you're doing right now, and then it just goes to hell when it's Matt Patricia coaching him.
It is the type of hire I could see a Mark Davis making. Tom Brady, though, I'm not so sure. Well, Tom, how about that? How would that be in Vegas? Tom hiring Bill. I don't know if he'd do it. But the Raiders, I couldn't see you. That's not the way you want to go. It's not the way you want to go.
Well,
it's
the Pete
dead.
Carroll thing hadn't worked. That's for damn sure. One of the biggest keys to what the Broncos are at the moment is alignment. And the Raiders, from Spytek on to Carroll, on to Chip Kelly, there was, and then Geno gets brought in, like, no alignment in all of it. George Payton, I think, has picked a very good lane here with the Broncos, as I will be scout guy. I will be personnel guy. Sean, you get basically anything that you want, but I come in with a very strong scouting eye, and I can be a part of this entire thing, and it works. What the Broncos have constructed works really, really well. If you don't have it, it ends up looking like the Raiders situation, which is just an absolute mess. It looks like the Giants situation, which was just an absolute mess. If you don't have full alignment in what you are doing, that's where I really like. I give the Penners a lot of credit for how they have structured this thing below them. And yes, while Sean Payton has tyrant kind of vibes, I think there are enough guardrails in place right now that this thing can continue to win football games, and Sean can just do what he's actually good at.
Sure. And here's another thing, too. You cannot let Jordan Hudson into your NFL building. You can't. You simply cannot.
This is all the more reason I want the Raiders to hire Belichick. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
The Chiefs today placed their left tackle Josh Simmons on IR after successful wrist surgery. He's out at least the next 4 games.
Okay, so the Chiefs are also dealing with an injury to Jawan Taylor. He's got a triceps injury at right tackle. Trey Smith has ankle and back injuries right now. Not exactly what you want to be dealing with before you go and take on the Houston Texans pass rush. So, yeah, it looks like Wanye Morris could start at left tackle. Jalen Moore could go over to right tackle. Yeah,
it's just the wheels are falling off.
Yeah, they got a serious offensive line mess going on right now. It's not opening anything for them in the run game. Like, if this team's going to do it, it's simply going to be because Mahomes picks him up and puts him on his back. Their receivers are actually pretty good. I think Rashid Rice is good. I think Xavier Worthy is good. Travis Kelce, clearly some things are kind of moving past him right now. But the offensive line is just an absolute disaster. They have no pass rush to speak of. It's a mediocre football team. Go ahead, Spring.
High five. All right, how about the Chargers? Justin Herbert had left hand surgery today. He broke a bone in his left hand. Let's hear from Jim Harbaugh, who was asked about Justin Herbert. How's he doing today?
Not going to practice, but he hadn't missed a beat. Been everybody back today, meetings and out in the field for walkthrough, and I think you'll see him out there at practice today.
So after the injury went down last week, like he couldn't take any snaps from under center. God, did you see that toss play that he made to Kamani Vidal? And I know Vidal scored on that play, but like it looked like, I don't know if you ever, Spring, did you ever do this drill in baseball where they would where the coaches, my coaches loved this one. They would take like a
paddle?
Yeah, like a piece of plywood, like a chopped down piece of plywood with rubber bands all over it, and you would rubber band it to your hand, and then you would have to, soft hands, right?
Mm-hmm.
That whole thing. Let me see the button on top of your hat, and it was you had to exaggerate all of those movements for the sake of ground ball fundamentals. When I watched Herbert catching snaps after the left hand injury last week, I thought he looks like he has a paddle on his hand.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it looked like. It was so strange to be able to see. Doesn't seem like a good idea to play him.
I mean,
this week.
This is like exactly what happened to Aaron Rodgers, right? In a way, I mean, it's very similar.
Yeah, I mean, Herbert can still move.
Now he's younger
and can still throw.
Bones are younger and fresher.
Yeah, like he can escape trouble.
Mm-hmm.
He actually has that ability. He's actually having a pretty good rushing season.
They host the
Eagles
Eagles on Monday Night Football. That's a good
defense.
Vic Fangio's defense.
Yeah, I think you got to start Trey Lance this week if you're the Chargers. But
it just makes it even more likely that the Broncos, at the very least, are winning this division.
Oh, without a doubt. Oh, without and they were going to do it anyway. The Chargers with their tackles injured.
Yeah.
It's I know Hampton's going to come back, but with their tackles banged up, it's pretty bad. Herbert has done his best to keep that thing going. The defense has played well. Like, honestly, I give him credit. I think the run game is good even without Hampton for much of this season, but they're charging their way to the finish. I think they're kind of running on fumes. That's what's so wild about the Broncos injury report powered by Ramos Law, which we gave just a few minutes ago, is what did we say? There's 4 names on there today?
Yeah.
4?
No, that's actually it's incredible when you're right. When you think about it, at this stage of the season, that's incredible.
It's incredible that's what you're dealing with going into a game on what do they play? December the 7th this week. Wild how healthy they are. This is 2 consecutive years of really, really good health for the Broncos.
High five. Hey, the Cleveland Browns opened the 21-day practice window for a possible return off of injured reserve for Deshaun Watson. We could see him starting a game for the Browns before the season ends.
Is it just you hope that he showcases enough that some team is drunk enough to trade for him? Is that who in God's name?
Yeah, with that money. And then how is he even tradable for Cleveland, given I guess the Broncos traded Russell Wilson and his massive dead cap hit, but do you have to play him just because of what you invested in him?
Yeah, I suppose. You have to hope you get some return on the investment eventually.
Who are you starting if you have to? Shadur Sanders or Deshaun Watson? There's a choice for you, Nate. 2 of your favorite quarterbacks.
Running headfirst into a brick wall is my third option.
Looks like Nate has CT.
Yeah, that's why they're the Browns. That's why Paul DePodesta is now running the Rockies. And finally, it looks like T. Higgins is going to return to practice. So
that Bills-Bengals game is fascinating.
That's going to be a fun one. It is going to be a really, really fun one. Nuggets-Pacers coming up tonight. Here's the question. Do the Nuggets get destroyed by another Nemhard tonight?
This one, Andrew.
Andrew
I like those
Nemhard.
Nemhards.
Yeah, those Nemhards. Look out for those guys. Concern yourself with that a little bit. Berto's got your pregame coverage coming up next right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. I hope everyone is driving safely out there in the conditions.
Looks like Murray's playing tonight, by the way.
Okay, that's fun. I'm glad to see that. All right, Nuggets Pacers. Go get a victory tonight in Indiana against a really, really bad team. That will do it for us. We're back tomorrow at 3 o'clock again. Nuggets are playing in Indiana earlier game, so we get the boot early. Berto's got your pregame coverage, and that starts in 5 minutes.